Tonight, we're hunting a monster, and this monster hunted back. Have you heard the chilling true crime story of Vasily Filippenko, the Leningrad Strangler? The horrifying story of the Soviet predator will take you on a smooth yet spine-tingling ride through one of Russia's most terrifying murder cases. But before we dive into that, let me welcome you to the True Crime Headquarters, and I'm incredibly grateful that you're here. Taking the time to listen to these stories truly means the world to me. But I've noticed that many of you haven't subscribed, liked, or commented yet, and that's a little disheartening. These stories deserve more than just silent views. They deserve a community that genuinely cares. So whether you're tuning in from New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Houston, or anywhere else, take a moment to hit that subscribe button, like the video, and drop a comment with your city and the time you're watching from. Your support really does make all the difference. These stories matter, and together, we can ensure they get the attention they deserve. Thank you for being part of this community. We'll be telling 4 different chilling true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. Trust me, you won't want to miss a single one. Have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Awesome. Thank you so much. Now, let's dive in and feast on these true crime tales. Tonight, we descend into the darkest corners of Leningrad during the 1970s, where a monster walked among ordinary citizens, hunting with surgical precision. This is not just another murder case. This is the story of a man who transformed the streets of a proud Soviet city into his personal hunting ground, leaving behind a trail of bodies that would haunt investigators for years. The authorities tried to bury this story, to keep it hidden behind the Iron Curtain, but the truth always finds its way out. Vasily Filippenko was not born a killer, but somewhere along the twisted path of his life, something broke inside him. Something dark, something insatiable. Between 1961 and 1971, he stalked the dimly lit streets of Leningrad, targeting women and children with a calculated brutality that defied comprehension. His weapon of choice, his bare hands, his method, strangulation. His victims, anyone unfortunate enough to cross his path when the hunger overtook him. This story will chill you to your core. It will make you question the nature of evil itself. Because Vasily Filippenko was not a raging madman who attacked in fits of uncontrolled violence. No, he was far more dangerous than that. He was methodical. He was patient. He was invisible. And for 10 years, he got away with murder. So, dim the lights, settle into your bed if you haven't yet, and prepare yourself. Because tonight, we're hunting a monster. And this monster hunted back. Have you subscribed yet? If not, please take a moment to do so now. It only takes a second. And while you're at it, don't forget to like the video and drop a comment with the country you're watching from. Your support truly helps these stories get the attention they deserve. Thank you. The year was 1941 when Vasily Filippenko first drew breath in a Soviet Union consumed by war. His birthplace was Leningrad, a city that would soon become synonymous with suffering, starvation, and death. The siege of Leningrad, one of history's longest and most devastating military blockades, began just months after Filippenko's birth. For 872 days, the city was cut off from the world, encircled by Nazi forces determined to starve its population into submission. Over 1 million civilians died during that siege. The streets became graveyards. Families resorted to eating leather, wallpaper paste, and things far worse just to survive another day. Dead bodies lined the frozen roads like discarded furniture, too numerous to bury properly. Children watched their parents die. Parents watched their children waste away. The line between life and death, between humanity and animality, blurred until it disappeared entirely. Filippenko's childhood unfolded against this backdrop of apocalyptic horror. His developing mind absorbed the violence, the desperation, the casual relationship with death that permeated every aspect of Leningrad life during those years. Psychologists would later debate whether such early exposure to mass death could rewire a young brain, creating neural pathways that normalized violence and suffering. But those debates would come much later, after the bodies had been discovered, after the victims had been named, after the monster had finally been caged. The boy grew up in the post-war years when Leningrad struggled to rebuild itself from ruins. The physical scars healed slowly, but the psychological wounds ran deeper. An entire generation had been traumatized by what they had witnessed and endured. Filippenko was part of that generation, but something separated him from his peers. Where others tried to forget the horrors and embrace normalcy, something inside him seemed to have calcified differently. He was quiet as a child, unervingly so. Teachers noted his tendency to watch rather than participate, to observe other children with an intensity that made them uncomfortable. He had few friends, showed little interest in the typical pursuits of boyhood. Instead, he seemed drawn to solitary activities, to places where he could be alone with his thoughts. Even then, there were whispers, small cruelties that surfaced and disappeared, missing pets in his neighborhood, strange behavior that parents discussed in hushed tones but never quite confronted directly. Soviet society in the 1950s did not discuss mental health. There was no framework for understanding the development of psychopathy, no screening for children who displayed warning signs of future violence. The collective trauma of war had created thousands of damaged individuals, and Filippenko was just one more troubled youth in a sea of troubled youths. The system simply absorbed him, processed him through its schools and institutions, and eventually released him into adult society without ever recognizing the danger he represented. By the time Filippenko reached his late teens, he had learned to wear a mask. He understood instinctively that his inner world was not one he could share, that the thoughts that occupied his mind would mark him as different, as dangerous. So he presented a carefully constructed facade to the world. He was unremarkable, forgettable even. He held down jobs, followed rules when necessary, spoke when spoken to. He became a ghost, someone who could move through society without drawing attention, without leaving impressions in people's memories. But the mask only covered so much. Beneath the surface, something was growing. A hunger, compulsion, a need that demanded satisfaction with increasing urgency as he moved through his 20s. Filippenko found himself drawn to certain types of people, watching them with predatory focus. Women walking alone at night, children separated from their parents, the vulnerable, the isolated, the ones no one would miss immediately. The Soviet system, with its emphasis on collective living and communal spaces, ironically created perfect hunting grounds for a predator like Filippenko. The massive apartment complexes, the shared courtyards, the dimly lit stairwells that connected dozens of families, all provided opportunities for a patient hunter. People came and went at all hours. Transient workers, students, the urban poor, they all flowed through Leningrad's residential districts like water, creating a constantly shifting population where disappearances could go unnoticed for days or even weeks. Filippenko's first kill came in 1961. He was 20 years old. The circumstances remain murky, buried in Soviet archives that may never be fully opened, but investigators believe he encountered his victim on a winter evening. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, driving most people indoors. The streets were empty, silent except for the wind howling between buildings. Perfect conditions for what he had been planning, fantasizing about, for months or perhaps years. She was alone. That was her fatal mistake. Filippenko approached from behind, moving with practiced silence. His hands, calloused and strong from manual labor, closed around her throat before she could scream. The struggle was brief. He had the advantage of surprise, of strength, of absolute determination. Within minutes, it was over. He dragged her body into the shadows, positioning it carefully, then disappeared back into the city like smoke. The murder went unsolved. Police investigated, but in a city of millions, with limited forensic capabilities and no witnesses, the case quickly went cold. Filippenko had gotten away with it, and more importantly, he had loved it. The rush of power, the control over another human life, the satisfaction of fulfilling his darkest fantasies. It was everything he had imagined and more. The hunger that had been gnawing at him for years was temporarily satisfied, but satisfaction bred new hunger, stronger hunger. He would need to do it again. Over the next 10 years, Filippenko refined his methods. He studied his city like a general studying a battlefield, identifying vulnerable locations and optimal times. He learned the patterns of police patrols, the habits of potential witnesses, the rhythms of Leningrad's nightlife. He became an expert in human behavior, able to identify victims who were unlikely to put up effective resistance, who were disconnected from social networks that would immediately notice their absence. His victim selection showed a disturbing pattern. He targeted women and children almost exclusively, individuals who lacked the physical strength to fight him off once he initiated his attack. He preferred strangers, people with whom he had no connection that could later trace back to him. He struck at irregular intervals, sometimes waiting months between murders, allowing investigations to cool and attention to shift elsewhere. This patience, this ability to control his urges for extended periods, made him far more dangerous than impulsive killers who attracted immediate attention. The Leningrad authorities were slow to recognize they had a serial killer in their midst. Soviet ideology denied the existence of such phenomena within its borders. Serial murder was presented as a disease of capitalist societies, a product of Western moral decay. The official narrative maintained that socialist society, with its emphasis on collective welfare and equality, did not produce such monsters. This denial created a perfect environment for Filippenko to operate. Cases weren't connected. Patterns weren't identified. The hunt for a serial killer never materialized because officially serial killers did not exist in the Soviet Union. But the bodies continued to accumulate. Women found strangled in parks, their bodies displayed with disturbing precision. Children who left home for school but never arrived, later discovered in basements or abandoned buildings, their small throats bearing the unmistakable marks of manual strangulation. Each murder was filed away as an individual tragedy, a random act of violence, rather than pieces of a larger, more horrifying puzzle. Filippenko grew bolder. Success breeds confidence, and confidence breeds carelessness, but he had not reached that point yet. He was still careful, still methodical, still invisible. He attended to his normal life, maintained his cover as an unremarkable Soviet citizen, while secretly compiling a body count that would eventually shock even hardened investigators. The duality of his existence, the ability to compartmentalize his monstrous activities from his mundane daily routine, demonstrated a level of psychological sophistication that made him extraordinarily dangerous. The Soviet population moved through their lives unaware that a predator walked among them. Mothers sent their children to school without realizing that death might be waiting in an alley. Women walked home from work along dimly lit streets, never suspecting that someone might be watching, planning, preparing to strike. The illusion of safety, carefully maintained by state propaganda that insisted crime was under control, made Filippenko's victims all the more vulnerable. Leningrad in the 1960s was a city of contrasts, a place where proud Soviet architecture stood alongside crumbling pre-revolutionary buildings. The streets told stories of a glorious past and an uncertain future. Grand palaces that once housed Tsarist nobility had been converted into communal apartments where dozens of families shared kitchens and bathrooms. New construction projects sprouted like concrete mushrooms on the city's periphery, massive housing blocks designed to accommodate the endless flow of workers drawn to this industrial center. These sprawling residential districts became Filippenko's territory. The new neighborhoods, hastily constructed to meet demand, lacked adequate lighting. Street lamps were spaced too far apart, leaving long stretches of darkness between pools of sickly yellow light. The courtyards between buildings became shadowy mazes where danger could lurk unseen. Stairwells, designed to serve multiple apartments, were often left unlit to save electricity, creating perfect ambush points where screams would be muffled by concrete walls. The Leningrad Strangler understood his environment with predatory perfection. He knew which routes women took when walking home late from factory shifts. He identified the shortcuts children used to save time on their way to school. He memorized the schedules of janitors and building superintendents, knew when certain areas would be empty, when opportunity would present itself. His hunting grounds expanded slowly, methodically, as he tested different neighborhoods, different tactics, different times of day. One of his preferred locations was near the industrial district on the city's southern edge. Factory workers poured out at odd hours, shift changes that occurred late at night or early in the morning when most of the city slept. These workers, exhausted from 12-hour days of brutal labor, trudged home through poorly lit streets, alone with their thoughts, vulnerable in their fatigue. Filippenko watched them, studying their patterns, selecting his prey with the patience of a spider waiting in its web. His attacks followed a recognizable pattern, though authorities failed to connect them for years. He approached from behind, always from behind, eliminating any chance for his victims to see his face before the assault began. His hands moved with practiced efficiency, one wrapping around the throat while the other covered the mouth to prevent screaming. The struggle rarely lasted more than a few minutes. He was strong, experienced, and absolutely committed to completing what he had started. The physical evidence he left behind was minimal. This was decades before DNA analysis became standard in criminal investigations. Forensic science in the Soviet Union lagged behind Western capabilities, and even the available techniques were not consistently applied. Filippenko's bare-handed approach meant he left no distinctive weapons behind, no bullets or blades that could be traced back to a source, just bodies with bruised throats and the terror frozen in their eyes. He took no trophies from his victims, another factor that made him difficult to profile. Many serial killers collect items from their victims, souvenirs that allow them to relive their crimes. Filippenko apparently had no such compulsion. He killed for the act itself, for the power and control he experienced in those final moments of his victim's life. When it was over, he simply walked away, leaving the body where it fell or occasionally moving it to a more secluded location. The randomness of his victim selection created chaos in any attempt to predict where he might strike next. He had no type in the conventional sense. Young women, elderly women, teenage girls, boys, all fell within his hunting parameters. The only consistent factors were vulnerability and opportunity. If someone found themselves alone in the wrong place at the wrong time, they risked encountering the Leningrad Strangler. The Soviet press, tightly controlled by state censorship, provided minimal coverage of the murders. Reports, when they appeared at all, were buried on back pages, stripped of details that might alarm the public or suggest the existence of a serial killer. The official position maintained that each murder was an isolated incident, unconnected to any others. Citizens who suspected otherwise, who whispered about a pattern of violence, were dismissed as rumor mongers or Western propagandists trying to undermine public confidence in Soviet society. This information blackout served Filippenko's purposes perfectly. Without public awareness, there was no collective vigilance. People continued their routines, continued taking the same dangerous shortcuts, continued assuming that violent crime was rare and random. The lack of information meant potential victims had no way to protect themselves, no understanding of the specific threat they faced. Some families of victims tried to sound alarms, to demand investigations, to connect their losses to similar cases they had heard about through informal networks. They were met with bureaucratic indifference or outright hostility. The Soviet system did not appreciate citizens who asked too many questions or challenged official narratives. Complaints were filed away and forgotten. Investigations were perfunctory, designed more to close cases than to solve them. Meanwhile, Filippenko continued his existence as a seemingly normal Soviet citizen. He held employment during most of this period, though his work history showed frequent job changes. He moved between positions that required minimal skill and offered maximum anonymity. Janitor, warehouse worker, delivery driver, jobs where he could come and go without attracting attention, where his absence would not be particularly noticed, where he had reasons to be in different parts of the city at odd hours. His co-workers, when later questioned, described him as quiet, competent, unremarkable. He did his work, collected his pay, and left minimal impression. Some noted he kept to himself, rarely participated in social activities, never discussed his personal life. But solitary behavior was not unusual in Soviet society, where many people learned to keep their thoughts private and their interactions superficial. Filippenko's isolation raised no red flags. He lived in a series of small apartments, moving periodically, always renting rooms in communal housing where residents came and went with regularity. His neighbors barely knew him. He made no noise, caused no trouble, paid his rent on time. The perfect tenant, invisible and forgettable. His rooms were Spartan, containing only the bare necessities. No decorations, no personal touches, nothing that revealed the monster who lived there. The psychological compartmentalization required to maintain this dual existence was extraordinary. By day, he moved through normal society, interacting with coworkers, shopkeepers, random citizens, presenting a face of bland normalcy. By night, or whenever the urge overtook him, he transformed into something else entirely. A predator operating on pure instinct, focused entirely on the hunt, on the kill, on the satisfaction of urges that most humans cannot even comprehend. Experts would later speculate about what triggered his attacks. Did stress at work push him over the edge? Did certain types of people remind him of someone from his past? Was there a cooling-off period between murders that allowed him to resist the urge, until one day the compulsion became overwhelming? The psychological mechanisms driving his behavior remained mysterious, locked inside a mind that operated according to its own twisted logic. What is clear is that Filippenko experienced no apparent remorse. He never contacted police to confess. He never left messages or clues suggesting guilt or a desire to be stopped. He simply killed and killed again, each murder feeding the hunger that could never be truly satisfied. The bodies accumulated like leaves in autumn, scattered across Leningrad, each one representing a life destroyed, a family shattered, a future erased. The ripple effects of his murders spread through communities like concentric circles of grief. Parents became paranoid, keeping their children locked indoors. Women altered their routes and schedules, trying to avoid being alone in vulnerable locations. A climate of fear settled over certain neighborhoods, though without clear information about the threat they faced, people could not effectively protect themselves. Some residents took matters into their own hands, organizing informal patrol groups that walked the streets at night, trying to provide safety through presence and vigilance. These efforts were noble but ultimately futile. Filippenko was too careful, too patient. He could wait for patrols to pass, for vigilance to slip, for the inevitable moment when someone found themselves alone and exposed. The Leningrad Strangler owned the night. He was the shadow that moved between shadows, the threat that lurked around every corner, the nightmare that became horrifyingly real for his victims. And for 10 years, he continued his reign of terror, untouched by law enforcement, unstoppable by community efforts, a ghost who killed and vanished without trace. Every predator eventually makes a mistake. The question is never if, but when. Vasily Filippenko had operated with near-perfect precision for a decade, but human error is inevitable. Psychology tells us that serial killers often want to be caught at some unconscious level, that the burden of their crimes weighs on them despite their apparent lack of conscience. Others simply become overconfident, their success breeding carelessness that leads to their downfall. For Filippenko, the beginning of the end came in 1971. He had refined his methods over 10 years and at least 7 confirmed murders, though investigators would later suspect the actual count was higher. Some bodies may never have been found. Some deaths may have been misclassified as accidents or natural causes. The true scope of his killing spree may remain forever unknown, hidden in the gaps of Soviet record-keeping and the chaos of a city where people disappeared with disturbing regularity. The murder that ultimately led to his capture occurred on a cold evening in March. Spring was still weeks away, and Leningrad remained locked in winter's grip. The victim was a young woman, a factory worker returning home after a late shift. She followed her usual route through a residential district, tired from hours of repetitive labor, thinking only of her warm bed and a few hours of sleep before the next shift began. Filippenko had been watching her for days, perhaps weeks. He knew her schedule, her route, the exact time she would pass through a particularly isolated stretch of street. He positioned himself carefully, waiting in the darkness between street lamps, controlling his breathing, preparing himself mentally for what was about to occur. Everything was proceeding according to his pattern, his ritual. But this time, something would go differently. The attack unfolded as it had many times before. He approached from behind, hands reaching for her throat. She struggled, but he had the advantage of surprise and strength. Within moments, she stopped moving, her body going limp in his grasp. He dragged her into the shadows, beginning to position the body as he typically did. And then he heard voices, people approaching, multiple people closer than there should have been. Panic, an emotion Filippenko rarely experienced during his crimes, flooded his system. He ran, leaving the body partially exposed, abandoning the careful staging he normally employed. His footsteps echoed off the concrete walls as he fled into the labyrinth of courtyards and alleyways he knew so well. Behind him, screams erupted as the approaching pedestrians discovered the body. This time, the response was different. The victim's body was found immediately, within minutes of the murder. It was fresh, still warm. The witnesses who discovered it could provide exact timing. Police arrived quickly, securing the scene before evidence could be contaminated or destroyed. For the first time, investigators had something approaching a fresh crime scene to examine. More importantly, one of the witnesses had caught a glimpse of a man running from the area. The description was vague, frustratingly so. Average height, dark clothing, nothing distinctive. But it was more than police had ever had before. The witness helped create a composite sketch, and for the first time, the Leningrad Strangler had a face, even if it was an approximate one. The investigation intensified dramatically. Higher authorities, finally forced to acknowledge the pattern of murders, assigned additional resources. Detectives began the painstaking process of reviewing old case files, looking for connections they had previously missed or ignored. Patterns emerged from the chaos. Similar methods of strangulation, similar victim profiles, similar locations. The realization crystallized. They were dealing with a serial killer, a prolific one who had been operating under their noses for years. The admission was embarrassing for Soviet law enforcement. It contradicted official narratives about crime in socialist society. But the mounting evidence could not be denied. Someone had been systematically murdering citizens of Leningrad for a decade, and the authorities had failed to recognize it, let alone stop it. Heads would roll bureaucratically, but first the killer needed to be caught. Investigators employed techniques unusual for Soviet police work. They conducted mass interviews in neighborhoods where murders had occurred, hoping someone had seen something, anything that could provide a lead. They studied employee records from factories and other workplaces, looking for men whose schedules and movements might align with the murders. They analyzed the geographic distribution of crime scenes, trying to identify areas where the killer might live or work. The geographic analysis proved particularly revealing. The murders clustered in certain districts, particularly the industrial neighborhoods where workers came and went at odd hours. This suggested the killer either lived in these areas or had legitimate reasons to be there regularly. The list of potential suspects began to narrow, though it still contained hundreds of names. Filippenko, for his part, was spiraling. The close call had shaken him badly. For the first time since his first kill, he felt vulnerable, exposed. He knew witnesses had seen him fleeing. He knew police would be intensifying their search. The careful invisibility he had maintained for years was cracking. Paranoia set in. He began to suspect that people were watching him, that neighbors might be reporting on him, that his time was running out. His behavior changed in subtle but noticeable ways. Co-workers noted he became even more withdrawn, more jumpy, more prone to anxious habits. He stopped going to his usual haunts, altered his routines, began behaving like someone who had something to hide. These behavioral changes, while subtle, caught attention. In a society where everyone was encouraged to report suspicious behavior, these shifts did not go unnoticed. An anonymous tip came into police headquarters in late April. A caller reported suspicious behavior by a man matching the composite sketch. The description included a name, Vasily Filippenko. The tip was not particularly detailed, but it gave investigators a specific target to examine. They pulled Filippenko's records, reviewed his employment history, mapped his movements against the timeline of known murders. The correlations were striking. Filippenko had lived or worked near the locations of multiple murders. His work schedule as a delivery driver had given him freedom to move around the city at odd hours. He had no alibi for any of the murder dates. The circumstantial evidence was building rapidly, but circumstantial evidence was not enough. They needed something concrete, something that would definitively tie him to the crimes. Surveillance began. Detectives followed Filippenko, documenting his movements, watching for anything incriminating. He seemed aware of the attention, becoming increasingly erratic. He made suspicious attempts to establish alibis, telling co-workers elaborate lies about where he had been on certain dates. He disposed of clothing in ways that suggested he was trying to destroy evidence. Every action further implicated him. The decision was made to bring him in for questioning. On a gray morning in May 1971, police arrived at his apartment. Filippenko was awake, had perhaps been awake all night. He offered no resistance when they arrested him. In fact, he seemed almost relieved, as if a tremendous burden was being lifted. The chase was over. The monster was in custody. The interrogation lasted hours. Filippenko initially denied everything, claiming he was being framed, that the Soviet system was looking for a scapegoat. But as investigators presented their evidence, as they laid out the timeline and the correlations, his denials became weaker. The mask he had worn for so long was crumbling, revealing the darkness underneath. Finally, after nearly 24 hours of questioning, Filippenko broke. The confession poured out of him like water from a burst dam. He admitted to the murders, describing them in chilling detail. He spoke without emotion, recounting acts of horrific violence as if he were describing his grocery shopping. The disconnect between the monstrous nature of his crimes and the flat effect with which he described them disturbed even experienced investigators. He confessed to 7 murders, though police suspected there were more. He claimed he could not remember all of them, that some had blurred together in his memory. He showed investigators locations where he had killed, helped them solve cases that had gone cold years earlier. With each admission, the scope of his crimes expanded, the horror deepened. The Soviet press, which had remained largely silent about the murders while they were occurring, suddenly exploded with coverage. Headlines screamed about the Leningrad Strangler, the monster who had terrorized the city for a decade. The public, kept in the dark for years, reacted with shock and anger. How had this been allowed to happen? Why had authorities not warned them? Why had it taken so long to catch him? These were uncomfortable questions for Soviet officials. They pointed to systemic failures, to ideological blindness that had prevented proper investigation, to bureaucratic incompetence that had allowed a killer to operate freely. The answers were embarrassing and would be buried quickly once the initial furor died down. But in the moment, the story dominated conversations across Leningrad and beyond. Filippenko's family, the few members who could be tracked down, expressed shock and disbelief. They described him as quiet, troubled perhaps, but never violent, never cruel. The portrait they painted was of an unremarkable man, someone who had faded into the background of their lives. They had not seen the monster lurking beneath the surface, or perhaps they had not wanted to see it. Psychologists attempted to evaluate Filippenko to understand what had created such a predator. Their analyses were limited by the primitive state of criminal psychology in the Soviet Union at the time. They concluded he displayed psychopathic tendencies, lacked empathy, showed no genuine remorse for his crimes. These were accurate observations but hardly illuminating. They described what he was but could not explain how he had become that way. The trial, when it finally occurred, was brief and perfunctory. Soviet justice moved swiftly once a confession had been obtained. Filippenko pleaded guilty, though his demeanor suggested he did not fully understand the moral implications of what he had done. He seemed puzzled by the outrage his crimes had generated, unable to grasp why people were so upset about the deaths of strangers. The courtroom was packed with spectators when Vasily Filippenko stood trial for his crimes. Families of victims filled the benches, their faces twisted with grief and rage. They had waited years for this moment, for justice, for acknowledgement of their loss. Now, finally, they would see the man who had destroyed their lives face the consequences of his actions. Filippenko appeared smaller somehow, diminished by his circumstances. Gone was whatever confidence he had possessed during his years of freedom. He stood before the court as a broken figure, his shoulders slumped, his eyes downcast. Whether this represented genuine remorse or simply the realization of his fate remained unclear. Those who studied him closely suspected it was the latter. The prosecution laid out a devastating case. They presented evidence from 7 confirmed murders, each one described in graphic detail. Medical examiners testified about the cause of death, the injuries inflicted, the terror victims must have experienced in their final moments. The testimony was brutal, designed to leave no doubt about the severity of Filippenko's crimes. Witnesses took the stand, describing how they had discovered bodies, how their lives had been traumatized by stumbling upon scenes of violence. Family members spoke through tears about loved ones who had left home one day and never returned. A mother described her daughter's dreams and ambitions, all cut short by a stranger's hands around her throat. A husband spoke about his wife, the hole her death had left in his life, the way he still expected her to walk through the door every evening. Filippenko listened to all of this with an expression of detachment. He showed no visible emotion as people described the devastation he had caused. When asked if he wished to address the court, he declined. He had nothing to say, no explanation to offer, no apology to extend. He simply stood there, a blank slate upon which others projected their anger and grief. The defense, such as it was, argued that Filippenko was mentally ill, that his crimes resulted from psychological disturbance rather than moral choice. They presented testimony from psychiatrists who had evaluated him, professionals who described his flat affect, his inability to empathize, his apparent disconnection from the consequences of his actions. They argued that execution would be inappropriate, that Filippenko should instead be confined to a psychiatric facility where he could be studied and perhaps treated. The prosecution dismissed these arguments contemptuously. Mental illness, they argued, did not excuse murder. Filippenko had demonstrated clear awareness of his crimes. He had taken steps to avoid detection, to cover his tracks, to ensure his attacks were successful. These actions proved he understood right from wrong, that he was capable of rational thought and planning. He was not insane. He was evil. Soviet law in 1971 prescribed the death penalty for multiple murders of this nature. The judge, after hearing all evidence and arguments, deliberated briefly. The verdict was never in doubt. Filippenko was found guilty on all charges. The sentence was death by firing squad. The announcement sparked applause from the gallery, a spontaneous outburst of satisfaction that justice was being served. Guards moved quickly to restore order, but the message was clear. The public wanted Filippenko dead. They wanted closure. They wanted to know that the monster would never walk their streets again. Filippenko received the sentence without visible reaction. He was led from the courtroom back to his cell, where he would wait for the execution to be carried out. The appeals process in Soviet justice was minimal for cases like this. His fate was sealed. It was only a matter of time. During the months between sentencing and execution, psychologists made several more attempts to interview Filippenko, hoping to gain insights that might help prevent similar cases in the future. These sessions proved largely frustrating. Filippenko remained emotionally flat, unable or unwilling to provide meaningful analysis of his own motivations. He spoke about his crimes in clinical terms, describing methods and locations but offering no insight into why he had felt compelled to kill. Some researchers believed he genuinely did not understand his own motivations, that the psychological mechanisms driving his behavior operated at a level below conscious awareness. Others suspected he was simply unwilling to cooperate, that he retained enough sense of self-preservation to avoid giving authorities anything useful. The truth likely fell somewhere between these extremes. What became clear from these interviews was that Filippenko had never experienced the emotional connections that bind most humans to their communities. He felt no kinship with his victims, no remorse for their deaths, no understanding of the grief he had inflicted on families. They were objects to him, means to satisfy urges he could not control and barely understood. This fundamental inability to recognize the humanity of others marked him as a true psychopath, someone operating without the internal moral compass that prevents most people from acting on violent impulses. The execution date arrived in autumn 1971. Soviet executions were carried out privately, away from public view. Filippenko was transported to a secure facility outside Leningrad. He was given a final opportunity to speak, to offer any last words or confessions. He had nothing to say. When asked if he had any final requests, he shook his head silently. The execution was swift. A firing squad of selected officers performed their duty professionally. Filippenko died instantly. His reign of terror finally ended. His body was disposed of without ceremony, buried in an unmarked grave. The state wanted no shrine, no location where morbid curiosity seekers might gather to memorialize a killer. News of his execution spread quickly through Leningrad. Many celebrated, feeling that justice had finally been served. Others remained unsatisfied, believing that death was too merciful, that Filippenko should have been forced to suffer as his victims had suffered. But the legal process had concluded. The Leningrad Strangler was gone. The aftermath of the case prompted some soul-searching within Soviet law enforcement. How had Filippenko operated undetected for so long? What systemic failures had enabled his killing spree? These questions were asked, though the answers were often uncomfortable and politically inconvenient. The ideological insistence that serial killers did not exist in Soviet society had clearly blinded authorities to the reality of Filippenko's crimes. Individual murders had been investigated, but no one had connected the dots until far too late. The lack of coordination between different police districts, the absence of centralized databases for tracking violent crimes, the bureaucratic resistance to acknowledging patterns that contradicted official narratives, all these factors had contributed to the delayed capture. Changes were quietly implemented in response to these failures. Better systems for tracking violent crimes across jurisdictions were developed. Training programs were updated to include information about serial killers and how to identify patterns. The improvements came too late for Filippenko's victims, but they might help prevent similar tragedies in the future. The families of victims struggled to rebuild their lives after the trial and execution. For them, justice and closure were not the same thing. Knowing that Filippenko was dead did not bring back their loved ones. It did not erase the trauma of loss or fill the emptiness left behind. Many carried psychological scars for the rest of their lives, haunted by what-ifs and if-onlys, tormented by the randomness that had placed their loved ones in Filippenko's path. Some families became advocates for victims' rights, pushing Soviet authorities to provide better support services for those affected by violent crime. These efforts met with limited success in a system that was not designed to acknowledge or address such needs. But the attempts represented an important step, a recognition that the ripples from violent crime extend far beyond the immediate victims. The story of Vasily Filippenko gradually faded from public consciousness as years passed. New scandals and crises captured attention. The Soviet Union itself would dissolve within 2 decades, transforming the political and social landscape entirely. But those who had lived through the reign of the Leningrad Strangler never forgot. The fear he had inspired, the lives he had destroyed, these remained etched in memory. Criminologists and psychologists continued to study Filippenko's case long after his death, analyzing what limited records remained. His pattern of victim selection, his methods, his ability to avoid detection for a decade, all provided valuable data for understanding serial killers. Academic papers referenced his case, though often with limited detail due to the secretive nature of Soviet record-keeping. The full archives of his crimes remained locked away, accessible only to a privileged few. Modern psychological profiling techniques, applied retroactively to Filippenko's case, revealed patterns that investigators at the time could not have recognized. His choice of strangulation as a method indicated a need for intimate contact with victims, a desire to watch the life drain from their eyes. This suggested deeper psychological motivations than simple bloodlust. Strangulation is personal, requiring sustained physical contact and effort. It allows the killer to feel the victim's struggle, to experience their final moments in visceral detail. The geographic clustering of his crimes suggested he operated within a comfort zone, an area he knew intimately. This territorial behavior is common among serial killers, who often hunt in familiar environments where they feel confident navigating and escaping. Filippenko's decade-long success proved he had mastered his hunting grounds, understanding the rhythms and blind spots of his territory with predatory precision. His cooling-off periods between murders, which sometimes stretched for months, indicated a level of self-control unusual in serial killers. Many predators escalate their activities over time, killing more frequently as their compulsions intensify. Filippenko maintained relatively consistent intervals between crimes, suggesting he could satisfy his urges and then return to normal functioning for extended periods. This ability to compartmentalize made him particularly dangerous and difficult to profile. The lack of sexual assault in his crimes was notable and somewhat unusual for serial killers of his type. While many serial killers are motivated by sexual sadism, Filippenko's attacks appeared driven more by the desire for power and control over others. The act of killing itself, the domination of another human being, seemed to be his primary gratification. This distinguished him from many other serial killers and made his psychological profile more complex. Experts debated whether his childhood experiences during the siege of Leningrad had contributed to his development as a killer. Growing up surrounded by death, starvation, and human suffering at its most extreme could certainly have warped a young mind. The normalization of death, the casual relationship with mortality that siege conditions created, might have prevented the development of normal empathy and moral constraints. But millions of others survived the siege without becoming murderers, suggesting that Filippenko's psychology involved factors beyond environmental trauma. Some researchers proposed that Filippenko represented a type of killer shaped specifically by Soviet social conditions. The emphasis on collective identity over individual worth, the devaluation of human life in service of ideological goals, the culture of surveillance and denunciation that characterized Stalin-era society, all these factors might have contributed to creating an individual who viewed others as objects rather than people. But this theory remained speculative, impossible to prove or disprove. What could not be disputed was the lasting impact of his crimes on Leningrad's collective memory. For years after his capture and execution, parents warned children about the dangers of walking alone. Women altered their routes and schedules, avoiding the locations where murders had occurred. The psychological wounds Filippenko inflicted on the city healed slowly, leaving scars that remained visible for decades. The case also highlighted the vulnerabilities inherent in urban environments. Large cities, with their anonymity and transient populations, create ideal hunting grounds for predators. The very features that make cities attractive to residents, the freedom, the opportunities, the diversity, also enable criminals to operate with relative impunity. Filippenko had exploited these vulnerabilities masterfully, understanding instinctively how to move through urban spaces without leaving traces. His ability to maintain a facade of normalcy while committing horrific crimes demonstrated the frightening capacity of psychopaths to deceive. Co-workers, neighbors, acquaintances, none had suspected the truth about him. He had been the unremarkable man in the background, easily overlooked, quickly forgotten. This ordinariness was his greatest weapon, allowing him to hide in plain sight while the bodies accumulated. The investigation into his crimes also revealed troubling patterns in how Soviet authorities handled cases involving violence against women and children. The victims, predominantly female and young, had not received the attention their cases deserved. Reports were filed and forgotten. Patterns were missed or ignored. Only when the evidence became overwhelming did the system respond with appropriate urgency. This reflected broader social attitudes about whose lives mattered, whose deaths demanded justice. Feminist scholars later analyzed the Filippenko case as an example of structural violence, arguing that patriarchal systems that devalue women and children create environments where predators can flourish. The delayed response to his crimes, they argued, reflected unconscious biases about which victims deserved protection and investigation. While Soviet ideology ostensibly promoted gender equality, the reality often fell short, and women remained vulnerable to violence that the system inadequately addressed. The families of Filippenko's victims never received adequate compensation or support for their losses. The Soviet system lacked mechanisms for victim support services. Families were expected to grieve privately and move on. The emotional and financial hardships created by losing family members were treated as personal problems rather than social issues requiring systemic response. This lack of support added to the trauma, leaving survivors feeling abandoned by the very system that should have protected their loved ones in the first place. Some victims' families attempted to memorialize their loved ones, erecting small markers or plaques at locations where bodies had been discovered. These informal memorials became places of pilgrimage for others affected by the crimes, creating communities of shared grief. The markers were often removed by authorities, who preferred to erase reminders of the system's failures, but families persisted, returning again and again to honor the dead. The press coverage of the trial and execution, while extensive in the immediate aftermath, quickly disappeared from public discourse. Soviet authorities preferred to move past embarrassing episodes that highlighted systemic failures. The story of the Leningrad Strangler became something whispered about rather than openly discussed, a dark chapter the official narrative preferred to forget. But memory persists despite official attempts at erasure. Elderly residents of Leningrad, now St. Petersburg after the Soviet Union's collapse, still remember the fear that gripped the city during Filippenko's active years. They remember parents keeping children inside, women traveling in groups for safety, the paranoia that infected daily life. These memories, passed down through generations, ensure that the lessons of the Leningrad Strangler are not entirely lost. Modern law enforcement in Russia has studied historical cases like Filippenko's to improve current practices. The development of sophisticated databases, better interagency communication, advanced forensic techniques, all represent progress from the limitations that hampered investigators in 1971. But challenges remain. Russia, like many countries, continues to struggle with serial violence, and each new case tests the system's ability to respond effectively. The psychological legacy of the Filippenko case extends beyond Russia. Criminologists worldwide study his patterns, his methods, his psychology, seeking insights that might help identify and stop similar killers. Every serial killer provides data points for understanding this darkest aspect of human behavior. Filippenko's case, with its unique Soviet context and decade-long timeline, offers particularly valuable lessons about how social and political systems can either facilitate or hinder the investigation of serial crimes. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Leningrad Strangler's story is how easily it could happen again. Predators like Filippenko exist in every society, in every era. They walk among us, wearing masks of normalcy, waiting for opportunities to satisfy their dark compulsions. The challenge for civilized society is to create systems that can identify these individuals before they accumulate lengthy victim counts, to protect the vulnerable, to ensure that no one slips through the cracks as Filippenko's victims did. The 7 confirmed victims, and possibly more, did not die in vain if their deaths lead to better protection for future generations. Each murder, each tragedy, each family destroyed by Filippenko's actions represents a lesson about vigilance, about the importance of taking violence seriously, about the need for systems that prioritize human life over ideological convenience. Their names deserve to be remembered. Their lives had value beyond their deaths. They were daughters and sons, mothers and wives, individuals with dreams and futures that were violently stolen. The Leningrad Strangler took their lives, but he should not be allowed to erase their humanity or reduce them to mere statistics in a crime file. As decades pass and the direct memory of these crimes fades, it becomes increasingly important to preserve the historical record. Future generations must understand what happened in Leningrad during those dark years, not to sensationalize violence but to honor victims and learn from failures. The story of Vasily Filippenko is ultimately a story about the fragility of human life, the darkness that can lurk within seemingly ordinary people, and the eternal struggle between civilization and chaos. The empty chair at family dinners, the birthday celebrations that will never occur, the grandchildren who will never be born. These are the true costs of Filippenko's crimes. Numbers and statistics cannot capture the magnitude of loss, the ripples of grief that extend through generations. Each victim represented an entire universe of potential, of relationships and experiences and contributions to the world, all extinguished by a strangler's hands. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, consider the Leningrad Strangler's victims. Remember that they were real people who walked real streets, who laughed and loved and lived until a monster decided otherwise. Remember that evil is not abstract, not theoretical, but concrete and personal and devastating. Remember that vigilance matters, that systems matter, that every life has value worth protecting. The story of Vasily Filippenko, the Leningrad Strangler, is one of horror and tragedy, but also of justice eventually served. He terrorized a city for a decade, but he was caught, tried, and executed. His victims were not forgotten, even if the system failed them during their lives. Their stories, their memories, their humanity endures, testifying to the resilience of those who survive unspeakable loss. And so we close this chapter of true crime history, this journey through one of the darkest periods in Leningrad's past. The Leningrad Strangler is gone, reduced to dust and memory, but the lessons remain. The warnings remain. The obligation to protect the vulnerable remains. Thank you for joining me at True Crime Headquarters for this harrowing tale. If this story has affected you, if you need someone to talk to, please reach out to appropriate support services. True crime is not entertainment for those directly affected by violence. It is lived trauma, daily struggle, permanent loss. Remember the victims, honor their memories, learn from their stories, and never forget that behind every crime statistic is a human being whose life mattered, whose absence creates ripples that never quite fade. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The Beast of the Birch Forests, Boris Gusakov, the Student Hunter. Have you heard the chilling true crime story of the Beast of the Birch Forests? The horrifying tale of Boris Gusakov will take you on a smooth yet spine-tingling ride through the darkest corridors of human depravity. Tonight, we're traveling deep into the heart of Russia, where university corridors became hunting grounds and lecture halls transformed into stalking territories. This is the story of a man who wore the mask of a devoted student by day while orchestrating a campaign of terror that would leave an entire city paralyzed with fear. Boris Gusakov, known infamously as the Student Hunter, turned the pursuit of knowledge into the pursuit of prey, and what he did will haunt you long after this story ends. The streets of Murmansk would never be the same. Young women who once walked freely through the snow-dusted pathways of the city found themselves trapped in a nightmare where every shadow concealed a predator. Every footstep behind them could be their last. And the man responsible? He sat among them in classrooms, took notes during lectures, and smiled as he passed them in hallways, all while planning his next move with the precision of a chess master and the cruelty of a demon. So, settle in, turn down the lights, and prepare yourself for a journey into darkness. Because what you're about to hear isn't just a story. It's a descent into the mind of a monster who proved that evil doesn't always announce itself with fangs and claws. Sometimes, it wears a familiar face and speaks in a gentle voice, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This is the true story of Boris Gusakov, the Student Hunter. The autumn of 2008 arrived in Murmansk like a thief creeping through an unlocked window. The city, perched precariously above the Arctic Circle, began its annual transformation as temperatures plummeted and daylight became a precious commodity that slipped through fingers like sand. The polar night was approaching, that eerie phenomenon where the sun abandons the sky for weeks on end, leaving residents to navigate through perpetual twilight that plays tricks on the mind and distorts reality itself. Boris Gusakov was 23 years old when he enrolled at Murmansk State Technical University, a sprawling institution that served as the intellectual heart of this frozen metropolis. To anyone who bothered to notice him, he appeared utterly unremarkable. Average height, slim build, with dark hair that fell across his forehead in an unkempt manner that suggested either carelessness or calculated dishevelment. His eyes, pale gray like the winter sky, rarely made direct contact with others, instead flickering away as if perpetually searching for something just beyond view. The university campus sprawled across several blocks, a maze of Soviet-era concrete buildings connected by outdoor walkways that became treacherous ice rinks once winter tightened its grip. Students hurried between classes, their breath forming crystalline clouds, scarves wrapped tight against the brutal wind that howled down from the Barents Sea. It was a place where anonymity came easily, where thousands of young people moved through their daily routines without truly seeing one another, each person locked inside their own struggle against the cold, the darkness, and the crushing weight of academic pressure. Boris selected his classes with meticulous care. He enrolled in psychology courses, criminal justice seminars, and anatomy lectures. To his professors, he seemed like an earnest student with diverse interests, someone perhaps undecided about his career path but eager to learn. They had no idea that every lesson he absorbed was being filed away for a purpose far darker than any thesis or examination. He was learning the mechanics of the human body, the patterns of human behavior, the methods law enforcement used to track criminals. He was studying how to become the perfect predator. His apartment sat on the outskirts of the city, a decrepit fourth-floor walk-up in a building that had been slowly crumbling since the Soviet Union collapsed. The hallways reeked of cabbage and mildew, and the elevator had been broken for so long that residents had stopped complaining about it. Boris preferred it this way. Fewer neighbors meant fewer questions, and the constant state of disrepair meant that strange noises drew no attention. Everyone in the building had grown accustomed to the sounds of pipes banging, walls settling, and distant screams from domestic disputes that no one wanted to get involved in. Inside his apartment, Boris had created what he called his collection room. The windows were covered with thick black fabric that blocked out any light from the street lamps below. The walls were lined with corkboards where he had pinned hundreds of photographs, newspaper clippings, and handwritten notes. At first glance, it might have resembled the workspace of an overzealous detective trying to solve a complex case. But a closer inspection revealed something far more sinister. The photographs were all of women, young women to be specific, students at the university, waitresses from nearby cafes, librarians, shop assistants. He had been photographing them for months, sometimes following them for days to document their routines. Each photograph was labeled with a name, address, and detailed schedule. Beside each image, he had written observations in cramped handwriting. Lives alone. Returns home at 9 p.m. on Tuesdays. Leaves bedroom window unlocked. Cat named Misha. The level of detail was staggering, the dedication terrifying. Boris had discovered his fascination with control during his teenage years, growing up in a small village outside of Arkhangelsk. His father had been a brutal man, a former military officer who ruled his household with an iron fist and a leather belt. His mother had been a ghost, present physically but absent in every other way. Her spirit broken long before Boris was old enough to remember her any differently. He had learned early that the world was divided into two categories: those who wielded power and those who suffered under it. As a boy, he had started with animals. Neighborhood cats would disappear, found days later in the woods behind his house. Their small bodies positioned in strange tableaus that suggested someone had been experimenting, testing boundaries, exploring the relationship between life and death. No one had suspected the quiet boy who spent his afternoons reading in the library and never caused trouble at school. That was Boris's first lesson in the power of disguise. Be forgettable, be polite, be invisible, and you can get away with anything. The university environment provided him with endless opportunities. The campus was large enough that he could move through it without drawing attention, small enough that he could learn the patterns and routines of his potential targets. He spent his days attending classes, absorbing information that would help him refine his methods. He spent his evenings following women through the darkening streets, learning their habits, identifying their vulnerabilities, planning his approaches with the methodical precision of a military campaign. October bled into November, and the darkness deepened. The polar night was settling over Murmansk like a suffocating blanket, and with it came a sense of dread that the residents couldn't quite articulate. Crime always increased during this season. Seasonal depression took hold, alcohol consumption skyrocketed, and the emergency rooms filled with people who had reached their breaking point. But this year would be different. This year, something far more dangerous than the usual winter despair was lurking in the shadows. The first attack came on November 14th, a Friday evening when most students were celebrating the end of the week by gathering in cramped apartments and dingy bars. 20-year-old Svetlana Petrova had stayed late at the library, working on a research paper about Dostoevsky's exploration of guilt and punishment. The irony of her subject matter would not be lost on investigators later. She left the library at 10:30 p.m., bundled against the cold, her backpack heavy with books and her mind preoccupied with footnotes and citations. The walk to her apartment normally took 15 minutes, a route she had traveled hundreds of times. The streets were relatively well lit, and despite the late hour, there were usually other people around, fellow students returning home, shift workers heading to or from the port facilities that kept the city's economy alive. But that night, the streets seemed emptier than usual, as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to unfold. Boris had been following her for 3 weeks. He knew that Fridays were her late nights, that she always took the same route home, that she wore headphones and listened to music that made her oblivious to her surroundings. He had tested her awareness several times, walking closely behind her, coughing loudly, even dropping his keys on the pavement. She never turned around, never looked back, completely lost in her own world. He made his move on a narrow side street that ran between 2 abandoned warehouses. The streetlight had been broken for days, something Boris had personally ensured with a well-aimed rock. The darkness there was absolute, a pocket of black in a city already drowning in shadows. He moved with practiced efficiency, coming up behind her in 3 quick strides, one gloved hand clamping over her mouth, the other arm wrapping around her torso, pinning her arms to her sides. She tried to scream, but the sound was muffled by his hand, absorbed by the thick scarf wrapped around her neck. He dragged her into the space between the buildings, her feet kicking uselessly, her eyes wide with terror that he could feel radiating from her like heat. For Boris, this moment was intoxicating. The power, the control, the absolute dominance over another human being. It was everything he had fantasized about, and reality exceeded even his darkest imaginings. What happened in that alley would haunt Svetlana for the rest of her life. Boris beat her with methodical cruelty, his fists targeting areas that would cause maximum pain but minimum visibility. Ribs, stomach, kidneys. He avoided her face, not out of mercy, but because he wanted to leave her with a message. This wasn't personal, this was about power, and he could have killed her but chose not to. This time, when he finally released her and disappeared into the darkness, she collapsed onto the frozen ground, sobbing and gasping, unable to process what had just happened. She didn't report it to the police. Boris had counted on that. He had whispered threats in her ear, descriptions of her apartment, her class schedule, her mother's address in St. Petersburg. He had made it clear that going to the authorities would only make things worse. And like so many victims before her, Svetlana convinced herself that staying silent was the safest option. She told her roommate she had fallen on the ice. She withdrew from her classes. She moved back to St. Petersburg within a month, never to return to Murmansk. Boris was elated. The attack had gone perfectly, better than he had dared to hope. He had crossed a line that most people could never even approach, and he had done it successfully, without consequence, without hesitation. The monster that had been lurking inside him, kept carefully caged for years, was now free, and it was hungry for more. Over the following weeks, he refined his techniques. He began carrying a small knife, not to use as a weapon, but as a psychological tool. The sight of the blade, glinting in the dim light, was often enough to ensure complete compliance. He selected his victims with increasing confidence, no longer limiting himself to women he had studied for weeks. Now, if he saw someone who caught his eye, someone who radiated the kind of vulnerability that excited him, he would follow her, learn enough to identify opportunities, and strike when the moment presented itself. The attacks followed a pattern, though the police didn't know this yet because the victims weren't reporting them. Boris would approach from behind, always in darkness, always in locations where he could escape quickly. He would assault them physically and psychologically, breaking them down, establishing absolute dominance, and then vanishing before they could even get a clear look at his face. He wore a black ski mask during the attacks, gloves that left no fingerprints, and clothing that could be easily changed and discarded. By December, Boris had attacked 8 women, 8 lives shattered, 8 futures altered, 8 young women who would never feel truly safe again. And still, the police knew nothing. The darkness that gripped Murmansk wasn't just meteorological anymore. It had taken on a human form, a predator who moved through the city with impunity, feeding on fear and pain, growing bolder with each successful hunt. The university continued its routine, unaware that a monster walked its halls. Students complained about their workloads, professors lectured on ethics and morality, and Boris Gusakov sat in the back row, taking meticulous notes, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he planned his next move. The polar night had fully descended, plunging the city into perpetual darkness. And in that darkness, the student hunter was just getting started. Christmas approached, and Murmansk attempted to maintain its traditions despite the crushing weight of darkness that pressed down on the city like a physical force. Strings of colored lights appeared on buildings, their cheerful glow a desperate attempt to combat the psychological toll of the polar night. The central square erected a massive Christmas tree imported from southern Russia, its branches heavy with ornaments that sparkled in the artificial illumination, creating pockets of light that made the surrounding darkness seem even more impenetrable. Boris had evolved. The attacks were no longer enough to satisfy the hunger that gnawed at him constantly, a ravenous need that grew stronger with each passing day. He had graduated from simple assault to something far more sinister. He had begun breaking into apartments, watching women sleep, standing over them in the darkness, knife in hand, savoring the power of being able to end a life but choosing not to. Not yet. The restraint itself was a form of torture, both for him and for the victims who would wake to find small signs that someone had been there. A moved photograph, an unlocked window that had been locked, a chair positioned at a different angle facing the bed. The psychological warfare was deliberate and calculated. Boris wanted them to know they were being watched, stalked, hunted. He wanted fear to become their constant companion, infiltrating every moment of their lives. Sleep would become impossible without nightmares. Showers would be cut short by paranoia. Every creak of floorboards, every shadow at the window, every unexpected sound would send their hearts racing, flooding their systems with adrenaline that left them exhausted and broken. On December 18th, 22-year-old Marina Volkova woke at 3 a.m. with the certainty that she was not alone. The apartment was silent except for the usual sounds of the old building settling, but something felt wrong. The air itself seemed different, disturbed, as if someone had recently moved through it. She lay frozen in her bed, barely breathing, her eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Then she saw him, a figure standing in the corner of her bedroom, motionless, watching her. The scream that tore from her throat was primal, a sound of absolute terror that seemed to come from somewhere deep in her evolutionary past, a warning cry that her ancestors would have recognized. The figure didn't move, didn't react, just stood there for what felt like an eternity but was probably only seconds. Then, as Marina fumbled for the light switch, he was gone, melting into the shadows with supernatural speed. When the lights came on, her apartment appeared normal. The front door was still locked from the inside, the chain engaged. The windows were closed and latched. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been there at all. Marina called the police, but even as she spoke to the dispatcher, she could hear the skepticism in the woman's voice. Another nightmare attributed to the polar night, another young person cracking under the pressure of perpetual darkness. The police did come, eventually, 2 officers who looked exhausted and annoyed, who walked through her apartment with perfunctory interest, who suggested she might have been sleepwalking or experiencing a particularly vivid nightmare. One of them, a veteran officer named Dmitry Sokolov, did notice something that the others missed. The lock on her bedroom window had fresh scratches around it, the kind of marks that might be left by someone with basic lockpicking skills. Officer Sokolov had been with the Murmansk police for 26 years, long enough to develop instincts that went beyond evidence and procedure. Something about Marina's case bothered him. The terror in her eyes was real, not the manufactured drama of someone seeking attention. He began asking questions, gentle but persistent. Had she noticed anything unusual lately? Had she felt like she was being followed? Had any of her belongings been moved or disturbed? Marina hesitated, then mentioned that for the past few weeks she had felt watched. Nothing concrete, just a feeling. Several times, she had turned around suddenly while walking home, certain someone was behind her, only to find empty streets. Her diary, which she kept hidden under her mattress, had been left on her nightstand one day when she returned from classes. Small things that she had dismissed as her own forgetfulness or paranoia. Officer Sokolov made careful notes, a cold realization beginning to form in his mind. He began making inquiries, unofficial at first, talking to other officers, asking if they had received similar reports. What he discovered made his blood run cold. Over the past 2 months, there had been at least a dozen reports of young women experiencing similar incidents. Most had been dismissed as nightmares or anxiety related to the polar night. A few had been investigated half-heartedly, but with no evidence of forced entry and no stolen items, the cases had been closed. But Sokolov saw a pattern emerging. All the victims were young women in their late teens or early 20s. All lived alone or with other female roommates. All attended or had recently attended Murmansk State Technical University. And all described the same overwhelming sense of being watched, stalked, hunted by something they couldn't see but could feel in their bones. He brought his concerns to his superiors, but was met with resistance. The Murmansk Police Department was already overwhelmed. The holiday season brought its own spike in domestic violence, drunk driving, and alcohol-related deaths. They didn't have the resources to investigate what might be nothing more than collective hysteria fueled by the psychological pressures of the polar night. Sokolov was told to focus on concrete crimes, not feelings and shadows. Meanwhile, Boris was entering his most dangerous phase. The watching and waiting were no longer satisfying the dark compulsion that drove him. He needed more. He needed to push further, to cross boundaries that would take him into territory from which there could be no return. His apartment had become a shrine to his obsession. Every wall covered with photographs and notes, strings of red yarn connecting images, creating a web of potential victims and opportunities that would have made a conspiracy theorist proud. He had selected his next target with particular care. Her name was Ekaterina Morozova, a 19-year-old freshman studying literature. She was beautiful in a way that caught people's attention, with long auburn hair and green eyes that seemed to hold some secret sadness. Boris had been following her for months, longer than any of his previous victims. He had built up an extensive file on her, knew her routines better than she probably knew them herself. Ekaterina lived alone in a studio apartment near the university, supported by a small scholarship and money her grandmother sent from Moscow. Her parents had died in a car accident when she was 15, leaving her in the care of grandparents who loved her but lived too far away to provide daily support. She was essentially on her own, independent but lonely, the kind of isolation that made her vulnerable in ways she didn't even recognize. Boris had been inside her apartment 4 times while she slept. He had gone through her belongings, read her journal, learned her deepest fears and secrets. He knew she struggled with depression, that she sometimes wondered if life was worth living, that she felt disconnected from the world around her. This knowledge excited him in ways he couldn't fully articulate. Her vulnerability wasn't just physical, it was existential. She was already broken in some fundamental way, and he intended to finish the job. On the night of December 22nd, Boris broke into Ekaterina's apartment for what he had decided would be the final time. But this time would be different. This time he wouldn't just watch. He carried with him a length of rope, a roll of tape, and a knife with a 7-inch blade that he had been sharpening for days. He had crossed a threshold in his own mind. Tonight, he would find out what it felt like to have absolute power over life and death. He entered through the bedroom window, his movements practiced and silent. The apartment was warm, almost stifling after the brutal cold outside. Ekaterina lay sleeping, her auburn hair spread across the pillow, one arm thrown above her head in a pose of unconscious vulnerability. Boris stood over her for several minutes, watching her chest rise and fall, studying the delicate pulse that fluttered at her throat. In this moment, he was a god, and she existed only because he allowed it. He reached out slowly, his gloved hand hovering inches from her face, savoring the anticipation. But something happened that he hadn't anticipated. Ekaterina's eyes opened, not groggily or confused, but instantly alert, as if some primal part of her brain had been screaming warnings that finally broke through to her consciousness. For a frozen moment, they stared at each other, predator and prey, and Boris saw his own reflection in her wide, terrified eyes. Ekaterina's scream shattered the silence like breaking glass. It was a sound of pure horror, the kind of scream that carries through walls and floors and demands response from anyone within hearing distance. Boris had planned for many contingencies, but not this. Not a victim who would scream with such force, such determination, such absolute refusal to go quietly into the darkness he had prepared for her. He lunged forward, trying to cover her mouth, but she fought back with surprising strength born of desperation. Her nails raked across his face, tearing through the ski mask and drawing blood from his cheek. She kicked and thrashed, knocking over a lamp that shattered on the floor with a crash that surely woke the neighbors. Boris felt panic rising in his chest, an unfamiliar emotion that momentarily paralyzed him. Doors were opening in the hallway. He could hear voices, footsteps, someone shouting to call the police. His careful plans were disintegrating, the control he prized above all else slipping through his fingers like water. He made a split-second decision, one that would ultimately save his freedom but cost him the satisfaction he had been craving. He ran. Boris crashed through the apartment door, nearly colliding with an elderly neighbor who had emerged from his apartment in a bathrobe, looking confused and frightened. Boris shoved past him, sending the old man sprawling, and raced down the stairs 3 at a time. Behind him, Ekaterina's screams continued, joined now by other voices, a chorus of alarm that filled the building. He burst out onto the street, the cold hitting him like a physical blow after the warmth of the apartment. His lungs burned as he ran, his mind racing even faster than his feet. He had left evidence behind. His blood was on Ekaterina's hands and face. He had been seen by the neighbor, though briefly and in poor lighting. His carefully constructed invisibility was crumbling, and with it, his sense of invincibility. Boris ran until his legs gave out, finally collapsing in an alley several blocks away. He tore off the ski mask and threw it in a dumpster, then used snow to wash the blood from his face. The scratches were deep, burning in the frigid air, marks that would be visible for days. He would have to come up with an explanation, some story about falling on ice or getting into a fight at a bar. As his breathing slowed and his panic subsided, replaced by cold calculation, Boris realized that everything had changed. The game he had been playing so successfully was over. The police would be looking for him now, actively hunting rather than passively dismissing reports. His days of invisible predation were finished, but that didn't mean he was finished. He simply needed to adapt, to evolve, to become something more dangerous than he had been before. Somewhere in the darkness, the sound of sirens grew louder, a wailing cry that echoed through the empty streets of Murmansk. The city was finally waking up to the monster in its midst. But would they wake up in time to stop him before he struck again? Officer Sokolov arrived at Ekaterina's apartment building within minutes of receiving the call. He took the stairs 2 at a time, his heart pounding not from exertion but from the certainty that his worst fears were being confirmed. When he entered the apartment and saw Ekaterina, wrapped in a blanket and shaking violently despite the warmth of the room, when he saw the blood on her hands and the broken lamp and the window still standing open to the freezing night, he knew that his city had a serious problem. "Did you see his face?" Sokolov asked gently, kneeling beside where Ekaterina sat on the couch, her eyes distant and unfocused. She shook her head, then paused. "His eyes," she whispered. "Gray eyes, light gray, like ice. And I scratched him. I know I scratched him. His face, his cheek. There should be marks." Sokolov felt a surge of hope. It was the first real evidence, the first concrete detail that could lead them to their predator. He immediately called for additional officers to canvass the area, looking for anyone with fresh scratches on their face. He ordered the crime scene preserved, the window dusted for prints, the apartment photographed from every angle. But Boris was already gone, disappeared into the labyrinth of streets and buildings, blending back into the anonymity that had served him so well. The hunter had become the hunted, but he was far from caught. And as the investigation ramped up, as the full scope of his activities began to emerge, the citizens of Murmansk would come to realize that they had been living alongside a monster for months, blind to his presence, deaf to his victim's silent suffering. The polar night had reached its deepest point, and with it, the darkness in Boris Gusakov's soul had reached its zenith. The question now was whether the light of justice could penetrate that darkness before he claimed another victim. The attempted attack on Ekaterina Morozova became a catalyst that transformed a series of dismissed incidents into a full-scale criminal investigation. Officer Dmitry Sokolov finally had the evidence and support he needed to pursue the case that had been haunting him for weeks. A task force was assembled, pulling detectives from other units, and the case that would become known as the Student Hunter officially began. The first priority was establishing the full scope of Boris's crimes. Sokolov personally contacted every young woman who had filed a report about feeling watched, experiencing break-ins, or being assaulted over the past 6 months. Many had moved away from Murmansk, fleeing the city that had become synonymous with their trauma. Some refused to speak about their experiences, the memories too raw and painful to revisit. But enough came forward to paint a horrifying picture. There were at least 15 verified incidents, and investigators suspected many more that had gone unreported. The pattern was unmistakable. All the victims were young women between 18 and 25 years old. All had some connection to the university, either as current students or recent graduates. The attacks had escalated in severity over time, beginning with stalking and voyeurism, progressing to break-ins, and culminating in physical assaults. Ekaterina had narrowly escaped what investigators believed would have been the first murder. The forensic evidence from Ekaterina's apartment provided crucial leads. The blood sample taken from under her fingernails confirmed it was from her attacker, and the DNA profile was entered into every available database. Fingerprints were lifted from the window frame, though they were partial and smudged. Most importantly, several witnesses had seen a man running from the building that night, and while their descriptions were vague, they provided a general profile. Male, medium height, slim build, dark hair, wearing dark clothing. The investigation team set up a command center at the police headquarters, a room that quickly filled with crime scene photographs, maps marked with attack locations, and a timeline that charted the evolution of the student hunter's activities. Looking at the evidence displayed across the walls, a chilling narrative emerged. This wasn't a series of random acts committed by someone out of control. This was methodical, calculated predation by someone who had carefully studied his craft. Detectives fanned out across the university campus, conducting interviews with students and faculty. Had anyone noticed someone behaving strangely? Had there been any reports of stalking or harassment? Did anyone match the general description provided by witnesses? The responses were overwhelming. In a student body of thousands, dozens of people could match such a vague description. And the culture of the university, with its emphasis on individual achievement and minimal personal interaction, meant that most students were strangers to one another despite sharing classrooms and hallways. Boris, meanwhile, was experiencing something new. Fear. Real, legitimate fear that his freedom and possibly his life were in jeopardy. The scratches on his face had become infected despite his attempts at self-treatment. Angry red lines that drew attention wherever he went. He had concocted a story about being attacked by a stray dog, but he could see the skepticism in people's eyes when he told it. The timing was too perfect, the story too convenient. He stopped attending classes, calling in sick and claiming a severe case of influenza. He remained in his apartment, obsessively following news reports about the investigation. Local television stations had picked up the story, running segments about the student hunter during prime time. His crimes, once invisible and denied, were now the talk of the entire city. Citizens were warned to be vigilant, to report any suspicious behavior, to never walk alone after dark. The attention should have terrified him into submission, convinced him to lay low and hope the investigation would eventually go cold. But Boris found himself experiencing a different emotion. Pride. He had succeeded in terrorizing an entire city. Thousands of women now lived in fear because of him. He had become famous, or infamous rather, his actions deemed significant enough to dominate the news cycle. The monster inside him, instead of cowering, seemed to swell with arrogant satisfaction. On December 28th, the investigation received its first major breakthrough. A student named Alexei Volkov came forward with information that he initially thought was insignificant, but which his girlfriend had convinced him to report. Alexei worked part-time at a photography shop near the university, developing film and printing photos for customers. Several months earlier, a customer had brought in multiple rolls of film that contained exclusively photographs of young women, many appearing to be candid shots taken without the subject's knowledge. Alexei had found it odd at the time, but hadn't reported it because technically nothing illegal had been photographed. The women were all clothed and in public spaces. But remembering it now, in the context of the student hunter investigation, those photographs took on a sinister significance. Unfortunately, Alexei couldn't remember the customer's name. The shop didn't keep detailed records for such transactions, and the customer had always paid cash. However, Alexei did remember certain details. The customer was a young man, probably in his early 20s, with dark hair and pale eyes. He was quiet, polite, and had always seemed nervous when picking up his photos. He had come to the shop at least 6 or 7 times over the course of several months, always with multiple rolls of film containing similar content. Detectives immediately focused on this lead. They obtained the shop's sales records for the relevant time period and cross-referenced them with class schedules at the university, looking for times when someone could have come to the shop between classes. They began reviewing security camera footage from businesses near the photography shop, hoping to catch a glimpse of this mysterious customer. The breakthrough came on December 30th, when a detective reviewing footage from a cafe across from the photography shop spotted someone matching the description entering the shop in late October. The footage was grainy, the angle not ideal, but it showed a young man with dark hair wearing a university sweatshirt. More importantly, when that same young man exited the shop, he paused directly in front of a streetlight, and for just a few seconds, his face was visible. The image was enhanced and enlarged, then circulated among university administrators and faculty members. Did anyone recognize this person? Several professors thought he looked familiar, possibly someone who had taken their classes. Student records were pulled, photographs compared. On December 31st, as the rest of Russia prepared to celebrate New Year's Eve, investigators finally had a name: Boris Gusakov. Once they had his identity, everything else fell into place with terrifying speed. Boris's enrollment records showed he had been taking classes with several of the victims. His address placed him within walking distance of multiple attack sites. His schedule, when compared with the timeline of incidents, showed he had no alibi for any of the attacks. And perhaps most damning, when investigators obtained a photograph from his university ID, it matched the enhanced image from the cafe security footage. A warrant was issued for Boris's arrest, and a team of heavily armed officers was assembled to execute it. Officer Sokolov insisted on being part of the team, despite not being a tactical specialist. He had invested too much in this investigation, cared too deeply about the victims, to miss the moment when their tormentor was finally brought to justice. They approached Boris's apartment building on the morning of January 1st, 2009, while most of the city was still sleeping off the previous night's celebrations. The streets were littered with firework debris and empty vodka bottles, testament to the desperate revelry that characterized Russian New Year's celebrations. The officers moved quietly up the stairs, weapons drawn, every sense heightened. When they reached Boris's door and knocked, announcing themselves as police, there was no response. They knocked again, louder this time, and called out that they had a warrant. Still nothing. The tactical team moved into position, preparing to breach the door. On the count of 3, they used a battering ram, the door splintering inward with a crash that echoed through the building. The apartment was empty. More than empty, it was abandoned. The electricity had been cut off probably days earlier. The furniture remained, but all personal items were gone. No clothing in the closets, no food in the kitchen, no toothbrush in the bathroom. Most significantly, The walls that had been covered with Boris's obsessive documentation of his crimes were bare. Every photograph, every note, every piece of evidence he had carefully collected had been removed. Standing in that empty apartment, Sokolov felt a cold dread settle over him. Boris knew they were coming. Somehow he had known and he had fled. The question now was how long ago he had left, where he had gone, and what he might do if he felt cornered and desperate. The investigation shifted immediately from arrest to manhunt. Airports, train stations, and bus terminals were alerted. Border crossings were notified. Boris's photograph was distributed to every police department in the region. The media was given his name and image, with warnings that he was dangerous and should not be approached by civilians. But as the hours turned to days and the days turned to weeks, Boris seemed to have vanished completely. No confirmed sightings, no credit card transactions, no phone records. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. The detectives working the case became increasingly frustrated. Aware that every day Boris remained free was another day, he could be planning new attacks in a new location where no one knew to watch for him. What the investigators didn't know was that Boris had fled Murmansk on December 29th. The same day, Alexei Volkov had walked into the police station with information about the photography shop. Boris had been monitoring the investigation obsessively, listening to police scanners, reading every news report, watching for any sign that they were closing in on him. When he heard about a witness coming forward with information about photographs, his instincts screamed danger. He had spent that entire night methodically destroying evidence. Every photograph was burned in his kitchen sink, the ashes flushed down the toilet. His notebooks were shredded into confetti-sized pieces and disposed of in different dumpsters across the city. His clothing was stuffed into garbage bags and thrown into an industrial waste container near the docks. He kept only what he could carry in a single backpack. Cash he had been saving, a fake identification card he had purchased months earlier as insurance, and a knife. Always a knife. Boris caught a ride south with a long-haul truck driver who asked no questions and seemed grateful for company on the lonely journey to St. Petersburg. During that long drive through the Arctic darkness, Boris felt something shifting inside him. The fear that had initially gripped him when the investigation intensified was transforming into something else. Rage. They had driven him from his hunting ground, forced him to abandon his carefully constructed life, made him into a fugitive. The city that had provided him with endless victims now wanted to cage him, to punish him for following the instincts that felt as natural as breathing. By the time they reached St. Petersburg on January 2nd, Boris had made a decision. He wouldn't hide. He wouldn't disappear into obscurity, surrendering to the fear they wanted him to feel. Instead, he would continue his work. He would prove that he was smarter than the police, more cunning than their investigators, more committed to his purpose than they were to stopping him. He would become a legend, a monster that parents whispered about to frighten children into obedience. St. Petersburg provided everything Murmansk had offered and more. It was a city of 5 million people, a place where anonymity came even easier than in the Arctic outpost he had fled. The city sprawled across numerous islands connected by bridges, creating a labyrinth of neighborhoods and districts where someone could disappear completely. And most importantly, it had universities. Multiple universities with thousands of young women pursuing their education, their dreams, their futures. Futures that Boris intended to steal. He found a room in a communal apartment in the Frunzensky district, an area known for its industrial character and working-class population. His neighbors were shift workers at nearby factories, people too exhausted by their own lives to show curiosity about the quiet young man who kept to himself. He paid his rent in cash, used the fake identification to register with the building management, and began the process of becoming invisible once again. But invisibility now required more caution than it had in Murmansk. Boris knew that his photograph was being circulated, that police across Russia were supposedly looking for him. He grew a beard, dyed his hair lighter, bought a pair of non-prescription glasses that changed the shape of his face. When he looked in the mirror, he saw a different person, someone unrecognizable as the clean-cut student who had terrorized Murmansk. The scratches on his face had healed, leaving faint scars that gave him a rougher appearance. He told anyone who asked that he had been in a motorcycle accident, and people seemed satisfied with that explanation. The scars actually served him well, making him look slightly dangerous, the kind of person that others instinctively avoided making eye contact with. It was a different kind of invisibility, but equally effective. Back in Murmansk, the investigation continued despite Boris's disappearance. Officer Sokolov refused to let the case go cold, even as other detectives moved on to more immediate concerns. He maintained contact with all the victims who were willing to speak with him, checking in regularly, ensuring they knew that someone still cared about what had happened to them, that they hadn't been forgotten. One victim in particular, Marina Volkova, the woman who had woken to find Boris standing in her bedroom, had become something of an ally in the investigation. Unlike many of the other victims who wanted only to forget, Marina had transformed her trauma into determination. She wanted Boris caught, wanted him held accountable, wanted other women protected from the fate she had narrowly escaped. Marina had started a support group for victims of stalking and sexual assault, meeting weekly in a borrowed room at the university. Word spread quickly, and soon dozens of women were attending, sharing their stories, finding strength in collective experience. Many of them were Boris's victims, though not all had initially realized it. The support group became an informal extension of the investigation, with women comparing notes, identifying patterns, remembering details that individually seemed insignificant but collectively painted a comprehensive picture of Boris's methods. Through these meetings, Marina and the others identified several warning signs they wished they had recognized earlier. Boris had a distinctive way of walking, slightly hunched with his hands in his pockets. He had a nervous habit of touching his ear when he was uncomfortable. He smelled of a particular brand of cheap cigarettes, even though no one had ever seen him smoke. These details were documented and added to the official case file, small pieces of a puzzle that might prove crucial if he was ever spotted. Meanwhile, in St. Petersburg, Boris was settling into his new life with disturbing ease. He found work as a night security guard at an office building, a position that required minimal interaction with others and provided him with legitimate income. The irony of a predator being paid to protect property wasn't lost on him. He found it amusing in a dark way that perfectly matched his twisted sense of humor. His shifts ran from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., which left his evenings free for what he considered his real work. He began exploring the city, identifying universities and mapping out the neighborhoods where students lived. St. Petersburg State University, with its prestigious reputation and beautiful campus along the Neva River. The Polytechnic University in the northern part of the city. The Institute of Technology. Each institution represented hundreds of potential targets. But Boris forced himself to be patient. Rushing had been his mistake in Murmansk, letting his compulsion override his caution. Here, he would be smarter. He would take his time, study his environment, learn the rhythms of the city before making his move. He spent weeks simply observing, watching young women go about their daily lives, noting their habits and vulnerabilities without yet acting on them. February arrived, and with it came a thaw that turned St. Petersburg into a slushy mess of melting snow and treacherous ice. The days were growing longer, sunlight returning after the winter darkness. For most residents, this was a time of renewed hope, the promise that spring was approaching and the brutal winter was finally loosening its grip. For Boris, it was simply a change in conditions that required adjusted tactics. He selected his first St. Petersburg victim with the same meticulous care he had employed in Murmansk. Her name was Irina Lebedeva, a 21-year-old psychology student at St. Petersburg State University. She lived alone in a small apartment near the Vladimirsky metro station, supported by a part-time job at a bookstore and student loans she would be paying off for years. Boris followed her for 3 weeks, learning her routines with obsessive thoroughness. She took the same route to class every day, stopping at the same cafe for coffee, sitting in the same section of the library to study. She was a creature of habit, and habits made people predictable. Predictability made them vulnerable. On February 24th, Boris made his move. But he had learned from his near disaster with Ekaterina. This time, he wouldn't break into her apartment while she slept. The risk was too great, the potential for witnesses too high. Instead, he would ambush her in a location where he could control all the variables, where screams wouldn't bring help, where he could take his time. He chose a stairwell in an underground pedestrian crossing near the Vladimirskia metro station, a dimly lit passage that connected two streets and was often empty late at night. The walls were covered in graffiti, the air thick with the smell of urine and decay, the kind of place that decent people hurried through without making eye contact with anyone they encountered. Irina used this crossing every night on her way home from her shift at the bookstore, which ended at 10 p.m. Boris had verified this routine multiple times, and had also verified that the security cameras in this particular section had been vandalized months earlier and never repaired. It was a blind spot in the city's surveillance network, a pocket of darkness where terrible things could happen unwitnessed. He waited in the shadows at the bottom of the stairwell, his breathing calm and controlled, his mind clear of doubt or hesitation. When he heard footsteps approaching from above, echoing in the concrete tunnel, his body tensed with anticipation. Through the gap between stairs, he could see her descending, her attention focused on her phone, earbuds blocking out the sounds of the city around her. She never saw him coming. Boris moved with practiced efficiency, emerging from the shadows and grabbing her from behind before she could react. One hand covered her mouth, cutting off her scream. The other held the knife to her throat, the blade pressing against her skin hard enough to make his intentions clear without yet breaking the surface. "Don't scream," he whispered in her ear, his voice distorted by the acoustics of the stairwell. "Don't fight. If you cooperate, you'll survive this. If you don't, I'll cut your throat and leave you here to bleed out like a slaughtered animal. Do you understand?" Irina nodded frantically, tears streaming down her face, her entire body trembling with terror. Boris felt the familiar rush of power flooding through him, that intoxicating sensation of having complete control over another human being's existence. This was what he had been missing during his weeks of forced restraint. This was what made him feel truly alive. What happened in that stairwell over the next 20 minutes would leave Irina with physical and psychological scars that would never fully heal. Boris assaulted her with methodical cruelty, taking his time, savoring every moment of her suffering. He wanted her broken, wanted her to understand that she was nothing but an object for his amusement, that her dignity and autonomy meant nothing in the face of his will. When he was finished, he left her crumpled at the bottom of the stairs, sobbing and unable to move. He walked away calmly, emerging onto the street and blending into the late-night pedestrian traffic as if nothing had happened. Behind him, Irina lay in that filthy stairwell, her life forever divided into before and after, trying to find the strength to stand, to climb those stairs, to return to a world that would never feel safe again. But this time, something was different. Irina did what Boris had successfully prevented his Murmansk victims from doing. She went to the police. Despite the shame, despite the fear, despite Boris's threats, she walked into a police station at 11:30 p.m. that night and reported what had happened. The officers who took her statement were professional and compassionate, aware that every moment of delay could mean lost evidence. Irina was taken to a hospital where a sexual assault examination was performed. Physical evidence was collected, documented, and preserved. Her clothing was bagged for forensic analysis. Photographs were taken of her injuries. Every detail was meticulously recorded, building a case file that would become crucial in ways that no one yet realized. The St. Petersburg police launched an immediate investigation, but they had no reason to connect this assault to the wanted fugitive from Murmansk. Boris Gusakov's photograph had been circulated, but it showed a clean-shaven young man with dark hair, not someone matching the bearded, lighter-haired man that Irina described. The MO was similar, but sexual predators often employed similar tactics. Without more evidence, the cases remained separate in the eyes of law enforcement. Boris, meanwhile, was experiencing a euphoria that bordered on manic. He had successfully attacked someone in a new city, proving to himself that his skills were transferable, that he could hunt anywhere. The fear that had driven him from Murmansk was evaporating, replaced by a dangerous confidence. He began planning his next attack almost immediately, already selecting potential victims, mapping out locations, perfecting his technique. But he was making a critical mistake, one that would ultimately lead to his downfall. He was underestimating the determination of those hunting him and the power of modern forensic technology. The DNA evidence collected from Irina would be processed and entered into databases, where sophisticated algorithms would search for matches or similarities to other cases. And in Murmansk, Officer Sokolov was still working the Boris Gusakov case with relentless determination, regularly checking those same databases for any activity that matched their fugitive's pattern. The net was tightening around Boris, but he was too drunk on his own sense of power to notice. He continued his security guard job, maintained his anonymous life in the communal apartment, and spent his free time stalking the streets of St. Petersburg, searching for his next victim. In his twisted mind, he was invincible, a predator without equal, a force of nature that society was powerless to stop. But nature has a way of asserting balance. For every predator, there are eventually hunters, and the hunters were closing in, piece by piece, clue by clue, inexorably narrowing the space in which Boris could operate. The question was whether they would catch him before he struck again, before another young woman's life was shattered by the monster who had learned to wear a human face. March arrived in St. Petersburg with the promise of spring, though winter maintained its grip with occasional snowstorms that reminded residents that the seasons changed on nature's schedule, not humanity's. The Neva River began its slow transition from solid ice to flowing water, creating dangerous conditions where the surface appeared solid but could crack without warning, plunging the unwary into freezing depths below. Officer Dmitry Sokolov had been working the Boris Gusakov case for nearly 4 months, and the strain was beginning to show. His wife complained that he rarely came home before midnight anymore, that even when physically present he was mentally absent, his thoughts consumed by the hunt for a monster who seemed to have vanished into thin air. His superiors had suggested, with increasing insistence, that perhaps it was time to focus on other cases, to accept that some criminals simply disappeared and were never brought to justice. But Sokolov couldn't let it go. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the faces of Boris's victims. Marina, with her haunted eyes and the way she flinched at unexpected sounds. Ekaterina, who had narrowly escaped murder and now required medication to sleep without nightmares. Svetlana, who had moved back to St. Petersburg, but whose life had been permanently altered by those minutes in a dark Murmansk alley. He owed them justice, even if the system was ready to move on. On March 8th, International Women's Day, Sokolov was reviewing case files in his office when his computer alerted him to a database match. His heart rate immediately spiked as he opened the notification. A sexual assault case in St. Petersburg had DNA evidence that showed markers consistent with the evidence collected from Ekaterina Morozova's apartment. Not a perfect match, but close enough to suggest familial relationship or that the same individual was involved. Sokolov immediately contacted his counterpart in the St. Petersburg Police Department, a detective named Yevgeny Orlov who had been investigating Irina Lebedeva's assault. The two men spoke for over an hour, comparing case files, discussing similarities in the attacks, sharing photographs and evidence. The more they talked, the more convinced they became that they were dealing with the same perpetrator. The victim described someone with a beard and lighter hair, Orlov explained. Your fugitive's photograph shows him clean-shaven with dark hair. But it's been months. People change their appearance, especially when they're running from the law. We need to show Irina our photograph of Boris, Sokolov said urgently. Digitally alter it to add a beard and lighter hair. See if she recognizes him. If she does, we'll know he's in St. Petersburg, and we can focus the manhunt accordingly. The altered photograph was prepared within hours, using software that added facial hair and changed hair color while maintaining the underlying facial structure. When it was shown to Irina, her reaction was immediate and visceral. She began shaking, her face drained of color. Her breathing became rapid and shallow. Even through the digital alterations, even though weeks had passed since the attack, she recognized something in those eyes. Those cold, gray eyes that had looked at her with such contempt as he destroyed everything she thought she knew about safety and humanity. That's him, she whispered, unable to look away from the screen even as every instinct screamed at her to turn away. I'd recognize those eyes anywhere. That's the man who attacked me. The confirmation transformed the investigation overnight. Boris Gusakov was definitively placed in St. Petersburg, actively committing new crimes, no longer hiding but hunting. The St. Petersburg police dedicated significant resources to finding him, pulling detectives from other units, establishing surveillance on locations where he might appear. Sokolov requested and received permission to temporarily transfer to St. Petersburg to assist with the manhunt, bringing with him all the intelligence that had been gathered in Murmansk. The investigation team established a command center, similar to the one in Murmansk but larger and better resourced. Walls were covered with maps showing both cities, with pins marking the locations of all known attacks. A timeline charted Boris's evolution from voyeur to stalker to violent predator. Photographs of all victims were displayed, a solemn reminder of why they were doing this work, of the real human cost of Boris's crimes. He's working as a security guard, Orlov theorized during one of their strategy sessions. Think about it. He needs income, and he needs work that doesn't require extensive background checks or references. Security guard positions, especially night shifts at low-priority locations, are perfect. Minimal interaction with coworkers, no supervision, cash payment under the table in many cases. The theory made sense, and teams of officers were dispatched to check with security companies operating in St. Petersburg. But the city was enormous, with hundreds of companies employing thousands of guards. Checking each one would take weeks, and Boris would likely move on before they found him through such methodical searching. They needed a different approach, something that would force Boris to reveal himself rather than waiting to stumble across him. Sokolov proposed a media strategy that made many in the department uncomfortable, but which he insisted was necessary. They would go public with everything they knew about Boris, saturating the media with his photograph, details of his crimes, and warnings to potential victims. They would turn the entire city into their eyes and ears, recruiting millions of civilians to watch for this predator. On March 12th, a press conference was held at St. Petersburg Police Headquarters. Detectives Sokolov and Orlov stood before a room packed with journalists, television cameras, and reporters from every major news outlet in the region. Behind them, projected on a large screen, was Boris Gusakov's photograph, both the original and the altered version showing how he might currently appear. "We are seeking this man in connection with multiple violent assaults and attempted murder," Sokolov began, his voice steady despite the cameras and attention. "Boris Gusakov, age 24, is extremely dangerous and should not be approached by civilians. He is wanted for crimes committed in Murmansk and is now believed to be operating in St. Petersburg. If you see him, or anyone matching this description, call the police immediately." The press conference included carefully selected details about Boris's crimes, enough to convey the severity without traumatizing viewers or compromising the investigation. Victim advocates had been consulted to ensure the reporting didn't further victimize those who had survived Boris's attacks. Marina Volkova, representing the victims' support group, made a brief but powerful statement about the ongoing impact of Boris's crimes and the importance of community vigilance. The media coverage was extensive and immediate. By that evening, Boris's face was being broadcast on every television channel, displayed on the front page of every newspaper, shared across social media platforms. Tips began flooding the police hotline within hours. Most would prove useless, people seeing resemblances where none existed, settling scores with ex-boyfriends or co-workers they disliked. But investigators knew that somewhere in that flood of information might be the genuine sighting that would lead them to their target. Boris watched the press conference from a small bar near his apartment, nursing a vodka and feeling emotions that he struggled to identify. Part of him was terrified, seeing his face displayed so publicly, hearing his crimes described in such detail. The net was tightening, and he could feel the walls closing in around him. But another part, the dominant part that had driven him to commit these acts in the first place, felt something closer to excitement. They were taking him seriously. The police, the media, the entire city was focused on him. He had become exactly what he wanted to be. A figure of terror, a name that would be remembered, a monster that proved humans were right to fear the darkness. The attention was intoxicating, feeding his ego even as it increased the danger he faced. But Boris also recognized that his time in St. Petersburg was finished. The anonymity that had allowed him to operate was shattered. Every person on the street was now a potential informant, every security camera a liability. He needed to disappear again, to find a new hunting ground where his face wasn't plastered on every surface and his name wasn't on everyone's lips. That night, Boris made preparations to flee. He burned what few possessions he had accumulated, keeping only his backpack with cash, his fake identification, and his knife. He shaved off his beard, dyed his hair back to its natural dark color, and took several photographs of himself with different expressions and from different angles. These would be used to create new fake identification documents, a skill he had taught himself through online forums that catered to people living on society's margins. He planned to head east, toward the Ural Mountains and beyond, into the vast expanse of Siberia where law enforcement was spread thin and people minded their own business out of habit and necessity. Cities like Ekaterinburg, Novosibirsk, or Krasnoyarsk would provide the anonymity he needed, the populations large enough to disappear into, but the police resources insufficient to mount the kind of manhunt being organized in St. Petersburg. But Boris made a critical error, one born of arrogance and the compulsion that had driven him from the beginning. He decided he needed one final victim before leaving St. Petersburg, one last demonstration of his power, a parting gift to the city that was now trying so desperately to catch him. It would be his masterpiece, an attack so bold and perfectly executed that it would cement his legend. He spent March 13th selecting and stalking his target, a young woman named Anastasia Kuznetsova who worked at a small pharmacy near the Technological Institute metro station. She was beautiful in a delicate way, with blonde hair and blue eyes that reminded Boris of porcelain dolls he had seen in shop windows. More importantly, she lived alone, worked late shifts, and took a route home that included a stretch of poorly lit street that offered multiple escape routes. March 14th was Anastasia's late shift, ending at 11 p.m. Boris had verified her schedule by calling the pharmacy pretending to be a customer checking hours. He positioned himself along her route home, in the shadows of a construction site where renovation work had been abandoned months earlier due to funding issues. The site was fenced off, but the gates were easily bypassed, and the interior provided perfect concealment while offering clear sight lines to the street. Anastasia emerged from the pharmacy at 11:10 p.m., bundled against the cold that refused to release its hold despite the calendar claiming spring had arrived. She walked quickly, as most women did in this city now, her keys clutched in one hand, her phone in the other with the emergency number already dialed and ready to call with a single button press. Boris's press conference had had its intended effect. Women were alert, cautious, prepared. But preparation and caution could only provide so much protection against a predator as experienced as Boris. He waited until she was passing the construction site, then moved with the speed and precision that had made him so dangerous. He emerged from the shadows, closed the distance in 3 quick strides, and wrapped one arm around her from behind while the other brought the knife up to her throat. What Boris didn't know was that Anastasia's boyfriend, Mikhail, had been walking her home every night since the press conference aired. Tonight, he had been delayed by a phone call and was running several minutes behind, approaching from about half a block away. When he saw a figure emerge from the construction site and grab Anastasia, his body reacted before his mind fully processed what was happening. "Hey!" Mikhail shouted, already running toward them. "Get away from her!" Boris's head snapped around, his carefully laid plans disintegrating in an instant. He hadn't accounted for a boyfriend, hadn't seen anyone following her during his surveillance. His grip on Anastasia loosened fractionally, and she took advantage of it, throwing her weight backward and stomping down hard on his instep. The pain made him release her completely, and she stumbled away, screaming at the top of her lungs. Mikhail was on Boris in seconds, tackling him to the ground with the kind of reckless bravery that comes from panic and protective instinct. They struggled, rolling across the frozen ground, Mikhail trying to restrain Boris while Boris fought to reach his knife, which had been knocked from his hand during Anastasia's escape. Other people were emerging from nearby buildings now, drawn by the screaming, pulling out phones to call police, surrounding the struggling figures. Boris felt the familiar panic rising, the same sensation he had experienced when Ekaterina had screamed and fought back. But this time, there were too many witnesses, too many people, too much attention. When Mikhail's fist connected with his face, breaking his nose with an audible crack, Boris made a desperate decision. He went limp, pretending to be more hurt than he was, and when Mikhail's grip loosened slightly, Boris exploded into motion. He drove his knee into Mikhail's groin, then his elbow into the man's face, stunning him long enough to break free. Boris scrambled to his feet and ran, leaving his knife behind, blood streaming from his broken nose, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind him, people were shouting. Anastasia was screaming that it was him, that it was the student hunter, that someone needed to call the police immediately. Boris ran blindly, turning down side streets at random, trying to put distance between himself and his would-be victim. His mind was racing almost as fast as his feet, trying to calculate his next move. The attack had failed spectacularly. Witnesses had seen his face, and he had left physical evidence at the scene. The walls weren't just closing in anymore. They were collapsing entirely. He needed to get off the streets immediately, before the police response arrived and locked down the area. But where could he go? His apartment was no longer safe, might already have police waiting there. His original escape plan had assumed he would have more time, wouldn't be running from an immediate crime scene. Every decision he made now carried enormous risk, and for the first time since this had all started, Boris felt genuinely trapped. In his panicked flight, he made another critical error. He ran into the Technological Institute metro station, thinking he could use the underground system to quickly travel across the city and emerge somewhere the police wouldn't be looking. But metro stations had security cameras, and the late-night trains were relatively empty, making passengers memorable to conductors and security personnel. Boris bought a token using some of his precious cash, then descended to the platform. A train was just pulling in, and he boarded quickly, taking a seat in the back corner and trying to make himself small, invisible, the way he had been for so long before the world turned its attention to him. The train pulled away from the station, and for a moment, he allowed himself to believe he had escaped. But the metro system, it turned out, was his final mistake. Within minutes of the attack, police had received multiple calls describing the suspect fleeing toward the Technological Institute station. The description matched Boris Gusakov perfectly. Dark hair, medium height, wearing dark clothing, blood on his face from an apparent broken nose. The metro security was immediately notified, and cameras were reviewed in real time, tracking Boris's progress through the system. By the time Boris exited at the Pushkinskia station, planning to disappear into the maze of streets surrounding Nevsky Prospect, police were already converging on the location. He emerged from the underground into a nightmare scenario. Police cars blocking the street, officers deployed in positions that covered all possible escape routes, and Detective Orlov speaking into a megaphone, his voice echoing off the surrounding buildings. Boris Gusakov, you are surrounded. There is no escape. Lie face down on the ground with your hands behind your head. For a long moment, Boris stood frozen, his mind unable to process that this was really happening, that his freedom was actually ending. He looked around wildly, searching for some gap in the police cordon, some miraculous escape route that would allow him to continue his existence as a predator. But there was nothing. Everywhere he looked, there were officers with weapons drawn, citizens watching from behind police barriers, cameras recording his final moments of freedom. Something inside Boris broke then, the carefully constructed identity of the invincible hunter crumbling to reveal the frightened, broken person beneath. He dropped to his knees, then prostrated himself on the frozen pavement, his hands behind his head, his body shaking with sobs that mixed rage and terror and something that might have been relief. Officers swarmed him immediately, handcuffs clicking into place, hands searching him for weapons, voices commanding him not to move, not to resist, informing him of his rights in mechanical tones that suggested this speech had been given hundreds of times before. Boris felt the cold metal of the handcuffs biting into his wrists and knew, with absolute certainty, that his life as he had known it was finished. Detective Sokolov arrived at the scene within minutes, having monitored the pursuit from the command center. He stood over Boris's prone form, looking down at the man who had consumed his thoughts for months, who had caused so much suffering, who had proven that monsters were real and lived among decent people wearing masks of normalcy. "Boris Gusakov," Sokolov said quietly, his voice carrying a weight that transcended the mere reading of charges. "You're under arrest for the assault, attempted murder, and rape of multiple women. You have the right to remain silent, though I doubt you will. You have the right to an attorney, though no amount of legal representation will save you from what's coming." Boris was hauled to his feet and led to a waiting police van, cameras flashing constantly, capturing every angle of his arrest. The crowds that had gathered were shouting, some in triumph, some in anger, some simply crying tears of relief that the monster was finally caught. As the van doors closed, blocking out the noise and lights, Boris found himself alone with thoughts he had spent months avoiding. What had he become? What had driven him to destroy so many lives? Were the darkness and compulsion that had guided him something inherent to his nature? Or had they been choices he made, roads he chose to travel when other paths were available? The questions circled in his mind without answers, and perhaps that was the most terrifying realization of all, that he had done such terrible things and didn't truly understand why. The interrogation that followed would last for days, as detectives methodically extracted confessions for every crime they could prove and many they couldn't. Boris, whether from exhaustion or some need to finally be honest about what he had done, provided detailed accounts of his activities in both Murmansk and St. Petersburg. He drew maps showing where he had attacked victims, described methods he had used to stalk them, admitted to attacks that investigators hadn't even known about. The final tally was staggering: 23 confirmed victims across both cities, with several more suspected but unable to be definitively linked to Boris. 23 young women whose lives had been permanently altered, who would carry scars both visible and invisible for the rest of their lives. 23 families who would never look at the world quite the same way, who would always carry fear that the men in their daughters' lives might be hiding similar darkness. The trial, when it finally occurred in September 2009, was a media sensation. Courtrooms were packed with journalists, victims, families, and curious citizens who wanted to see the monster with their own eyes. Boris sat at the defendant's table, dressed in the plain gray suit that the state provided, his eyes downcast, occasionally glancing up to see the faces of his victims as they provided testimony about what he had done to them. Their words were powerful, heart-wrenching testimonies about fear and violation, and the long journey toward healing that might never be complete. Marina described waking to find him standing in her room, the terror that had gripped her, the nightmares that still plagued her years later. Ekaterina, whose screams had saved her life, talked about the guilt she felt for the victims who came after, the irrational but persistent belief that if she had done something differently, been braver somehow, she might have stopped him sooner. Irina, who had been his first St. Petersburg victim, delivered perhaps the most impactful testimony. She looked directly at Boris as she spoke, refusing to let him look away, forcing him to confront the humanity of someone he had tried to reduce to an object. "You wanted me to be nothing," she said, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "You wanted to erase my personhood, my dignity, everything that made me human. But I'm still here. We're all still here. You couldn't destroy us, no matter how hard you tried. And now the world will remember you not as some powerful predator, but as a pathetic coward who preyed on women because you couldn't face anyone who might actually fight back." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning with guilty verdicts on all charges. The judge, a stern woman in her 60s who had presided over countless criminal cases during her long career, took her time with the sentencing, wanting to ensure that her words carried the appropriate weight. "Boris Gusakov," she began, looking at him with a combination of contempt and something that might have been pity. "You have been found guilty of crimes that demonstrate a complete absence of empathy, morality, or basic human decency. You targeted vulnerable young women, exploiting their trust and their natural desire to live freely in the world, transforming that desire into a liability that you weaponized against them." She continued, detailing each charge and the corresponding sentence, which ultimately amounted to 18 years in a strict regime correctional colony. The courtroom erupted in mixed reactions. Some felt it was too lenient, that someone who had committed such heinous acts deserved life imprisonment or worse. Others felt it was appropriate, particularly given Russia's criminal justice system and the likelihood that Boris would never truly be free even after serving his sentence. As he was led from the courtroom, Boris looked back one final time at the gallery full of people whose lives he had touched, whose existence he had poisoned with his actions. For just a moment, something resembling genuine remorse flickered across his face. But whether it was true regret for the suffering he had caused or merely self-pity for the consequences he now faced, no one could say for certain. Boris Gusakov was transported to a correctional facility in the Ural region, a place where winters were brutal and the population consisted of hardened criminals who had their own code of conduct. Sexual offenders occupied the lowest rung of the prison hierarchy, subjected to violence and abuse that guards often looked the other way from. Boris's time in prison would be far from easy, a daily reminder that the power he once wielded over others had evaporated completely. Back in St. Petersburg and Murmansk, life slowly returned to something approaching normalcy. The victims' support group that Marina had founded continued to meet, expanding its scope to help other survivors of violence and trauma. It became a testament to the resilience of those who had survived Boris's attacks, proof that even in the darkest circumstances, humans could find strength in solidarity and shared experience. Detective Sokolov returned to Murmansk, where he was commended for his dedication to the case. But he found little satisfaction in the accolades and ceremonies. For him, the true reward was knowing that Boris Gusakov could no longer hurt anyone, that the streets were safer because of the work he and his colleagues had done. He remained in touch with several of the victims, checking in periodically, maintaining the connections that had been forged during the investigation. Officer Orlov continued his work in St. Petersburg, applying the lessons learned from the Gusakov case to improve how the department handled stalking and sexual assault cases. The investigation had revealed systemic failures in how such reports were initially treated, the tendency to dismiss victims' concerns as paranoia or overreaction. Changes were implemented, training was conducted, and while the system remained far from perfect, it was better than it had been. The story of Boris Gusakov, the student hunter, entered the dark annals of Russian criminal history. Criminology students studied his case, examining the patterns of escalation, the psychology of a predator, the investigative techniques that ultimately led to his capture. His victims became statistics in research papers, though they were so much more than numbers on a page. They were survivors, fighters, women who refused to let one man's evil define the rest of their lives. Some of them pursued careers in law enforcement or victim advocacy, channeling their trauma into purpose. Others chose quieter paths, finding healing in normalcy, in building lives far removed from the nightmare they had endured. A few struggled more visibly, their scars too deep to hide, their wounds too fresh to heal despite the passage of years. There was no single trajectory for survival, no right way to recover from such violation. Anastasia Kuznetsova, whose attempted abduction had led to Boris's capture, married her boyfriend Mikhail 2 years after the attack. At their wedding, she gave a toast that brought tears to everyone present. "We're told that love conquers all," she said, her voice wavering but strong. "But I think it's more accurate to say that love helps us survive everything. Mikhail's love gave me the courage to keep walking forward when all I wanted to do was hide. Your love, all of you here tonight, reminded me that the world contains far more good than evil, more light than darkness." The years passed, and Boris Gusakov became less of an immediate threat and more of a cautionary tale. Parents used his story to teach their daughters about vigilance and self-protection, though hopefully with more nuance than simple victim blaming. Law enforcement officials referenced his case when arguing for better resources to investigate stalking and sexual assault. Psychologists debated the origins of his pathology, whether he was born with something fundamentally broken inside him or whether his brutal childhood had created the monster he became. In 2015, 6 years into his sentence, Boris was interviewed by a criminal psychologist conducting research on sexual offenders. The interview, portions of which were later published in an academic journal, provided disturbing insight into his mindset. "I knew what I was doing was wrong," Boris admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. "That was part of the appeal, if I'm being honest. The transgression itself was exciting. Society has all these rules about how we're supposed to treat each other, all this pretense of civility and respect. But underneath, we're still animals, predators and prey. I just stopped pretending to be anything other than what I am. When asked if he felt remorse for his victims, Boris paused for a long time before responding. I feel something, he finally said. Not remorse exactly, more like regret that I got caught, that I can't continue. Does that make me a monster? Probably, but at least I'm honest about it. The world is full of people who have dark fantasies, violent urges, cruel impulses. The only difference between me and them is that I acted on mine. They're too afraid to cross that line, so they tell themselves they're better than me. But we're not that different. We're all capable of terrible things under the right circumstances. The psychologist noted in her report that Boris displayed classic signs of antisocial personality disorder, with narcissistic features and a complete absence of genuine empathy. She recommended that he remain incarcerated for the full duration of his sentence and possibly longer if legal mechanisms existed to extend it. Subject shows no evidence of rehabilitation or remorse, she wrote. He intellectualizes his crimes and maintains a grandiose self-perception that suggests continued danger to society. In 2019, 10 years after his initial arrest, Boris was involved in an altercation with another inmate that left him with significant injuries. According to official reports, the fight was over a disputed card game, but rumors among the prison population suggested something different. The other inmate had a daughter who was nearly the same age as Boris's victims had been, and the man had allegedly learned details of Boris's crimes from someone with access to case files. Boris spent 3 weeks in the prison hospital, recovering from broken ribs, a fractured jaw, and internal injuries that required surgery. When he returned to the general population, he was a changed man, at least physically. He walked with a limp, spoke with difficulty due to the wiring in his jaw, and carried himself with less of the arrogance that had characterized his earlier years of imprisonment. Whether this physical vulnerability translated into any genuine psychological change remained debatable. Prison staff noted that he became more withdrawn, spending most of his time alone in his cell, reading or writing in journals that he refused to let anyone see. Some speculated that he was documenting his crimes in greater detail, perhaps planning to eventually publish some sort of memoir. Others thought he was simply trying to make sense of his life, attempting to understand the forces that had driven him down such a dark path. Back in the free world, the cities of Murmansk and St. Petersburg continued their evolution. New generations of students walked the same streets where Boris had once stalked his prey, largely unaware of the history beneath their feet. The university campuses remained vibrant centers of learning and youth, places where young people pursued dreams and built futures, as they should be. But for those who remembered, for those who had lived through those terrible months when fear gripped their communities, the memory remained fresh. Marina Volkova, now in her early 30s, had become a prominent advocate for victims' rights, frequently speaking at conferences and training sessions for law enforcement. She had transformed her trauma into a career that helped countless others, though she admitted that the work took a toll. I still have nightmares, she confessed during a particularly candid interview. I still check my windows obsessively before going to bed. I still feel my heart race when I'm walking alone at night and hear footsteps behind me. The trauma doesn't just disappear because the perpetrator is in prison. It becomes part of you, woven into your DNA in ways you can't simply extract. But, she continued, her voice strengthening, I refuse to let what he did define the entirety of my existence. Yes, Boris Gusakov hurt me. Yes, he changed the trajectory of my life. But he doesn't get to write my story. I write my story. And my story is about survival, resilience, and the determination to create meaning from suffering. Her words resonated with many, not just victims of sexual violence, but anyone who had experienced trauma and struggled to move forward. She received hundreds of letters from people sharing their own stories, thanking her for being willing to speak openly about the long-term effects of victimization, for acknowledging that healing wasn't linear and that some wounds never completely closed. Detective Sokolov, now nearing retirement, kept a photograph on his desk of all the victims who had been willing to be photographed together at a support group meeting. 20 women of various ages, standing shoulder to shoulder, their faces showing a complex mixture of strength and vulnerability. He looked at it whenever he felt discouraged about his work, whenever he questioned whether what he did actually made a difference. "That photograph reminds me why we do this," he told a younger detective who was shadowing him during his final weeks on the force. "It's not about statistics or clearance rates or any of that bureaucratic nonsense. It's about those women and all the women who came after them who were safer because we caught Boris Gusakov. It's about preventing the next victim, protecting the next target, stopping the next predator before he can do the kind of damage Boris did." The younger detective, a woman in her late 20s who had joined the force partly because of the Gusakov case, nodded solemnly. She had grown up in Murmansk during the time of the attacks, remembered the fear that had permeated her teenage years, the way her parents had become overprotective and anxious. Now, as a police officer herself, she was determined to ensure that no other generation of young women would have to grow up with that same fear. As 2025 approached and Boris Gusakov's 18th year of imprisonment neared its end, discussions began about what would happen upon his release. Technically, he had served his sentence, paid his debt to society according to the legal framework under which he had been convicted. But practically, the question of whether someone like Boris Gusakov could ever be safely released back into society was more complicated. Victim advocacy groups lobbied for continued supervision, arguing that his psychological profile and complete lack of remorse suggested he would reoffend if given the opportunity. Mental health professionals who had evaluated him over the years were divided. Some believed that age and imprisonment had diminished whatever violent urges had driven his crimes. Others warned that his pathology was fundamental and unchanging, that the risk he posed remained significant. Legal experts debated whether new laws could be applied retroactively to extend his imprisonment or impose stringent release conditions. The question wasn't just about Boris Gusakov specifically. It was about broader issues of criminal justice, rehabilitation versus punishment, public safety versus individual rights. His case became a focal point for discussions about how society should handle violent offenders who had completed their sentences but potentially remained dangerous. For the victims, the prospect of his eventual release was deeply troubling. Marina organized a campaign to ensure that all of Boris's victims were notified before any release occurred, that they had opportunities to provide impact statements, that their voices were heard in decisions about his future. The thought that he might one day walk free, potentially able to resume his predatory behavior, was almost unbearable. "We were told that justice had been served," one victim wrote in an open letter published by a major newspaper. "We were told that our nightmare was over, that he would be locked away where he couldn't hurt anyone else. But now we're hearing that he might be released, that his sentence has an end date, that he might get to have a future while we're still living with the consequences of what he did to us. How is that justice?" The debate continued, passionate and complex, without easy answers. Because the truth was that the criminal justice system, for all its structures and procedures, couldn't perfectly balance the competing interests at stake, couldn't fully restore what had been taken from the victims. It couldn't definitively determine whether someone was irredeemably dangerous or capable of change. It couldn't satisfy everyone's sense of what constituted appropriate punishment or adequate protection. As this narrative reaches its conclusion, Boris Gusakov remains imprisoned, his future uncertain, his legacy one of pain and fear and the resilience of those who survived him. His story serves as a reminder that monsters are real, that they can exist among us wearing masks of normalcy, that vigilance and community solidarity are essential defenses against those who would prey on the vulnerable. But perhaps more importantly, his story is also about the strength of survivors, the dedication of those who seek justice, and the capacity of communities to come together in the face of evil. It's about Marina and Ekaterina and Irina and all the others who refused to be defined by their victimization, who transformed their trauma into advocacy and purpose. It's about Sokolov and Orlov and the countless other law enforcement professionals who worked tirelessly to protect their communities. The beast of the birch forests is behind bars, but the scars he left remain. The young women he terrorized continue their journey toward healing, some days easier than others, some moments filled with genuine joy while others are shadowed by memories they can never fully escape. They are survivors, warriors, proof that even the darkest evil cannot completely extinguish the human spirit's capacity for resilience. As the polar night descends on Murmansk once again, as the darkness presses down on that Arctic city, the residents remember. They remember the fear, but they also remember the strength that emerged in response to that fear. They remember Boris Gusakov, but they choose to remember his victim's courage even more prominently. And in that remembrance, in that refusal to let evil have the final word, there is a kind of victory. Not complete, not perfect, but real nonetheless. The student hunter took much from those he targeted, but he couldn't take everything. Their humanity, their dignity, their capacity to survive and rebuild. These remained beyond his reach, no matter how hard he tried to destroy them. This is the true legacy of the Boris Gusakov case. Not the catalog of his crimes, but the testament to human resilience in the face of unimaginable cruelty. It's a dark chapter in Russian criminal history, but one that ultimately demonstrates that light can emerge even from the deepest darkness, that healing is possible even from the most grievous wounds, and that justice, though imperfect and incomplete, is worth pursuing with every resource at our disposal. The story of the student hunter, Boris Gusakov, ends not with his crimes, but with the continued lives and recovery of those who survived him. They are the true conclusion to this narrative, the final word in a story that he tried to write but ultimately couldn't control. They survived, they endured, they overcame, and that, more than anything else, is what we should remember. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Gorky Maniac, a true crime script. The apartment door hung open like a wound in the corridor's dim light. Inside, Detective Mikhail Petrov stood motionless, his breath forming small clouds in the frozen January air of 1990. 23 years on the force, and he'd never seen carnage paint itself across a room quite like this. The woman's body sprawled across the kitchen floor, eyes fixed on nothing, her final expression locked somewhere between recognition and disbelief. But it was the arrangement, the deliberate, almost ceremonial positioning of her limbs that made his stomach turn. This wasn't rage. This wasn't passion. This was a signature. And as he knelt beside the victim, noticing the bruising pattern around her throat, Petrov realized with cold certainty that Gorky's nightmare had only just begun. Because somewhere in this industrial city of 4 million souls, someone was hunting. Someone was perfecting their craft. And they'd just left their calling card for the world to see. Gorky, now called Nizhny Novgorod, crouched along the banks of the Volga River like some ancient sentinel, its factories belching smoke into skies that rarely saw sunlight during the winter months. The year was 1990, and the Soviet Union teetered on the precipice of collapse. Citizens stood in bread lines that stretched around city blocks. The KGB's iron grip was loosening, but the chaos that rushed in to fill the void brought something far more terrifying than political oppression. It brought anonymity to predators who'd learned to move through crowds like sharks through dark water. Gennady Mihailovich Ivanov understood crowds. Born in 1948 to a factory worker and a seamstress, he'd grown up unremarkable, invisible, even a ghost in his own life. His childhood neighbors would later struggle to recall anything distinctive about him. Quiet, they'd say, grasping for memories that refused to solidify. He kept to himself. But quiet men harbor the loudest storms, and behind Ivanov's watery blue eyes, something had been gestating for decades. He'd married young, a woman named Svetlana who worked at the textile plant. They had a son. To the outside world, Ivanov appeared to be exactly what Soviet propaganda celebrated. A dedicated worker, a family man, someone who fulfilled his duty to the collective without complaint. He worked as a mechanic at the Gorky automobile plant, arriving punctually every morning, his hands perpetually stained with grease, his overalls worn but clean. His co-workers found him competent but forgettable. He rarely joined them for vodka after shifts. He didn't tell jokes. He simply existed in the peripheral vision of other people's lives. But when darkness draped itself over Gorky's industrial sprawl, When the factories dimmed their lights and the streets emptied except for the desperate and the damned, Ivanov transformed. The mask he wore during daylight hours, the expression of mild-mannered mediocrity, would slip away, and what emerged was something that had been waiting, patient as a spider, for the perfect moment to feed. His first known victim was Lyudmila Antonovna, though investigators would later suspect there had been others before her. Women who'd vanished without anyone noticing, swallowed by a system too fractured to keep track of its own citizens. Lyudmila was 31, a divorcee who worked the evening shift at a bread factory. She'd been walking home on January 12, 1990, her path taking her through a dimly lit stretch of road where apartment buildings loomed like tombstones against the winter sky. Witnesses, those few hardy souls braving the -20-degree cold, reported seeing a woman matching her description speaking with a man near the bus stop. They were talking, seemingly cordial. The man was average height, wearing a dark coat, his face obscured by a fur hat pulled low. Nothing about the scene suggested danger. That was Ivanov's genius. He didn't lurk in shadows or chase his victims down dark alleys. He approached them as a human being, as someone who might offer help or directions, someone who seemed safe precisely because he seemed so utterly ordinary. What happened next occurred behind the closed door of Ivanov's ground-floor apartment, a place he'd carefully selected for its access to a rear exit that opened onto an alley rarely traversed by pedestrians. His wife and son were visiting relatives, a detail Ivanov had orchestrated with meticulous planning. Inside those walls, where neighbors heard nothing through the thick Soviet-era concrete, Lyudmila Antonovna's life ended in a symphony of terror that would set the template for murders to come. Strangulation. Ivanov preferred his hands, relishing the intimacy of feeling life drain away beneath his fingers. The bruising patterns investigators would later document showed a distinctive method. Slow, deliberate, with periodic releases that extended the victim's suffering. He wasn't simply killing. He was conducting an orchestra of agony, and he needed to hear every note. When Lyudmila's body was discovered 3 days later in a snow-filled ravine on Gorky's outskirts, the temperature had preserved her remarkably well. Medical examiner Dr. Irina Volkova noted extensive bruising around the throat, signs of sexual assault, and, most chillingly, evidence that the victim had been kept alive and conscious for an extended period during her ordeal. The toxicology report revealed traces of alcohol in her system, but not enough to impair judgment. Lyudmila had walked into horror with eyes wide open, never suspecting that the polite man who'd struck up a conversation would be the last person she'd ever see. Detective Mikhail Petrov caught the case. 52 years old, with a face carved by 4 decades of witnessing humanity's worst impulses, Petrov had investigated countless murders during his career. Domestic violence, gang warfare, the occasional crime of passion, these were the staples of Soviet detective work. But standing over Lyudmila's autopsy table, listening to Dr. Volkova describe the methodical nature of the injuries, Petrov felt something cold settle into his bones. This wasn't a killing born of emotion or circumstance. This was craftsmanship, and craftsmen don't stop at one masterpiece. He began his investigation the way he always did, by reconstructing the victim's final days. Lyudmila had been struggling financially after her divorce. She'd taken extra shifts, often walking home late when buses ran infrequently. Friends described her as trusting, perhaps too trusting. She believed in the inherent goodness of people, a dangerous philosophy in a world where wolves had learned to wear sheep's clothing so convincingly. Petrov interviewed neighbors along her route home. Most remembered nothing. One elderly woman recalled seeing Lyudmila talking with a man, but her description was maddeningly vague. Average, ordinary, forgettable. It was as if the killer possessed the supernatural ability to erase himself from memory even as he stood before witnesses. Forensic evidence proved equally frustrating. Ivanov had been careful. The crime scene yielded no fingerprints, no distinctive fibers, nothing that could provide a trail leading back to him. The sexual assault had been committed without leaving biological evidence, a fact that suggested the killer had used protection, demonstrating both premeditation and an awareness of forensic science that was uncommon among Soviet criminals of that era. But Ivanov had made one mistake, though it would be months before anyone recognized it as such. He'd kept a trophy. Serial killers, though the Soviet Union officially denied such creatures existed within its borders, often collected mementos from their victims. Ludmila's silver bracelet, an inexpensive piece she'd worn daily, had vanished. Her friends confirmed she never removed it, yet it wasn't found with her body or along the route where she'd been abducted. That bracelet now resided in a shoebox hidden beneath Ivanov's marital bed, the first artifact in a collection that would grow with each life he extinguished. Late at night, when Svetlana and his son slept, Ivanov would retrieve the box and run his fingers over these stolen treasures, each one a doorway back to the moment of ultimate control, the instant when another human being's existence terminated at his command. 3 weeks after Ludmila's murder, Ivanov killed again. Olga Dmitrievna, 28, a nurse who'd been walking home from a late shift at hospital number 5. Same method, same meticulous removal of evidence, same ghost-like ability to vanish into Gorky's maze of identical apartment blocks and industrial complexes. Her body, like Ludmila's, was discovered days later in a location far from where she'd vanished. Dumped in a different ravine, arranged in a similar pose, her dead eyes reflecting nothing but empty sky. Now Petrov had 2 victims with matching signatures. He requested additional resources, but the Gorky Police Department was overwhelmed. The Soviet system was crumbling, and with it, the infrastructure that maintained order. Officers were demoralized, underpaid, and increasingly concerned with their own survival as the political landscape shifted like sand beneath their feet. The captain gave Petrov one additional detective, a young man named Sergei Volkov whose enthusiasm couldn't compensate for his inexperience, and told him to work faster. Work faster, as if speed could substitute for the forensic technology, psychological profiling resources, and interdepartmental coordination that Western police forces took for granted. Petrov was hunting a phantom with Stone Age tools, and the phantom was killing at an accelerating pace. March brought victim number 3, Irina Sokolova, 35, a schoolteacher. April, Natasha Popova, 42, a factory supervisor. Each murder followed the pattern. Women approached in public, lured to a secondary location, strangled slowly while being sexually assaulted, then discarded like refuse in ravines or abandoned buildings on Gorky's periphery. The gaps between killings were shrinking. What had been weeks now became days. Panic rippled through the city, though official media maintained silence. The Soviet government had always suppressed information about serial killers, adhering to the ideological position that such monsters were products of capitalist decadence, impossible in a socialist paradise. But whispers spread through breadlines and factory floors. Women began traveling in groups. Hardware stores sold out of locks and pepper spray. The invisible terror had become palpable, a living thing that haunted Gorky's streets after dark, and Gennady Ivanov walked among them, his face betraying nothing but mild concern when co-workers discussed the murders, his voice joining the chorus of those demanding police action. He attended a neighborhood watch meeting, volunteering to help patrol his block. He was, to everyone who encountered him, the epitome of a concerned citizen. No one suspected, no one imagined, because Ivanov had perfected the ultimate camouflage. He looked exactly like everyone else. Detective Petrov wasn't sleeping. His wife complained about finding him at the kitchen table at 3 in the morning, surrounded by crime scene photographs and victimology reports, chain-smoking cigarettes until the apartment filled with haze. He developed an obsession with the killer's dumping sites, visiting each one repeatedly, searching for a pattern that remained maddeningly elusive. The locations seemed random, different districts, different types of terrain. Yet Petrov's instincts screamed that nothing about these crimes was random. Everything was calculated. The killer was playing a game, and Petrov had yet to understand the rules. Young Detective Volkov suggested they consult with Moscow, perhaps request help from investigators who'd worked similar cases. But Petrov knew the truth. Officially, the Soviet Union had no serial killers. Andrei Chikatilo, the Rostov Ripper, had been operating for years, but his existence remained classified, his murders attributed to various lone criminals and political dissidents. To request help would require admitting that Gorky harbored a predator who'd killed multiple times, an admission that would reflect poorly on local party officials and potentially end careers. So Petrov continued his solitary hunt, watching as the body count climbed. 5 victims, 6, 7. Each new murder carved another wound in his soul, because he knew that somewhere in this city of 4 million, a monster was looking at women through crosshairs, selecting his next target, and Petrov remained powerless to stop him. What the detective couldn't have known was that Gennady Ivanov was watching him too. The killer had begun attending press conferences, standing at the back of the room, observing Petrov's careful non-answers to reporters' questions. Ivanov felt a kinship with this tired detective, a respect even. They were both professionals, craftsmen dedicated to their work. One created death, the other studied it. In a perverse way, they needed each other. Ivanov's art required an audience, and Petrov was providing it, giving meaning to the murders through his desperate investigation. As spring yielded to summer, and summer's brief warmth gave way to autumn's chill, the killing continued. Gorky had become a hunting ground, and its women were prey. The city held its breath, waiting for the next scream that would never be heard, the next body that would surface in some forgotten corner of the industrial wasteland. And in his modest apartment, surrounded by the mundane trappings of Soviet life, the ugly furniture, the crackling television, the faded wallpaper, Gennady Ivanov sat with his shoebox of treasures, planning his next performance. Because that's what it had become for him, a performance. Each murder was a statement, a declaration of his power in a world that had always told him he was powerless, insignificant, invisible. Soon, he thought, running his fingers over a dead woman's earring, they would all see him, they would all know his name, and when that day came, when he finally stepped from the shadows into the light, they would understand that the quiet man they'd overlooked for 42 years had been a god walking among them all along. September 1990 arrived with the kind of cold that seeps into bones and refuses to leave. Gorky streets glistened with the first frosts of approaching winter, and in apartments throughout the city, women triple-checked their locks before sleeping, their dreams haunted by faceless figures emerging from darkness. The Gorky Maniac, a name whispered but never printed in official newspapers, had claimed 9 lives, and the intervals between murders had become terrifyingly brief. What had once been weeks was now measured in days, sometimes mere hours. Detective Mikhail Petrov looked like death warmed over. His wife had stopped asking him to come to bed at reasonable hours. His colleagues averted their eyes when passing him in hallways, uncomfortable with the raw obsession that radiated from him like heat from a furnace. He'd lost weight. His hands trembled from too much coffee and too many cigarettes. But his mind remained sharp, cutting through the fog of exhaustion to focus on the single truth that had crystallized after months of investigation. The killer lived in Gorky's industrial district, within walking distance of where most victims had vanished. The evidence was subtle but consistent. Each abduction occurred between 8 and 11 in the evening, times when the killer could move without attracting attention but before the streets became completely deserted. The victims all vanished from a roughly circular area spanning approximately 3 square kilometers. While the dumping sites varied wildly, suggesting the killer had access to a vehicle, the abduction zone remained constant. Petrov had requisitioned a large map of Gorky and pinned it to the wall of the cramped office he shared with Detective Volkov. Red pins marked abduction sites. Black pins indicated where bodies had been discovered. He'd spent hours staring at this map, searching for the pattern he knew must exist. Serial killers were creatures of habit, bound by psychological compulsions they couldn't fully control. Their hunting grounds told stories if you knew how to read them. "He lives here," Petrov said one evening, pressing his thumb against a section of the map that encompassed several dozen apartment buildings. "Somewhere in this area. I'd stake my career on it." Volkov, younger and still possessed of the optimism that hadn't been ground out of him by decades of witnessing human cruelty, leaned forward. "That's still thousands of apartments, Mikhail Sergeyevich. We don't have the manpower to search them all. And without cause, we can't get warrants." Petrov knew this. God, how he knew this. They needed a break, something that would narrow the field. But forensic science in the dying Soviet Union remained primitive by Western standards. DNA analysis was years away from practical application. They couldn't even count on consistent fingerprint matches given the haphazard way evidence was collected and stored. What they needed was for the killer to make a mistake. And in late September, Gennady Ivanov finally did. Her name was Ekaterina Morozova, and she was 24 years old, younger than Ivanov's previous victims. She worked as a cashier at a grocery store, and on September 28th, she'd stayed late to help with inventory. Walking home alone at 10:30, she'd been approached by a man who'd asked for directions. He seemed harmless, middle-aged, somewhat awkward. His clothes were clean but worn. Everything about him suggested the kind of person you'd forget within minutes of parting ways. But Ekaterina possessed something Ivanov's previous victims hadn't: training in self-defense. Her brother, a military officer, had insisted she learn basic techniques after the rumors of a serial killer had begun circulating. When Ivanov's demeanor shifted, that subtle change from helpful stranger to predator, she'd recognized it instantly. As his hand moved toward her arm, attempting to guide her toward a nearby alley, she'd reacted with speed that caught him off guard. Her scream split the night air like a knife. Her fist connected with Ivanov's throat, not perfectly but with enough force to make him stumble backward. And then she ran, pumping her legs with the desperate speed of someone who understood exactly what she'd escaped. Her cries for help echoing off apartment buildings until a door opened and a retired factory worker named Dmitry Kuznetsov emerged, wielding a pipe wrench. Ivanov had vanished into the darkness by then, but he'd left something behind. His hat, knocked loose during the struggle, and inside that hat, sewn into the lining by his meticulous wife, was a laundry mark, a series of numbers and letters that identified which apartment building's communal laundry it had been cleaned at. Ekaterina Morozova sat in Petrov's office 3 hours later, wrapped in a blanket despite the room's stifling heat, shaking as she described her attacker. Average, she kept saying. Everything about him was average. But his eyes, when they changed, when he realized I wasn't going to go quietly, there was nothing human in them. They were empty, like looking into wells with no bottom. Petrov showed her page after page of photographs, known criminals, registered sex offenders, anyone in the system with a history of violence against women. She shook her head at each one. I only saw him for a moment in the streetlight, and then I was running. I'm sorry, I can't be sure. But the hat was another story. The laundry mark led Volkov to a specific apartment complex on Leninsky Prospect, a massive structure housing nearly 200 families. Building management provided a list of residents. Petrov and his growing team, the captain had finally assigned additional officers now that they had an actual lead, began the painstaking process of investigating each male resident who fit the approximate age range and physical description. Gennady Ivanov's name appeared on the list, but nothing about his file suggested danger. Married with a child, employed steadily for 23 years, no criminal record, no history of complaints from neighbors. He was, according to every official document, the epitome of Soviet respectability. When Petrov's team reached his name during their systematic investigation, they almost skipped over him entirely. Almost. It was young Volkov who insisted they at least knock on the door. We're checking everyone, he'd argued when Petrov expressed reluctance to waste time on such an unlikely suspect. What's one more interview? On October 4th, 1990, 2 detectives arrived at Ivanov's apartment. Svetlana answered the door, her expression wary. Police visits, even in the best of times, made Soviet citizens nervous. The officers explained they were investigating an incident in the neighborhood and needed to ask some routine questions. Did her husband own a dark fur hat? Had he been out on the evening of September 28th? Svetlana confirmed that yes, her husband owned such a hat. And yes, he'd gone out that evening to buy cigarettes. He'd returned angry, claiming he'd lost his hat somewhere. She'd scolded him for his carelessness. That hat had been expensive. The detectives asked to speak with Ivanov himself. He was at work but would return within the hour. They said they'd come back. Svetlana closed the door, her unease growing. The moment the police left, she did something that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She went searching for answers. The shoebox under the bed shouldn't have been there. She'd cleaned that morning, swept beneath the bed frame, and there'd been nothing. But now, hastily shoved back into its hiding place by a husband who'd perhaps heard her speaking with police and panicked, it sat partially visible. Svetlana pulled it out, opened it, and felt her reality collapse. Jewelry. Women's jewelry. Pieces she'd never seen before, didn't recognize. A bracelet, earrings, a locket, a ring, each carefully wrapped in tissue paper like precious treasures. And beneath them, folded newspaper clippings, articles about missing women, about unsolved murders, about the Gorky maniac. Svetlana's hands trembled as she rifled through the box's contents. There were photographs too, Polaroids she couldn't bear to examine closely, images of women in positions that suggested horror and death. And at the bottom, a journal filled with Gennady's cramped handwriting, describing in clinical detail what he'd done to each victim, how they'd begged, how they died. She'd been married to him for 20 years. She'd shared his bed, raised his child, cooked his meals. And she'd never known, never suspected. The man who'd been gentle with their son, who'd fixed neighbors' cars, who'd seemed incapable of anger, that man was a fiction. The truth sat in this shoebox, a truth so enormous it threatened to crush her beneath its weight. Svetlana made a decision in that moment, one that would save countless lives. She gathered the box, wrapped it in a shopping bag, and walked directly to the police station. She told the desk sergeant she had information about the Gorky maniac. And when they brought Detective Petrov to speak with her, she placed the box on his desk and said, voice eerily calm, "This belongs to my husband. He's coming home from work soon. You should arrest him now before he runs." Petrov opened the box. Even with 23 years of experience, even with all he'd seen, the contents made his stomach lurch. Here was the case, solved, wrapped in tissue paper and tied with string. Each piece of jewelry matched items reported missing from victims. The photographs left no doubt. And the journal, the journal provided details only the killer could know. Within 20 minutes, an arrest team surrounded Ivanov's workplace. They found him in the garage bay, grease-stained and unsuspecting, working on a transmission. When they announced he was under arrest for murder, his expression barely changed. No surprise, no protest, just a slight nod, as if he'd been expecting this moment, had perhaps even welcomed it. The interrogation began that evening in a windowless room illuminated by flickering fluorescent lights. Petrov sat across from Ivanov, studying the man who'd haunted his investigation for 9 months. Unremarkable, that word kept circulating through his mind. Everything about Ivanov screamed ordinary, his posture, his clothes, his effect. This was the monster. This was the creature who'd strangled 9 women with his bare hands? "Would you like to tell me about Ludmila Antonovna?" Petrov began, his voice carefully neutral. Ivanov looked up, meeting the detective's eyes for the first time. And there it was, what Ekaterina had described. The emptiness, the void where human emotion should reside. When Ivanov smiled, it was a mechanical thing, muscles moving in the correct pattern but conveying nothing of warmth or humor. "I'd like to tell you about all of them," Ivanov said. "I've been waiting for someone to ask, someone who'd understand the work I've done." The work. He called it work. Petrov felt something cold settle in his chest as Ivanov began to talk, describing each murder with the detailed pride of a craftsman discussing a masterpiece. He spoke for hours, rarely needing prompting, his words painting pictures of horror that would disturb Petrov's sleep for years to come. There was no remorse in his confession, no acknowledgement that his victims had been human beings with families, dreams, and futures he'd stolen. They were objects to him, props in a performance only he could appreciate. As dawn broke over Gorky on October 5th, the full scope of Ivanov's crimes became clear. 9 confirmed murders, but he hinted at others, women who'd vanished years ago, cases that remained unsolved because the Soviet system had never connected them. "I've been perfecting my technique," he explained casually, as if discussing carpentry rather than killing. "The early ones were rough, imprecise, but I learned, I improved. By the end, I'd achieved something close to art." Petrov had interviewed hundreds of criminals during his career, murderers who wept, who raged, who tried to justify their actions with elaborate stories of abuse and provocation. But he'd never encountered someone like Ivanov, someone who viewed murder not as an act of passion or madness but as a vocation, a calling he'd pursued with the same dedication other men brought to their professions. Why? Petrov finally asked, though he knew the question was futile. What did these women do to you? Ivanov's smile widened. They existed, he said simply, and I had the power to make them stop existing. Do you understand what that feels like, detective? To hold a life in your hands and feel the exact moment it transitions from being to nothingness? It's the purest form of control, the ultimate expression of will. The confession, transcribed across hundreds of pages, would become a document studied by criminal psychologists for decades. Here was a window into a mind that had completely severed the connection between action and empathy, that viewed human beings as objects to be manipulated and destroyed. Ivanov wasn't insane. Psychological evaluations would later confirm his competence. He simply lacked whatever essential quality separated humans from predators. News of the arrest spread through Gorky like wildfire, though official media remained characteristically vague, referring only to a criminal being apprehended. But the women of the city understood. The terror that had gripped them for 9 months suddenly lifted. They could walk home from late shifts without constantly glancing over their shoulders. They could breathe. In her apartment, Svetlana Ivanova sat with her son, trying to explain the inexplicable. How do you tell a child that his father is a monster? That the man who taught him to ride a bicycle had spent evenings strangling women? She thought she knew Gennady. 20 years of marriage, and she'd been sleeping beside a stranger, a hollowed-out shell wearing a human mask so perfect she'd never suspected the emptiness underneath. The trial, when it finally occurred in early 1991, was perfunctory. Soviet justice moved with brutal efficiency when convenient. Ivanov was convicted of 9 murders, though investigators believed the true count was higher, and sentenced to death. He showed no emotion during the proceedings, didn't react when the judge pronounced his fate. In the courtroom's gallery, families of victims wept. Ivanov simply stared ahead, his face expressing nothing but mild interest, as if he were watching a film rather than participating in his own judgment. Detective Petrov attended every day of the trial, watching as the man he'd hunted was finally held accountable. But victory tasted like ashes. 9 women were still dead. Families remained shattered. And the knowledge that someone could commit such atrocities while maintaining an appearance of complete normality troubled him deeply. How many other Ivanovs were out there, hiding behind masks of ordinariness, waiting for opportunity? In his final statement before sentencing, Ivanov was asked if he wished to address the court. He stood, straightening his prison uniform, and spoke in that same flat, emotionless voice. I regret nothing. Given the opportunity, I would do it all again. The only mistake I made was losing my hat. Then he sat down and his trial ended. The Gorky maniac would be led from the courtroom in chains, transferred to a prison where he'd await execution. But the damage he'd inflicted on his victims, their families, his own wife and son, and the city that had been forced to confront the existence of evil walking unremarkably among them, that damage would never heal. The psychiatric evaluation of Gennady Mikhailovich Ivanov began in November 1990, conducted in a sterile room within Gorky's prison facility where the condemned spent their final months. Dr. Alexander Bukovsky, one of the Soviet Union's leading forensic psychiatrists, had been brought in to assess whether Ivanov met the legal criteria for insanity, a determination that could theoretically spare him from execution, though Soviet courts rarely showed such mercy to serial killers. Bukovsky entered the interview room with carefully maintained professional detachment, but even he, a man who'd evaluated countless murderers, rapists, and violent criminals, felt a tremor of unease when Ivanov looked up from the table and smiled that empty smile. There was something profoundly disturbing about the contrast between Ivanov's mundane appearance and the atrocities he'd committed, as if the universe had miscalculated, placing a demonic consciousness inside the body of an accountant. Good morning, Gennady Mikhailovich, Bukovsky began, settling into his chair and opening a notebook. I'd like to talk with you about your life, your thoughts, and your actions. Will you help me understand? Ivanov's smile widened fractionally. Will you listen? Really listen? Most people don't. They hear words but miss the meaning underneath. Detective Petrov came close, but even he couldn't truly comprehend. Over the following weeks, across dozens of sessions, Ivanov would paint a portrait of his interior world. A landscape so alien to normal human experience that Bukovsky would later describe it as attempting to understand the consciousness of a spider. But certain themes emerged, patterns that helped explain, if not justify, how an apparently ordinary man had transformed into one of the Soviet Union's most prolific serial killers. Ivanov's childhood, by his account, had been unremarkable to the point of suffocation. His father worked 14-hour shifts at the factory, coming home exhausted and uncommunicative. His mother cleaned, cooked, and maintained the apartment with mechanical efficiency, but showed little warmth toward her only son. There was no abuse, at least not in the conventional sense. No beatings, no molestation, no screaming matches that left psychological scars. Instead, there was absence, an emotional void where love and connection should have existed. I learned early that I was invisible, Ivanov told Bukovsky during their third session. Teachers forgot my name. Other children looked through me as if I weren't there. I'd sit in classrooms, and if I didn't speak for an entire day, no one noticed. I was a ghost, doctor, and ghosts become very good at observing the living. He'd spent his childhood watching, studying human behavior with the detached curiosity of an entomologist examining insects. He noted how people laughed, how they formed bonds, how they expressed emotions that he felt only as distant echoes, if at all. By age 12, he'd realized something fundamental: he was different. Where others seemed to experience rich emotional lives, he felt only emptiness punctuated by occasional flashes of curiosity or frustration. I tried to feel, he explained. I'd watch sad films and wait for tears that never came. I'd attend funerals and mimic expressions of grief while feeling nothing. It was like being colorblind, but instead of missing colors, I was missing humanity, I suppose, the essential quality that makes people people. Modern psychology would likely diagnose Ivanov as a psychopath, someone born with neurological differences that prevented the development of empathy and emotional connection. But in 1990, such diagnoses remained controversial in Soviet psychiatry, which often attributed criminal behavior to ideological corruption rather than inherent psychological abnormalities. Bukovsky pressed him about his first violent thoughts. When had he begun fantasizing about killing? Ivanov considered this carefully, his expression thoughtful. I was 14. There was a girl in my class, Natasha Petrova. She had dark hair and laughed frequently. One day, I found myself imagining wrapping my hands around her throat. Not from anger. I wasn't angry. I simply wondered what it would feel like, how her laughter would change to something else, how long it would take for the light to leave her eyes. He'd masturbated to these fantasies throughout adolescence, finding sexual arousal only when imagining scenarios of complete control and domination. Normal sexual attraction, the kind that forms between people who see each other as equals, remained foreign to him. Women were objects of curiosity, organisms whose reactions he wanted to study under extreme conditions. Military service, mandatory for young Soviet men, had provided him with opportunities he hadn't expected. Posted to a remote garrison where discipline was lax and oversight minimal, he'd attacked a local woman he'd encountered while on leave. He'd been 19 years old, and the experience had been transformative, not because of the sexual component, which he found less interesting than he'd anticipated, but because of the power dynamic, the absolute terror in her eyes as she'd realized his intentions, the way her body had fought against him even as he'd overpowered her, the final moments when consciousness fled and left only empty meat behind. I let her live, Ivanov said. His tone suggesting this had been a gift rather than mercy. I wasn't ready yet. I needed to learn more to understand the process better. She was practice. He'd never been caught, never suspected. The woman, too traumatized to provide a clear description and living in a society that blamed rape victims, had never come forward. Ivanov had returned to his unit, his secret intact, his hunger growing. After military service, he'd married Svetlana because it was expected. Soviet society frowned on unmarried men beyond a certain age. A wife provided camouflage, legitimacy, a reason for neighbors not to question his normalcy. He'd chosen Svetlana deliberately, quiet, unassertive, someone who wouldn't probe too deeply into his internal world. The marriage had been functional rather than emotional. He'd performed his role adequately, provider, husband, father, and she'd never suspected the hollowness at his core. "Did you love her?" Bukovsky asked. Ivanov looked genuinely puzzled by the question. Love? I understand the word's definition, but the experience itself. He paused, searching for language to describe an absence. It's like asking a blind man about colors. I can recognize the behaviors associated with love, gift-giving, physical affection, verbal affirmations. I performed these behaviors when appropriate. But the feeling itself? No, doctor. I've never loved anyone. I'm not certain I'm capable of it. His son presented a more complex relationship. Ivanov had felt something toward the boy, not love, but a sense of possession, of pride in having created something. He'd been a functional father, teaching his son to ride bicycles and helping with homework. But even these interactions had been performances, carefully calibrated to match societal expectations. When his son scraped his knee or cried over childhood disappointments, Ivanov felt nothing except a mild irritation at the noise. Children are meant to evoke protective instincts, Ivanov observed clinically. I've watched other fathers interact with their sons, seen the softness in their eyes, the genuine concern. I mimicked these expressions, but they were masks. Underneath, I was simply waiting for him to grow quiet so I could return to my own thoughts. Bukovsky pressed deeper, trying to understand the progression from fantasy to action. Why had Ivanov waited until 1990 to begin killing? He'd been fantasizing about murder for decades. What had finally broken the barrier between imagination and reality? Ivanov's answer was chillingly pragmatic. Opportunity and confidence. The Soviet Union was collapsing. Police resources were stretched. Social order was fragmenting. And I'd spent 30 years studying, planning, perfecting my technique mentally. By January 1990, I was ready. The chaos provided cover, and my preparation ensured success. He'd chosen his first victim, Ludmila Antonovna, after watching her for 3 weeks. He'd learned her schedule, her route home, the times when she walked alone. The actual approach had been simple. He'd asked for directions, establishing rapport before suggesting they step somewhere quieter where he could show her on a map. She trusted him because he looked harmless, because his demeanor suggested no threat. People are trained to recognize danger in certain forms, Ivanov explained. The aggressive man, the obviously intoxicated stranger, the person who appears mentally unstable. But someone like me, clean, polite, speaking softly, we don't trigger their alarms. That's the secret, doctor. Monsters don't announce themselves. We look exactly like everyone else. Once inside his apartment, the mask had dropped. He'd secured the door, and then allowed himself to become what he truly was. The transformation, he said, was liberating, like finally removing clothes that had been constricting for decades. No more pretending, no more mimicking human emotions, just pure, honest predation. Bukovsky asked about the victim's suffering. Had he felt anything as they begged, as they realized they were going to die? Fascination, Ivanov responded immediately. Each one reacted differently. Some begged, offering anything if I'd spare them. Others fought until the end. A few seemed to accept their fate with a strange calmness. I found these variations endlessly interesting. It was like conducting experiments, applying the same stimulus and observing different reactions. The sexual assault component, Ivanov insisted, had been secondary to the killing itself. Sex was a tool for establishing dominance, for breaking them psychologically before the physical death. The true satisfaction came from the strangulation, feeling their pulse slow under my fingers, watching consciousness fade. That moment of transition, when a living person becomes a corpse, that's what I craved. He'd kept detailed journals of each murder, documenting his methods and his victims' reactions with scientific precision. These journals, recovered from his apartment, read like laboratory notes, completely devoid of emotion or moral consideration. Each entry included technical observations: how long various strangulation techniques took to produce unconsciousness, which methods caused the most visible distress, how body position affected the victim's ability to resist. Bukowski found himself disturbed not by the content. He'd read countless gruesome case files, but by the tone. Ivanov wrote about murder the way a chef might document recipes, with careful attention to technique and outcome. There was no recognition that his subjects had been human beings, that their deaths had created ripples of devastation through families and communities. "Did you ever think about their families?" Bukowski asked. "The children who'd lost mothers, the parents who'd lost daughters?" Ivanov considered this. "Intellectually, yes. I understood that my actions had consequences beyond the immediate victim. But emotionally," he shook his head. "Their grief was abstract to me, no more affecting than reading about famine in distant countries. I couldn't connect their suffering to my actions in any meaningful way." This inability to form emotional connections extended even to his own fate. Facing execution, Ivanov showed no fear, no regret, no anxiety about the void that awaited him. Death was simply another experience, one he approached with the same detached curiosity he'd brought to everything else. "I'll be interested to see what it feels like," he said when Bukowski asked about his impending execution. "I've watched 9 people die. Now I'll experience it myself. There's a certain symmetry to that, don't you think?" Bukowski asked about Ivanov's capture. Did he feel anything when his wife had discovered his secrets and turned him in? "Disappointment," Ivanov admitted. "Not at being caught. I'd always known that was possible, even probable. But I'd planned to continue longer, to reach a higher number. 13 would have been satisfying. A round dozen plus 1. Instead, I stopped at 9, which feels incomplete." He expressed no anger toward Svetlana for her betrayal, no shame at being exposed. If anything, he seemed pleased that his work was now being analyzed and discussed. The anonymity that had characterized his life was finally broken. People knew his name now. They'd remember him. In his twisted logic, this constituted a victory. Bukowski's final evaluation concluded that Ivanov was legally sane. He understood the nature of his actions and could distinguish right from wrong, even if he felt no emotional connection to these moral categories. He was, in clinical terms, a psychopath, someone whose neurological wiring prevented normal emotional development and empathetic connection. But he was also highly intelligent, organized, and fully aware of society's rules even as he chose to violate them. "He's one of the most dangerous individuals I've ever evaluated," Bukowski wrote in his report. "Not because of physical strength or aggressive tendencies, but because of his complete emotional detachment combined with above-average intelligence. He views other humans the way we might view insects, interesting specimens to study and manipulate, but not deserving of moral consideration. There is no possibility of rehabilitation because there's nothing to rehabilitate to. He hasn't deviated from normal human psychology. He was never part of it to begin with." The report recommended execution, not from vengeance but from pragmatic necessity. Someone like Ivanov couldn't be reformed or released. He'd simply continue killing if given the opportunity, with no more moral qualms than a person might feel swatting mosquitoes. In his cell, Ivanov spent his final months much as he'd spent his life, observing, analyzing, maintaining detailed notes. He'd requested books on criminology and psychology, comparing his own experiences to documented cases of other serial killers. He found himself critical of many of them, considering their methods sloppy, their victim selection random, their inability to evade capture proof of inferior planning. "I should have lasted longer," he told a guard one evening, his tone carrying a note of professional disappointment. "If not for losing that hat, I'd still be working. That's the lesson for anyone who might follow my path. Attention to detail separates success from failure. A single mistake unravels everything." The guard, disturbed by this casual discussion of murder as if it were a profession rather than a crime, reported the conversation. But Ivanov's words found their way into criminal psychology textbooks regardless, studied by profilers and investigators trying to understand the minds of serial killers. His case became a touchstone, an example of how completely someone could lack empathy while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Psychologists debated whether Ivanov represented nature or nurture. Had he been born this way, his brain structured differently from birth? Or had his emotionally barren childhood somehow prevented normal empathetic development? The answer likely involved both: a biological predisposition toward psychopathy, reinforced by an environment that failed to teach emotional connection. But understanding Ivanov's psychology didn't diminish the horror of his crimes. 9 women, Ludmila, Olga, Irina, Natasha, and 5 others whose names deserve to be remembered, had died terrified and alone because they'd encountered someone fundamentally incapable of seeing them as human. Their final moments had been filled with agony and confusion, unable to comprehend why this was happening, what they'd done to deserve such cruelty. The families they'd left behind struggled with different questions. How do you grieve someone whose death was so meaningless, whose killer felt nothing about their suffering? How do you process the knowledge that your loved one's final moments were spent as a laboratory subject in a monster's experiment? The randomness of it, the fact that these women had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, had trusted a man who'd asked for directions, made the tragedy even more bitter. Svetlana Ivanova, now using her maiden name and trying to rebuild a life shattered by her husband's revelations, underwent her own psychological evaluation. Psychiatrists found no indication she'd suspected his crimes or provided any assistance. She'd been another victim in her way, married to a shell of a human being, never knowing that the man beside her in bed was utterly hollow inside. "I keep replaying our 20 years together," she told her therapist, "searching for signs I missed, but there were none. He was perfectly normal. That's what terrifies me most. That evil can look so ordinary, that you can share your life with someone and never glimpse what they truly are." Her son, now a teenager, struggled with a different burden. Carrying a monster's name, knowing that half his genetic material came from someone who'd strangled women for entertainment. He changed his surname, tried to distance himself from his father's legacy, but the shadow remained. In a small city like Gorky, everyone knew who he was, whose blood ran in his veins. Detective Petrov, meanwhile, found no satisfaction in the case's resolution. He'd stopped a killer, yes, but 9 women had died before that happened. 9 families had been destroyed, and the knowledge that Ivanov had operated undetected for months, walking past police stations and attending neighborhood meetings while planning his next murder, haunted Petrov's dreams. "We were hunting a phantom," he told colleagues over vodka one evening, months after Ivanov's arrest. "And the phantom was just a man. That's what I can't reconcile. Not a demon, not a supernatural evil, just a mechanic who decided other people's lives meant nothing. How do you protect against that? How do you spot someone whose only crime is being emotionally empty?" These questions had no easy answers. Ivanov's case highlighted the limitations of traditional policing when facing predators who blended seamlessly into society. Without advanced forensic techniques, without psychological profiling, without databases that could link crimes across jurisdictions, investigators remained reactive rather than proactive, catching killers only after they'd accumulated victims, after patterns emerged, after mistakes were made. The Soviet Union's collapse accelerated in early 1991, and with it came the dissolution of many institutions, including the prison system's efficiency. Ivanov's execution, scheduled for spring, was delayed repeatedly amid administrative chaos. He remained in his cell, reading, writing, observing the guards with that same clinical detachment he'd applied to everything else. In May 1991, Gennady Mikhailovich Ivanov was finally executed by firing squad. His last words, reported by prison officials, were characteristically devoid of remorse. "I regret only that I didn't achieve more. 9 is an incomplete number, but I suppose everyone's work must end eventually." Then the rifles fired, and the Gorky maniac story concluded with a burst of violence no different than the violence he'd inflicted on others. His body was buried in an unmarked grave, his family denied even the comfort of a proper memorial. The Soviet state, having acknowledged his crimes, now sought to erase his existence entirely. But erasure proved impossible. Ivanov's case entered the annals of criminal history, studied by law enforcement worldwide as an example of the psychopathic serial killer, intelligent, organized, completely lacking in empathy. His journals were copied and analyzed, his interview transcripts distributed to psychological researchers, his methods cataloged as warnings for future investigators. The prison van carrying Gennady Ivanov's body departed the execution facility before dawn on May 17, 1991, heading toward a location that would never be disclosed to his family or the public. Soviet authorities had decreed that serial killers deserved no markers, no graves where the morbidly curious might gather. He would become nothing, dust scattered in an unmarked field, his exact resting place a state secret that would die with the guards who buried him. But the wounds he'd inflicted on Gorky continued bleeding long after his death. The city struggled to process the knowledge that a predator had walked among them for months, indistinguishable from thousands of other middle-aged working men. Trust, that fragile social contract binding communities together, had been shattered. Women who'd once thought nothing of walking home alone now traveled in groups or took expensive taxis they couldn't afford. Hardware stores still sold out of locks and pepper spray. The fear Ivanov had planted continued growing even after his execution, a poisonous seed that would take years to wither. For the families of his victims, Ivanov's death provided no closure. Ludmila Antonovna's mother, now elderly and frail, sat in her apartment surrounded by photographs of the daughter who'd never return. She'd attended the trial, watched Ivanov receive his sentence, and felt nothing but emptiness. No amount of legal justice could resurrect her child or erase the horrific details of her final hours that had emerged during testimony. "They tell me I should feel relief that he's dead," she said to a journalist weeks after the execution. "But my daughter is still gone. Nothing has changed except that one more person is no longer alive. How is that justice? How does his death return what he took from me?" Other families echoed these sentiments. Olga Dmitrievna's husband had turned to alcohol, unable to process his wife's murder. Their children, now being raised by grandparents, struggled with nightmares and questions no one could adequately answer. Irina Sokolova's elderly parents had died within months of learning their daughter's fate, as if their hearts had simply given up. Each victim's death had created ripples that extended through entire family networks, generations marked by trauma and loss. Detective Mikhail Petrov retired in late 1991, shortly after the Soviet Union's official dissolution. At 53, he was young enough to continue working, but the Ivanov case had drained something essential from him. He'd spent 9 months hunting a monster, and the hunt had revealed truths about human nature he wished he could unlearn. That evil could wear such an ordinary face, that someone could strangle women and then return home to help his son with mathematics homework. That the capacity for monstrous cruelty existed not in some separate category of subhuman creatures, but within people who looked, spoke, and acted exactly like everyone else. "I used to believe I could recognize evil," Petrov confessed to his wife during one of many sleepless nights. "I thought there would be signs, something in the eyes, the posture, the way a person moved through the world. But Ivanov destroyed that illusion. If he'd been sitting next to me on a bus, I'd never have given him a second glance. That's what terrifies me. How many others are out there, hiding behind masks of normalcy?" The question haunted investigators throughout the former Soviet Union as political collapse created chaos that serial killers exploited. With Ivanov's case having broken the official silence around serial murder, other cases began emerging from bureaucratic shadows. Andrei Chikatilo, the Rostov Ripper, was finally arrested in 1990 after killing at least 52 people over 12 years. Anatoly Onoprienko, the Beast of Ukraine, would begin his killing spree in 1995. Each case reinforced the disturbing reality that the Soviet Union had harbored serial killers all along, their existence denied by an ideology insisting such monsters could only exist in decadent capitalist societies. Dr. Alexander Bukovsky, the psychiatrist who'd evaluated Ivanov, found himself in demand as criminal psychology gained belated recognition in Russian law enforcement. He conducted training sessions for investigators, teaching them to recognize patterns associated with serial offenders. But he always returned to Ivanov as his primary example, not because the case was most sensational, but because it illustrated the most dangerous type of killer, the organized psychopath who understood social norms well enough to mimic them perfectly. Ivanov had studied humanity the way an actor studies a role, Bukovsky explained during a lecture at Moscow State University in 1993. He knew what facial expressions to make, what words to say, how to project normalcy so convincing that his own wife never suspected. This makes such individuals nearly impossible to identify before they act. We can't see inside their minds to detect the emptiness where empathy should exist. Students ask the inevitable question: could someone like Ivanov be cured? Could intervention in childhood prevent such outcomes? Bukovsky's answer was pessimistic. True psychopathy appears to be neurological, possibly genetic. These individuals lack the brain structures that generate empathy. You can teach them to recognize emotions intellectually, to understand that certain actions cause harm, but you can't make them feel emotional connections they're incapable of experiencing. The best we can hope for is early identification and intervention, teaching potential psychopaths that their self-interest is best served by following society's rules, even if they feel no moral compulsion to do so. But early identification remained problematic. Not every child who showed callous traits became a serial killer. Many psychopaths channeled their lack of empathy into careers, corporate leadership, surgery, law, where emotional detachment could be advantageous. The line between a successful CEO and a serial killer might be thinner than society wanted to admit, separated more by circumstance and opportunity than by fundamental psychological differences. Svetlana Ivanova, now Svetlana Morozova after reclaiming her maiden name, relocated to Moscow with her son, desperate to escape Gorky's suffocating recognition. But anonymity proved elusive. Journalists tracked them down, requesting interviews, offering money for her story. She refused all requests, wanting only to disappear into the anonymity of a city large enough to swallow individual tragedies. Her psychological recovery remained incomplete years later. She'd been married to a monster for 20 years, shared intimacy with someone fundamentally inhuman, and never noticed. The betrayal was multi-layered, not just of trust, but of her own perception and judgment. If she'd been so thoroughly deceived about someone she'd seen daily, what else might she be wrong about? The foundational certainty that people knew their own lives had been ripped away, leaving her questioning every memory, every interaction. "I keep asking myself if there were signs," she told a court-appointed therapist in 1992. "Moments when his mask slipped and I simply didn't want to see. But I can't find them. He was a good father by any conventional measure. He worked hard, paid bills, never raised his voice in anger. If anything, his emotional flatness seemed like stoicism, a masculine trait our culture celebrates. How was I supposed to know it was actually emptiness?" Her son wrestled with even darker questions. He carried Ivanov's genes, inherited half his biological material from a serial killer. Did that mean he was predisposed toward violence? Would he wake up one day to find the same void where emotions should exist? These fears drove him to therapy, where psychologists assured him that genetics weren't destiny, that being Ivanov's biological offspring didn't doom him to repeat his father's atrocities. But the fear persisted. He became hyper-aware of his own emotions, constantly checking himself for signs of the callousness that had characterized his father. When he felt anger, he worried it was abnormal. When he struggled to cry at sad films, he panicked that psychopathy was manifesting. Living under the shadow of Ivanov's legacy became its own form of prison. In Gorky, officially renamed Nizhny Novgorod after the Soviet Union's collapse, the city attempted to move forward. The neighborhoods where Ivanov had hunted gradually returned to normal patterns of life. Women still walked home from late shifts, though perhaps more quickly, perhaps more alert. The collective memory of those 9 months slowly faded from immediate consciousness to historical trauma, something that had happened but no longer dominated every conversation. Yet reminders persisted. The apartment where Ivanov had committed his murders remained vacant for years. No tenant willing to live where such horrors had occurred. Eventually, it was renovated and rented to someone ignorant of its history, but neighbors remembered. Local folklore transformed the space into something haunted, a physical manifestation of evil that had soaked into the walls. Memorial services were held for the victims on the anniversary of their deaths, attended by dwindling crowds as years passed. Ludmila Antonovna, Olga Dmitrievna, Irina Sokolova, Natasha Popova, Ekaterina, though she'd survived, and the others whose names should be remembered but often weren't. Society moved on while families remained frozen in grief. Trapped in the moment, they'd learned their loved ones were gone. Detective Sergei Volkov, Petrov's young partner during the investigation, continued his career in law enforcement. The Ivanov case had shaped him profoundly, teaching lessons no academy could provide. He'd learned that evil rarely announced itself, that the most dangerous criminals were often the least remarkable in appearance, that investigation required patience and persistence rather than dramatic intuition. By the early 2000s, Volkov had risen to head Nizhny Novgorod's homicide division. He kept a photograph on his desk, not of family or friends, but of the 9 victims whose murders had launched his career. Every case he investigated, every suspect he interrogated, was informed by what Ivanov had taught him about humanity's capacity for cruelty hidden behind banal facades. "I never want to be surprised again the way we were surprised by Ivanov," he told new detectives during training sessions. "Never want to dismiss a suspect because they seem too ordinary, too normal. The monsters don't look like monsters. They look like mechanics and accountants and neighbors who wave hello every morning." The Ivanov case influenced Russian criminal investigation procedures in lasting ways. It prompted development of better communication between regional police departments, allowing patterns to be recognized across jurisdictions. It led to creation of psychological profiling units, though these remained rudimentary compared to Western counterparts. It sparked training programs focused on serial offenders, teaching investigators to recognize signatures and linkages between seemingly unrelated crimes. But perhaps most significantly, it shattered the ideological fiction that serial killers couldn't exist in socialist societies. The Soviet government had spent decades denying the existence of phenomena like serial murder, attributing them to capitalist decadence. Ivanov's case, along with Chikatilo's and others emerging from the shadows, forced acknowledgement that evil transcended political systems, that human monsters appeared regardless of economic structure or state ideology. Western criminologists studied Ivanov's case with intense interest once details became available after the Soviet collapse. He became a comparative subject, his methods and psychology analyzed alongside American and European serial killers. Researchers noted similarities to Ted Bundy in his use of charm and apparent normalcy, to Dennis Rader in his ability to maintain family life alongside murder, to Edmund Kemper in his clinical description of his own psychology. But Ivanov also represented something unique, a serial killer operating in a closed society with minimal investigative resources. His success depended less on sophisticated evasion techniques than on the systemic dysfunctions of late Soviet law enforcement. In a functioning system with adequate forensic capabilities and interdepartmental communication, investigators suggested, he might have been caught after 2 or 3 victims rather than 9. This observation offered cold comfort to the families of victims 5 through 9. Women who might still be alive if Soviet authorities had devoted proper resources to the investigation, if ideological considerations hadn't prevented honest acknowledgement of serial murder, if Petrov had been given adequate support from the beginning. By 2010, nearly 2 decades after Ivanov's execution, true crime had become a global phenomenon. Books were written about the Gorky maniac, documentaries produced, internet forums dedicated to analyzing his crimes. Ivanov had achieved the recognition he'd craved, though posthumously. His name was known, his crimes catalogued, his psychology dissected in academic papers. This disturbed some who'd been close to the case. Detective Petrov, before his death in 2008, had expressed disgust at the way serial killers became celebrities, their victims reduced to footnotes in narratives focused on the killers themselves. 9 women died, he'd said in his final interview. 9 complete human beings with families, dreams, futures. But people remember Ivanov's name and forget theirs. That's the final injustice, that the monster gets immortality while his victims fade into obscurity. Some families agreed. Others found a different perspective. Ludmila Antonovna's sister, speaking at a 2015 conference on victims' rights, argued that discussing cases like Ivanov's could serve a purpose. If examining what he did prevents even one future victim, If teaching investigators about his methods helps them recognize similar patterns earlier, then there's value in keeping his story alive. Not to glorify him, but to understand him well enough to stop others like him. The debate continued as it always would. How to remember atrocities without Leonizing perpetrators. How to educate without sensationalizing. How to honor victims while studying the minds of their killers. In Nizhny Novgorod, a small memorial was finally erected in 2018 at the city's main cemetery. 9 names carved in granite, beneath the simple inscription, "Taken from us, never forgotten." No mention of Ivanov, no reference to how they died. Just names, birth dates, death dates, and the implicit promise that they'd mattered beyond their status as victims. Families gathered there on anniversaries, placing flowers and standing in silence. Some brought photographs, showing images of their loved ones alive and laughing, attempting to reclaim their identities from the narrative of violence that had consumed them. Ludmila smiling at a birthday party, Olga holding her children, Irina teaching a classroom of students. These were the people they'd been, not just bodies in morgues, not just entries in a serial killer's journal. The true horror of Gennady Ivanov's crimes lay not in their brutality, though they were brutal, but in their casual erasure of human complexity. He'd reduced living, breathing people with rich interior lives to objects serving his curiosity. He'd stolen not just their futures, but their very humanity, transforming them into specimens, experiments, trophies. Justice, such as it was, had been served. Ivanov was dead, his body dissolved into unmarked earth. But justice couldn't restore what had been taken, couldn't give Ludmila's mother back her daughter. It couldn't undo the trauma of Svetlana learning she'd shared her life with a monster, couldn't prevent the nightmares of children who'd lost mothers. The Gorky maniac's legacy was measured not in the 9 lives he'd taken, though those losses were immeasurable, but in the thousands of lives he'd affected, the fear he'd spread, the fundamental trust in human decency he'd eroded. Evil, his case demonstrated, didn't require fangs or claws or obvious malevolence. It simply required a human being who'd never developed the capacity to see other humans as anything more than objects. And somewhere, always, there would be others like him, walking among us, wearing masks perfected through years of observation, waiting for opportunities to satisfy hungers most people couldn't fathom. The challenge facing law enforcement, psychology, and society itself remained the same. How to identify these predators before they struck. How to protect potential victims when the hunters looked exactly like everyone else. These questions had no easy answers. They never would. But perhaps, in remembering Ivanov's victims by name, in honoring their humanity rather than focusing on their killer's notoriety, society could at least ensure that evil's most fundamental victory, the erasure of its victim's personhood, remained incomplete. Ludmila Antonovna, Olga Dmitrievna, Irina Sokolova, Natasha Popova, and 5 others whose names deserved to echo through history louder than their killers. They were not simply victims. They were people, and they are not forgotten. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4, The Wolf of Moscow, a true crime investigation. Moscow, 1973. The temperature drops to minus 20 degrees Celsius when a janitor discovers what appears to be frozen meat wrapped in newspaper behind the Kursky railway station. His gloved hands tear through the brittle paper, and the contents spill onto the frost-covered ground. A human hand, still wearing a wedding ring, severed cleanly at the wrist. Within 48 hours, 17 more parcels surface across the city. Each one contains pieces of what investigators would later confirm were remains from 9 different victims. The cuts are surgical, precise, deliberate. Someone with anatomical knowledge has taken their time, and the Moscow militia realizes they are hunting a predator unlike any they have encountered before. They call him the Wolf of Moscow. His real name is Vasily Komarov, and by the time authorities connect the scattered evidence to this unassuming horse trader from the Zamosborki district, He has already transformed the streets of Soviet Moscow into his personal hunting ground. What unfolds is an investigation that will expose the darkest corners of human nature and challenge everything the Soviet authorities thought they knew about evil. This is his story. The Zamysk-Vorki district sprawls across the southern banks of the Moskva River like a forgotten relic of old Russia. Here, cobblestone streets wind between aging wooden structures and newer Soviet apartment blocks, creating a labyrinth where the past and present collide. The year is 1921, and Moscow is still reeling from revolution, civil war, and the devastating famine that has turned neighbor against neighbor. Vasily Komarov operates his business from a weather-beaten stable on Sadovaya Street. The building hunches against the winter wind, its walls stained with decades of grime and horse sweat. Inside, the air hangs thick with the smell of hay, manure, and something else. Something that visitors cannot quite identify but find unsettling enough to hurry their transactions. Komarov himself stands just under 6 feet tall, with a wiry frame that belies surprising strength. His face is angular, almost gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. Those eyes unnerve people. They watch with an intensity that makes customers shift their weight and avoid prolonged contact. His hands tell the real story. They are large, calloused, with fingers that move with peculiar grace when he handles the horses. Those same hands, investigators will later discover, are capable of extraordinary violence. He has lived in this district for 3 years, arriving in 1918 during the chaos of the revolution. Nobody knows much about his past, and Komarov offers little information. He claims to have worked with horses in the countryside before the war, perhaps in the Ukrainian territories, but the details remain vague. When pressed, he changes the subject, his thin lips curling into something approximating a smile. Cold, mechanical, devoid of genuine warmth. The business appears legitimate. Komarov buys and sells horses, primarily to merchants and peasants who need work animals. The revolution has devastated agriculture, and horses represent both transportation and survival. People come from across Moscow and the surrounding villages, desperate to trade whatever they possess for a reliable animal. Komarov accommodates them. He accepts jewelry, furniture, family heirlooms, anything with value. But some customers never complete their transactions. On a Tuesday morning in March 1921, a young widow named Ekaterina Lebedev arrives at the stable. She is 32 years old, dressed in a threadbare coat that was once elegant. Her husband died in the Civil War, leaving her with 2 children and no means of support. She has decided to return to her family's village, nearly 200 kilometers south, where her elderly parents still farm a small plot of land. To make the journey, she needs a horse and cart. Ekaterina brings her life savings, 300 rubles, a pearl necklace inherited from her grandmother, and a silver samovar. She has calculated that this should be sufficient for a decent horse and the cart necessary to transport her children and remaining possessions. Komarov greets her at the stable entrance. His demeanor is professional, almost solicitous. He examines her offerings, weighing the necklace in his palm, running his fingers over the samovar's engraved surface. He nods slowly, then gestures for her to follow him deeper into the building. The stable extends further back than its exterior suggests. Past the first stalls, where several horses stamp and snort, a corridor leads to additional rooms. Komarov explains that he keeps his finest animals in the rear section, protected from the street noise and cold drafts. Ekaterina hesitates. The passage is narrow and dark, but the promise of a quality horse for her precious valuables compels her forward. They disappear into the shadows. Ekaterina Lebedev never emerges. Her children, left with a neighbor, will wait 3 days before someone thinks to check with the horse trader. By then, Komarov has already disposed of the evidence. This pattern repeats throughout 1921 and 1922. Customers enter Komarov's stable and vanish. Not all of them, that would draw immediate suspicion. He is selective, choosing victims with particular characteristics. People traveling alone, those without strong family connections in Moscow, individuals whose disappearance might be attributed to the chaotic times. The Civil War has displaced millions. People vanish daily, swept away by famine, disease, or political persecution. One more missing person rarely triggers investigation. Komarov's method is brutally efficient. He leads his chosen victims to the rear section of the stable, to a room he has converted into a killing chamber. The walls are thick, the door heavy. No sound escapes. Inside, the murder weapon waits, sometimes a hammer, other times a heavy iron bar. He strikes from behind, a single devastating blow to the base of the skull. Death is instantaneous. The victim drops without cry or struggle. Then comes the methodical work. Komarov has studied anatomy, perhaps during his mysterious past, or perhaps through practical experimentation. He knows how to disarticulate joints, separate muscle groups, remove identifying features. He works through the night, his stable lantern casting writhing shadows across the walls. The horses in their stalls grow accustomed to the sounds. The scrape of metal on bone, the wet slither of separated flesh, the occasional grunt of effort. Body disposal presents the primary challenge. Moscow in the early 1920s lacks proper sanitation infrastructure. Garbage collection is sporadic, and people dispose of waste in various improvised ways. Komarov exploits this chaos. He wraps his grisly parcels in newspaper, old cloth, or paper from discarded flour sacks. Then, during the darkest hours before dawn, he distributes them across the city. Sometimes he dumps packages in the Moskva River, watching them sink beneath the ice-crusted surface. Other times he buries them in the abandoned lots that pockmark the city, or leaves them in the overflowing rubbish heaps that accumulate in alleyways. He varies his methods, never establishing a predictable pattern. The city is vast, and his packages are small. They blend into the urban decay. Meanwhile, the valuables accumulate. Komarov sells the jewelry through fences in the Kaitrov market, a sprawling bazaar notorious for criminal activity. He trades the furniture and household goods to second-hand dealers, always working through intermediaries, never creating direct connections. The money he buries in various locations around his property, wrapped in oilcloth and sealed in metal boxes. He trusts no bank, no institution, no person. By late 1922, Komarov has murdered at least 15 people, possibly more. The exact number remains unknown because he keeps no records, no trophies, no evidence beyond the wealth slowly accumulating in his hidden caches. He feels no remorse, no guilt, no emotional response beyond the satisfaction of successful execution. To Komarov, his victims are simply resources, obstacles separating him from their possessions. But monsters, no matter how careful, make mistakes. The first crack appears in December 1922. A street sweeper named Grigory Mikhailov finds a parcel near the Bolshoi Theater. Inside are 3 human fingers, severed cleanly at the knuckle. The newspaper wrapping dates from the previous week. Mikhailov reports his discovery to the militia, who catalog the remains but take no immediate action. Human remains surface occasionally, usually casualties of the famine or Civil War violence. This seems like another tragic but unremarkable finding. Then more packages appear. A construction worker discovers a femur wrapped in cloth behind a demolished building. A fisherman pulls a bundle from the Moskva River containing what appears to be part of a ribcage. A shopkeeper finds a parcel in his alley containing several teeth and a section of jawbone. The militia begins paying attention. Detective investigator Ivan Kizilev, a veteran of the Imperial Police who survived the revolution by demonstrating ideological flexibility, notices the pattern. The remains show similar dismemberment techniques. The wrapping materials are consistent. Most tellingly, the distribution suggests a single point of origin somewhere in south-central Moscow. Kizilev begins mapping the discovery locations. He marks each site on a large chart of Moscow, using red pins to indicate where remains have surfaced. A pattern emerges, a rough circle centered on the Zamyskvorky district. The killer is operating from somewhere within this area, distributing his victims' remains in radiating patterns. Simultaneously, missing persons reports begin accumulating. Family members and friends file complaints about loved ones who vanished after mentioning visits to horse traders, merchants, or dealers in the Zamyskvorky area. The descriptions vary, but several mention a stable on Sadovaya Street, run by a quiet man with unsettling eyes. Kiselev sends plainclothes officers to observe Komarov's stable. They watch customers come and go. Most transactions appear normal. People arrive, inspect horses, negotiate prices, and depart with their purchases. But occasionally, usually toward evening, a customer enters and never leaves. The officers note this but cannot determine what happens inside. The stable's interior layout prevents visual surveillance, and they lack sufficient evidence for a search warrant. Soviet bureaucracy, even in its early revolutionary form, requires justification for raids. Kiselev needs proof, not suspicion. The breakthrough arrives in January 1923. A young man named Alexei Volkov approaches the militia with a disturbing story. His sister, Sophia, visited Komarov's stable 3 weeks earlier to purchase a horse. She brought their mother's jewelry collection as payment. Sophia was supposed to return the same day. She never did. Alexei immediately went to the stable, confronting Komarov. The horse trader claimed Sophia had looked at his animals, decided the prices were too high, and left. He suggested she might have visited other dealers. Alexei searched frantically but found no trace of his sister. Now, weeks later, he has heard rumors about the discovered remains and feels certain something terrible has happened. Kiselev interviews Alexei extensively. The young man describes Sophia in detail, her height, her hair color, distinctive features. He provides photographs. Most importantly, he describes the jewelry she carried. A distinctive amber brooch depicting a troika of horses, a family heirloom impossible to mistake. Kiselev dispatches officers to pawn shops and fences throughout Moscow, seeking the amber brooch. Within 2 days, they locate it in the Kaitrov market, sold by an intermediary who purchased it from another dealer. The chain of transactions leads backward, and though complicated, eventually points toward Zamyskvorky district. This provides Kiselev with sufficient justification. On January 29, 1923, he assembles a team of 12 officers and marches to Sadovaya Street. They arrive at dawn, when the city still slumbers and Komarov will have minimal warning. The detective investigator hammers on the stable door. No response. He hammers again, shouting identification. Movement sounds from inside. Footsteps. A muffled exclamation. The door opens. Vasily Komarov stands in the entrance, dressed in his nightshirt, his angular face showing more emotion than anyone has previously witnessed. His eyes dart between the assembled officers, calculating options, weighing chances of escape. Then his expression settles into resignation. He knows this moment was inevitable. Vasily Komarov, Kiselev announces formally, you are detained for questioning regarding multiple disappearances in the Zamyskvorky district. We will search these premises. Komarov steps aside without resistance. Search wherever you wish, he says quietly. You will find only horses and legitimate business. But as officers spread through the stable, their lanterns illuminating dark corners and hidden rooms, they discover that Komarov's confidence is catastrophically misplaced. The killing chamber reveals itself, a windowless room with walls scrubbed clean but showing dark stains no amount of washing can remove. Chemical analysis will later confirm these are bloodstains, layers upon layers, representing dozens of victims. They find his tools, knives with peculiarly curved blades, a bone saw, hammers, and iron bars. They find clothing that doesn't belong to Komarov, women's dresses, men's coats, children's shoes. They find documents, identification papers, personal letters, all taken from victims. And in the stable cellar, buried under loose earth, they find the metal boxes. 15 of them packed with rubles, jewelry, silver, gold. The accumulated wealth represents years of systematic murder. Komarov watches the excavation without expression. When Kiselev approaches him, holding Sophia Volkov's amber brooch, the horse trader finally speaks. I needed money, he says simply, as if this explains everything. The revolution took everything. I rebuilt using what I could. You murdered innocent people? Kiselev responds, his voice shaking with controlled rage. Komarov shrugs. a gesture of such casual dismissal that several officers tense. People die every day. I simply ensured their deaths served a purpose. This is the monster's true face, stripped of pretense. A man who views human beings as resources, their deaths as transactions, their suffering as irrelevant to his goals. The sun rises over Moscow as officers chain Komarov and transport him to Lubyanka prison. Behind him, the stable yields more horrors. In the walls, investigators find bones mixed with mortar, used as structural support. In the horse stalls, they discover disturbing modifications, drainage systems that suggest the stalls themselves served as killing floors. The entire building is a carefully designed slaughterhouse, optimized for efficient murder. The investigation has only just begun. The true scale of Komarov's crimes will take months to uncover, and what they reveal will shock even the most hardened investigators. Moscow has been home to a predator of unprecedented efficiency, a man who transformed the chaos of revolution into personal opportunity. The wolf of Moscow has been caged, but the nightmare is far from over. Lubyanka prison squats in central Moscow like a stone monument to suffering. Originally built as an insurance company headquarters, the revolution transformed it into the headquarters of the Chaika, the secret police, and its basement cells now house enemies of the state. Vasily Komarov occupies cell number 47, a cramped space measuring 3 meters by 2 meters, with a single barred window too high to reach and a wooden bench serving as his bed. Detective investigator Ivan Kizilev begins interrogations immediately. The initial sessions yield little. Komarov sits silently, his hands folded on the scarred wooden table, his dark eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the concrete walls. He refuses legal representation, claiming it unnecessary. He neither confirms nor denies the allegations. His silence becomes its own form of statement, an acknowledgement that words cannot alter his situation. Kizilev changes tactics. Instead of confronting Komarov with accusations, he presents evidence methodically, piece by piece. The amber brooch belonging to Sofia Volkov, a distinctive silver watch traced to Mikhail Petrov, a merchant who vanished in April 1922, a wedding ring engraved with initials matching Ekaterina Lebedev, the young widow who disappeared with her life savings. Each item represents a human being, a life extinguished, a family destroyed. After 3 days of this systematic presentation, Komarov finally speaks. His voice emerges dry, emotionless, like dead leaves scraping across pavement. You want to know how many? Kizilev leans forward, his pen poised above his notebook. Yes, 33, Komarov says. Over 27 months. From March 1921 until you arrested me. The number stuns Kizilev. 33 murders. More than one victim per month. Sustained over more than 2 years. All within a single district of Moscow. The scale exceeds anything in Russian criminal history. Tell me about them, Kizilev demands. Every victim, their names, how you killed them. Komarov settles back in his chair, and for the first time, his expression shifts. Not quite a smile, but something approximating satisfaction. He has secrets, and someone finally wants to hear them. The confession that follows will continue for weeks, filling hundreds of pages with details so disturbing that portions will be redacted from public records for decades. He begins with his first victim, though he doesn't use the word victim. He calls them transactions. The first transaction occurred almost accidentally. A farmer named Boris Sokolov came to purchase a horse, bringing gold coins hidden throughout the Bolshevik takeover of his village. Sokolov was old, probably 70, and made the mistake of showing Komarov his entire fortune. More than 500 rubles in pre-revolutionary gold. The temptation overwhelmed practical concerns. Komarov led Sokolov to the rear stable under pretense of showing him a particularly strong mare. The corridor was dark, the air close with animal heat and dust. Sokolov walked ahead, his attention focused forward, anticipating the promised horse. Komarov picked up an iron bar leaning against the wall. He kept several throughout the stable, tools for removing horseshoes and performing maintenance. He raised it high and brought it down with full strength against the back of Sokolov's skull. The sound was terrible, not loud, but definitive. a wet crunch that announced something fundamental had broken. Sokolov dropped without a sound, his body folding like cloth. Blood spread from the wound, thick and dark, pooling on the dirt floor. Komarov stood over the corpse, the iron bar still clutched in his fist, and felt nothing. No horror, no guilt, no shock at what he had done. Instead, he felt only satisfaction. The old man's gold was now his. The horse remained unsold. He had gained everything and lost nothing except time required for disposal. That was when I understood, Komarov tells Kiselev, his voice flat, that people were simply resources, like horses, like grain, like anything else that could be bought or sold. The revolution had taught us that human life held no inherent value. We had killed millions for ideology. I simply killed for practical benefit. This philosophical justification, this warped logic, becomes a recurring theme in his confession. Komarov views himself not as a monster, but as a rational actor adapting to chaotic circumstances. The revolution destroyed traditional moral frameworks. The famine demonstrated that human life could be reduced to simple survival calculations. He merely applied these lessons on an individual scale. He describes his subsequent murders with clinical detachment. A young couple seeking horses for their planned escape from Moscow. He killed the husband first, then the wife when she entered looking for him. Two brothers who dealt in black market goods, carrying a small fortune in American dollars. An elderly woman with diamond earrings inherited from the imperial era. A trader from Siberia who foolishly displayed his wealth while negotiating prices. Each murder followed similar patterns. Komarov isolated his victims, struck from behind, and disposed of the evidence with meticulous care. He learned from each experience, refining his techniques, improving his efficiency. The killing chamber evolved through multiple modifications. Initially just an empty room, it gradually acquired better drainage, hooks installed in the ceiling for suspending bodies during dismemberment, and a locked chest containing his specialized tools. The dismemberment process required several hours per victim. Komarov developed a systematic approach, beginning with major limbs, arms and legs removed at the shoulder and hip joints. Then the head, separated at the cervical vertebrae. The torso required more work, the ribcage proving particularly challenging. He broke it down into manageable sections, removing organs which he disposed of separately. Nothing was wasted. Even the bones found use, ground to powder and mixed with feed for the horses, or crushed and incorporated into mortar for wall repairs. Kiselev listens to these descriptions with increasing horror. He has investigated violent crimes throughout his career, but nothing approaches this level of calculated brutality. Komarov describes human deconstruction with the same tone one might use discussing furniture assembly. Did any of them beg? Kiselev asks. Did you give them opportunity to plead for their lives? No, Komarov responds. I always struck from behind. They never knew. That was the mercy I offered, quick death without anticipatory terror. I am not a sadist detective. I killed for profit, not pleasure. This distinction seems important to Komarov. He insists repeatedly that he took no enjoyment from the murders themselves. They were necessary actions, practical steps toward wealth accumulation. The fact that this required ending human lives was incidental, no different than slaughtering livestock. As the interrogations continue, Kiselev works to identify victims. Many remain anonymous. Komarov never learned their names, viewing them as faces and finances rather than people. But he remembers details. Physical descriptions, approximate ages, what valuables they carried. Cross-referencing with missing persons reports allows investigators to identify approximately 20 victims. The remaining 13 are never conclusively determined. One case particularly haunts Kiselev. A woman named Natalia Orlova came to Komarov's stable in September 1922, seeking a horse for her father's farm. She brought her 7-year-old son, Dmitry, because she had no one to watch him. Komarov normally avoided victims with witnesses, but the valuables she displayed, a substantial collection of gold jewelry, proved too tempting. He killed the mother first, while the boy examined horses in the front stalls. Then he returned for Dmitry. The child apparently didn't understand initially, asking where his mother had gone. Komarov claims he killed the boy the same way, quick, from behind, without prolonged suffering. But when Kiselev presses for details, Komarov's mask slips. His hands tremble slightly, and he looks away. "The child made it difficult," he admits. "The first time I hesitated, but it was necessary. He had seen me with his mother. He could identify me." This represents Komarov's closest approximation to remorse, not guilt over the murder itself, but acknowledgement that killing a child required overcoming internal resistance. The fact that he did overcome it, that he proceeded despite hesitation, demonstrates the depth of his moral corrosion. The interrogations reveal another disturbing aspect: accomplices. Komarov did not always work alone. His wife, Sofia Komarov, knew about the murders. She helped dispose of evidence, cleaned the killing chamber, and sold stolen goods through her connections in the markets. When investigators arrest her, she claims ignorance initially, but evidence contradicts her story. The stable's living quarters contain clothing belonging to female victims, altered to fit Sofia. She wore dead women's dresses, carried their handbags, used their perfumes. Under questioning, Sofia breaks more quickly than her husband. She describes her involvement through tears and trembling hands, insisting Vasily forced her cooperation. She feared him. She had no choice. Kiselev remained skeptical. Sofia had numerous opportunities to alert authorities, but instead assisted the murders for more than 2 years. Her complicity, while perhaps coerced initially, became voluntary through repetition. The couple's relationship adds another dimension to the horror. Komarov apparently viewed his wife as an asset, useful for certain tasks but ultimately expendable. Sofia understood this dynamic and participated because the alternative, becoming another victim, seemed worse. Their marriage existed as a partnership built on murder, with profit as its only genuine bond. Additional accomplices emerged during investigation. Komarov employed several people for peripheral tasks, disposing of packages, selling goods, providing alibis. Most claimed ignorance about the true nature of their activities, but several clearly understood they were participating in something criminal. These accomplices receive lesser charges, though their cooperation helps fill gaps in the timeline. By March 1923, the investigation has documented 33 confirmed or probable murders, identified 20 victims by name, and recovered approximately 40,000 rubles worth of stolen property. The numbers stagger contemporary observers. Moscow has survived revolution, civil war, and famine, but discovering that a single individual has systematically murdered dozens of people for profit strikes at fundamental assumptions about human nature. The press coverage becomes international. Newspapers across Europe and America report on the Wolf of Moscow, sensationalizing details while grappling with the implications. How did one man commit so many murders undetected? What does this say about Soviet society? The government, embarrassed by the negative attention, pressures investigators to conclude the case quickly. Kiselev resists this pressure. He wants complete documentation, every victim identified, every detail recorded. But political reality intrudes. The trial date is set for April 1923, barely 3 months after Komarov's arrest. The speed reflects governmental desire to demonstrate swift justice and move past the embarrassment. As the trial date approaches, Kiselev visits Komarov one final time. The detective has spent months immersed in the monster's crimes, reading detailed confessions, viewing crime scene photographs, interviewing devastated families. He wants to ask one last question, the question that has haunted him throughout the investigation. "Why did you confess?" Kiselev asks. "You could have remained silent. The evidence might not have been sufficient for conviction on all charges. Why tell us everything?" Komarov considers this, his dark eyes studying Kiselev's face. When he speaks, his answer chills more than any confession detail. "Because I wanted someone to know. I built something remarkable, detective. 33 successful transactions over 27 months. All undetected until circumstances beyond my control intervened. That represents perfection of craft. I wanted recognition for my achievement." He views his murder spree as an accomplishment worthy of acknowledgement. This final revelation confirms what Kiselev suspected from the beginning. Vasily Komarov exists beyond normal moral comprehension. He is not insane, not driven by uncontrollable impulses. He is something perhaps more disturbing. A human being who has consciously rejected all ethical constraints and rebuilt his worldview around pure self-interest. The interrogation room falls silent. Outside, Moscow continues its daily rhythm. People working, trading, living. None of them aware that in Lubyanka's basement, a detective and a monster sit across from each other, separated by an unbridgeable moral chasm. Tomorrow, the trial begins. But for Kiselev, the real investigation has already concluded. He understands now what he is facing. Not a man, but an absence where humanity should exist. The Wolf of Moscow has shown him the darkest potential of human nature, the terrifying truth that moral boundaries are choices, not inevitabilities. Some people, Kiselev realizes, simply choose to be monsters, and perhaps that is more frightening than any alternative explanation. The Moscow Revolutionary Tribunal convenes on April 15, 1923, in a converted assembly hall that once hosted imperial bureaucrats. The space has been stripped of its former grandeur. Chandeliers removed, ornate molding painted over, parquet floors covered with simple wooden boards. Revolutionary austerity demands nothing that suggests pre-Soviet decadence. Only the high ceiling and tall windows remain, lending the space an odd mixture of imposed functionality and architectural memory. Security is unprecedented. 20 armed guards line the walls, their rifles held at attention. Another dozen officers control the entrance, screening every person who seeks admittance. The crowd outside numbers in the hundreds, perhaps thousands. Word of the Wolf of Moscow trial has spread throughout the city, and public fascination borders on obsession. People want to see the monster. They want to understand how an ordinary-seeming horse trader became the most prolific murderer in Russian history. Vasily Komarov enters wearing the same threadbare suit he wore during his arrest. He has lost weight during imprisonment. His angular face now appears almost skeletal, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. Guards flank him as he walks to the defendant's bench, his wrists bound with iron shackles that scrape and clink with each step. He surveys the packed courtroom with apparent disinterest, his gaze sliding over the crowd without recognition or emotion. The presiding judge, Mikhail Gvozdov, is a veteran of revolutionary tribunals. He presided over trials of White Army officers, kulaks, and supposed counter-revolutionaries. He has sentenced hundreds to death without losing sleep. But even Gvozdov seems unsettled by Komarov. The judge studies the defendant for a long moment before calling the court to order, perhaps searching for some visible mark of monstrosity. He finds only a thin, quiet man who might be anyone. The prosecution is led by Dmitry Konstantinov, a rising star in the Soviet legal system. He built his career on theatrical presentations, dramatic speeches that frame defendants not merely as criminals but as enemies of the people. For the Komarov trial, he has prepared what he promises will be the most comprehensive presentation of evidence ever assembled in Soviet courts. Komarov's defense attorney, Pavel Morozov, appears uncomfortable with his assignment. Soviet jurisprudence offers defendants legal representation, but when the defendant has confessed to 33 murders and the evidence overwhelms all possibility of acquittal, the role becomes symbolic. Morozov will argue for procedural correctness and perhaps request consideration of psychological factors. He knows he cannot win. He can only ensure the process follows proper forms. Konstantinov begins his presentation with the crime scene evidence. He describes the stable on Sadovaya Street, the hidden killing chamber, the accumulated stolen property. Photographs are displayed. Large prints mounted on boards, showing the blood-stained room, the dismemberment tools, the metal boxes filled with victims' valuables. The courtroom audience gasps and murmurs. Several people stand to leave, unable to stomach the visual evidence. Then comes testimony from detective investigator Ivan Kiselev. He takes the stand and methodically recounts the investigation, the discovered remains, the patterns that emerged, the surveillance that led to Komarov's arrest. His testimony consumes the entire first day of trial. He speaks in measured tones, presenting facts without embellishment, allowing the evidence to tell its own horrifying story. On the second day, Konstantinov calls family members of identified victims. They provide heartbreaking testimony about loved ones who vanished. A mother describes her daughter Sofia Volkov, a gentle soul who loved books and hoped to become a teacher. A husband speaks of his wife Ekaterina Lebedev, who sought only to provide safety for her children. A brother recounts his sister Anna Sokolova, a seamstress whose skill and kindness made her beloved in their community. Each testimony builds a cumulative portrait of loss. These were not abstractions, not simple transactions, as Komarov termed them. They were people with dreams, families, futures. Komarov stole not just their lives, but all the potential those lives contained. Children never born, grandchildren never held, contributions never made. The mathematics of murder extend far beyond immediate deaths. During these testimonies, Komarov remains impassive. He stares straight ahead, his expression unchanging whether hearing about mothers, children, or elderly victims. This lack of response disturbs observers more than any display of emotion might. A man who shows remorse admits his humanity, however compromised. Komarov's absolute indifference suggests something else, a fundamental disconnection from human empathy. On the third day, Konstantinov presents Komarov's own confession. A clerk reads selected portions aloud, the defendant's words describing murders in his own clinical language. The courtroom listens in horrified silence as the confession details specific killings, how he chose victims, how he struck from behind, how he dismembered bodies and distributed remains across Moscow. When the clerk finishes reading, Konstantinov approaches Komarov directly. "Do you deny any portion of this confession?" "No," Komarov replies quietly. "Do you feel remorse for your actions?" "Remorse requires belief that my actions were wrong. I believe them necessary and proportionate to my circumstances." This answer generates immediate reaction. Spectators shout accusations. The judge demands order, threatening to clear the courtroom. When silence is restored, Konstantinov continues. "You murdered 33 people for money. You justify this as necessary. Explain this logic." Komarov actually seems to welcome the question. He sits straighter, and for the first time, something like animation enters his voice. The revolution destroyed the old order. Millions died from war, from famine, from political purges. Human life lost whatever value it previously held. I simply recognized this reality and adapted accordingly. Others stole through taxation or appropriation. I stole more directly, but the principle remained identical. The comparison between his murders and revolutionary actions creates uproar. People surge to their feet, shouting. Guards move forward, hands on weapons. Judge Gvozdov slams his gavel repeatedly, the sharp cracks echoing through the chamber like gunshots. The defendant will refrain from political commentary. Gvozdov declares once order is restored. This trial concerns criminal acts, not ideological debate. But Komarov has made his point. He views his crimes as logical extensions of revolutionary principles, survival of the ruthless, redistribution of resources, practical amorality. The fact that Soviet ideology rejects such interpretation is irrelevant to him. He has taken revolutionary rhetoric about class warfare and collective good and twisted it into personal justification for serial murder. The prosecution introduces Sofia Komarov as a witness. Vasily's wife enters the courtroom looking diminished, almost ghostly. She has aged dramatically during imprisonment, her hair now streaked with gray, her movements tentative. When asked to describe her husband's activities, she speaks in a barely audible whisper. "I knew what he was doing," she admits. "From the beginning, I knew. The first time, with Boris Sokolov, I helped clean the room afterwards. I told myself I had no choice, that Vasily would kill me if I refused. But that was a lie. I could have gone to the authorities. I could have run away. I chose to stay because I benefited from the crimes." She describes her role in detail, helping dispose of evidence, selling stolen goods, providing alibis. She wore dead women's clothing, used their perfumes, carried their handbags. She became complicit not through a single decision but through accumulated small choices, each one making the next easier until participation felt normal. "Did you fear your husband?" Konstantinov asks. "Yes," Sophia responds, "but I also relied on him. The murders brought us wealth and security. I convinced myself the victims were already dead, that my cooperation changed nothing. But I was wrong. Every time I helped, I enabled another murder. I share responsibility for all 33 deaths." This confession stuns the courtroom. While everyone expected Vasily's guilt to be established, Sophia's frank admission of complicity and moral responsibility provides a counterpoint to her husband's amoral detachment. She acknowledges what he refuses, that their actions were monstrous, that justifications were merely convenient lies. Konstantinov presses further. "Tell the court about the Orlova case, the woman and her 7-year-old son." Sophia's composure shatters. Tears stream down her face, her body shaking with suppressed sobs. "I heard the child calling for his mother. I was in the living quarters and I heard him calling. Then silence. When Vasily came back, there was blood on his hands. The boy's blood." She covers her face. "I helped clean the room afterwards. I helped dispose of a child's body. There is no forgiveness for what I've done." The courtroom erupts again. Women weep openly. Men shout demands for immediate execution. Judge Gvozdov calls a recess, the proceedings having become too emotionally charged to continue productively. During the break, journalists crowd the courthouse steps, filing reports to newspapers across the Soviet Union and beyond. The trial has become international news. European papers run daily updates. American publications compare Komarov to other infamous murderers, debating whether he represents a uniquely Soviet phenomenon or universal human capacity for evil. When the trial resumes, defense attorney Morozov makes his presentation. He has an impossible task, defending a man who has confessed to 33 murders, shown no remorse, and whose guilt is established beyond any reasonable doubt. Morozov's strategy focuses on psychological factors. He calls a psychiatrist, Dr. Leonid Voronov, who examined Komarov during his imprisonment. Voronov testifies that Komarov displays characteristics consistent with severe personality disorders: lack of empathy, inability to form genuine emotional connections, view of other humans as objects rather than persons. In medical terms, Voronov explains, the defendant suffers from what we might classify as moral insanity. His capacity for ethical reasoning appears fundamentally damaged or absent. He understands rules and consequences but lacks the emotional foundation that makes most humans naturally recoil from harming others. Konstantinov objects immediately. Is the doctor suggesting diminished responsibility? That Komarov's mental state excuses his actions. Not excuse, Voronov clarifies. Explain. The defendant is legally sane. He understood his actions, planned them carefully, took steps to avoid detection. But his psychological makeup differs fundamentally from normal human psychology. He is a predator wearing human form. This testimony sparks fierce debate. If Komarov's brain functions differently, can he be held fully accountable? Or does his calculating nature, his careful planning and sustained deception, prove complete culpability? The question probes the boundaries between medical explanation and legal responsibility. Morozov argues for life imprisonment rather than execution, claiming that Komarov's psychological abnormalities merit further study. Science may benefit from understanding how such an individual functions, he suggests. Execution destroys that opportunity. The argument falls flat. Judge Gvozdov's expression hardens. Konstantinov barely bothers with rebuttal, simply noting that the court's duty is justice for victims, not providing research subjects for psychiatry. On the fourth day, the trial enters its final phase. Konstantinov delivers his closing argument, speaking for nearly 2 hours. He catalogs each identified victim, describing their lives, their families, their final moments. He holds up photographs, not crime scene images but portraits of the living, people smiling, unaware of the fate awaiting them. Vasily Komarov claims his actions were rational responses to chaotic times. Konstantinov declares, his voice resonating through the chamber. He compares his murders to revolutionary necessity. This comparison is obscene. The revolution sought to build a new society, to eliminate exploitation and oppression. Komarov built nothing. He created only absence, the absence of 33 human beings, the absence of their children and grandchildren, the absence of their contributions to our collective future. He pauses, letting silence emphasize his words. The defendant claims to feel no remorse because he believes his actions were justified. This is precisely why he must be executed. A man who can murder 33 people without guilt, who views human beings as resources to exploit, who reduces life and death to simple profit calculations. Such a man cannot be reformed, cannot be reintegrated, cannot be allowed to continue existing. The only appropriate response is permanent removal from society. Konstantinov returns to his seat. The courtroom remains silent, his words hanging in the air like smoke. Morozov's closing argument is brief. He reiterates that Komarov's psychological abnormalities should be considered, that execution serves no purpose beyond retribution. He appeals to the court's capacity for mercy. His heart isn't in it. Even he seems to recognize the hollowness of defending the indefensible. Finally, Judge Gvozdov asks Komarov if he wishes to make a statement before the court deliberates. Komarov stands slowly, his chains rattling. He surveys the courtroom, his dark eyes moving across faces twisted with hatred and disgust. When he speaks, his voice carries clearly despite the chamber's size. I understand you will execute me. This is inevitable and, from your perspective, justified. I violated your laws, your moral codes, your social contracts. I accept the consequences. He pauses. But understand this. I am not unique. I am simply honest about what I did. This revolution has killed millions. People die daily from starvation, disease, political purges. I killed 33 people for personal gain. You kill thousands for ideological abstractions. The difference is scale and justification, nothing more fundamental. The uproar that follows exceeds all previous disruptions. People scream accusations. Guards move forward, uncertain whether they need to protect Komarov from mob violence. Judge Gvozdov pounds his gavel until the handle cracks, his face flushed with rage. Remove the defendant, he orders. We will deliberate immediately. Guards drag Komarov from the courtroom. He doesn't resist, doesn't even seem particularly concerned. He has said what he wanted to say, planted his final poison, the suggestion that his crimes differ from state-sanctioned violence only in scale and rhetoric. The tribunal deliberates for less than an hour. When they return, Judge Gvozdov reads the verdict without preamble. Vasily Komarov, you have been found guilty of 33 counts of premeditated murder, multiple counts of theft, illegal disposal of human remains, and crimes against the Soviet state. You have shown no remorse, no recognition of your crime's magnitude, no capacity for rehabilitation. This court sentences you to death by firing squad, sentenced to be carried out within 7 days. The courtroom explodes with approval. People cheer, applaud, embrace each other. Victims' families weep with relief. Justice, delayed by years of undetected murders, has finally arrived. Sofia Komarov receives 15 years hard labor in Siberia. The accomplices receive varying sentences, from 5 to 10 years depending on their level of involvement. The property recovered from Komarov's stable is distributed to victims' families, though money cannot restore stolen lives. As guards escort Komarov back to Lubyanka, journalists shout questions. He ignores them all except one. A young reporter asks if he has anything to say to the victims' families. Komarov stops, turning to face the crowd. I wish I had killed more, he says flatly. Each one brought profit. I should have been less cautious, more ambitious. My only regret is inefficiency. The statement is calculated to shock, and it succeeds. Even hardened observers recoil. This is not bravado or defiance. It's genuine belief. Komarov truly regrets only that his murder spree wasn't more productive. Detective Kizilev watches from the courthouse steps. He has dedicated months to this investigation, immersed himself in horror, confronted evil in its purest form. Now, watching Komarov disappear into the prison transport, he feels no satisfaction, no sense of victory, only exhaustion and sadness. That evening, Kiselev visits several victims' families. He delivers official notice of the verdict, answers questions about appeals and execution timeline. The families thank him, grateful for his dedication, but their gratitude feels hollow. Nothing he did brings back their loved ones. Justice is not restoration, it's simply accounting, closing ledgers that should never have been opened. As night falls over Moscow, the city buzzes with trial discussions. In taverns and communal apartments, people debate Komarov's final statement. Did he have a point about revolutionary violence? Or was this merely a murderer's last attempt to deflect responsibility? The questions are uncomfortable, probing wounds the revolution hasn't healed. In cell 47 at Lubyanka, Vasily Komarov sits on his wooden bench. He has 6 days remaining. Guards expect him to show anxiety, fear, some response to impending death. Instead, he remains calm, methodical. He eats his meals completely. He sleeps soundly. He seems almost content. A prison priest visits, offering spiritual counsel. Komarov refuses. "I don't fear death," he explains. "I've killed 33 people. I've seen what death looks like from the other side. It's nothing remarkable, just cessation. No judgment, no afterlife, no consequence beyond physical termination." "You believe in nothing?" the priest asks. "I believe in what I can see and touch and take," Komarov responds. "Everything else is fiction created to make people accept subservience. I rejected the fiction. I took what I wanted. Now I face the consequences. But I lived according to truth, while the rest of you live according to comforting lies." The priest leaves, shaken by Komarov's absolute certainty. He has counseled murderers before, but never one so completely devoid of spiritual awareness. It's like speaking to a void that has learned to speak back. On his final night, Komarov is moved to a different cell, one adjacent to the execution yard. He can hear preparations, guards testing rifles, workers checking equipment. These sounds apparently don't disturb him. He lies on his bench and closes his eyes, sleeping peacefully through his last night alive. Dawn on April 22, 1923, breaks cold and gray. Moscow is experiencing late spring chill, temperatures hovering just above freezing. Frost coats the execution yard's cobblestones, crunching beneath guards' boots as they take their positions. At 6 a.m. precisely, guards unlock Komarov's cell. They find him already awake, sitting calmly, hands folded in his lap. They read the execution order formally, though everyone knows what's happening. They ask if he wants a final meal. He declines. They ask if he has final words or requests. He shakes his head. The walk to the execution yard takes less than a minute. Komarov moves steadily, his chains rattling with each step. He shows no fear, no hesitation. Several guards remark later that he seemed more relaxed than they felt. The execution detail consists of 12 soldiers, arranged in 2 rows of 6. Their rifles are loaded, each containing a live round. No blank rounds. Soviet protocol ensures every soldier shares responsibility. A medical officer stands to the side, prepared to confirm death. Komarov is positioned against a brick wall stained with previous executions. Guards offer a blindfold. He refuses. They offer to bind his hands in front rather than behind. He accepts this small mercy. The officer in charge reads the sentence again, a final formality. Then he asks Komarov if he has final words. Komarov surveys the soldiers, the medical officer, the handful of official witnesses. His dark eyes show no emotion, no plea for mercy. When he speaks, his voice is steady. 33. Remember that number. Remember that one man, working alone, achieved what your entire security apparatus failed to prevent. Remember that your society created the conditions where I could thrive. You're not executing a monster. You're executing your own creation. These are his last words. The officer, face grim, orders the firing squad to ready position. 12 rifles rise, barrels pointing at Komarov's chest. A moment of frozen time, breath held, fingers on triggers. Fire! The volley shatters the morning silence. 12 rounds strike simultaneously, punching through clothing and flesh, shredding vital organs. Komarov's body jerks backward, slamming against the brick wall, then slides downward, leaving a dark smear. He collapses in a heap, his threadbare suit now torn and soaked with blood. The medical officer approaches, checking for vital signs. He finds none. Vasily Komarov, the Wolf of Moscow, is dead. The monster who terrorized the city for 27 months, who murdered 33 people, who showed no remorse or recognition of his crime's magnitude, has been permanently removed from existence. Yet as workers load the body onto a cart for unmarked burial, as soldiers return to their barracks, as the execution yard is hosed clean of blood, an uncomfortable truth settles over Moscow. Komarov was right about one thing. He was not unique. He was simply honest about his predatory nature. In the chaos of revolution, famine, and social collapse, how many others made similar calculations? How many predators remained undetected, their crimes hidden in the general suffering? The Wolf of Moscow is dead, but the forest still contains dangers unseen. The execution of Vasily Komarov creates immediate public response. Newspapers run front-page stories celebrating the end of Moscow's nightmare. Crowds gather at sites where remains were discovered, leaving flowers and candles in memorial. Victims' families hold private services, finally able to mourn with certainty rather than perpetual uncertainty. But beneath the relief, darker currents flow. Komarov's final words linger in public consciousness, uncomfortable questions that resist easy dismissal. How did one man murder 33 people over 27 months without detection? What systematic failures enabled this sustained predation? The Soviet government, eager to avoid these questions, quickly moves to close the case and bury its uncomfortable implications. Detective investigator Ivan Kiselev compiles a comprehensive final report, documenting every aspect of the investigation. The document runs to over 800 pages, including victim profiles, evidence catalogs, confession transcripts, and detailed analysis of Komarov's methods. Kiselev intends this report to serve as a cautionary record, highlighting investigative lessons and systematic vulnerabilities. The government has different priorities. Senior officials review Kiselev's report and immediately classify most of it as restricted. The detailed confession transcripts, where Komarov critiques Soviet society and compares his murders to revolutionary violence, are sealed. The sections describing how easily he exploited the chaotic social conditions are redacted. Only sanitized summaries are approved for public distribution. Kiselev protests this censorship. He argues that understanding Komarov's success requires examining the environmental factors that enabled him. The revolution and civil war created perfect conditions for a predator. Displaced populations, disrupted law enforcement, overwhelming social chaos, desperate people vulnerable to exploitation. Acknowledging these factors could help prevent similar cases. His superiors disagree. They view such analysis as politically dangerous, potentially undermining confidence in Soviet authority. The official narrative must be simpler. Komarov was an aberration, a uniquely evil individual whose crimes resulted from personal moral failing rather than systematic problems. The swift investigation and execution demonstrate Soviet justice's effectiveness. Any broader critique is unwelcome. Frustrated but powerless, Kiselev accepts the restrictions. He quietly keeps a complete, uncensored copy of his report, hiding it in his personal files. Perhaps someday, he hopes, historians will access the full truth. The restricted records remain classified for decades. Not until the 1990s, after the Soviet Union's collapse, do researchers gain access to complete files. When they do, Kiselev's meticulous documentation provides invaluable insight into both Komarov's crimes and the era's social conditions. His investigation becomes a case study in criminal psychology and the relationship between social chaos and predatory behavior. Meanwhile, Sofia Komarov begins her 15-year sentence at a labor camp in eastern Siberia. The conditions are brutal, temperatures plunging to -40 in winter, inadequate food and shelter, backbreaking work in timber operations. Many prisoners don't survive their sentences. Sophia apparently doesn't expect to either. She keeps largely to herself, avoiding the camp's social hierarchies and violent conflicts. Other prisoners know why she's there, the wolf's accomplice, and treat her with mixture of fascination and contempt. Some see her as a victim of her husband's monstrosity. Others view her as equally culpable, perhaps more so for betraying her gender by helping murder women and children. Guards report that Sophia never complains, never requests special treatment. She works silently, eats her meager rations, sleeps on her wooden bunk. She seems to view the harsh conditions as deserved punishment, accepting suffering without protest. A camp doctor who examines her notes signs of self-neglect. She doesn't take care of injuries, doesn't seek treatment for illnesses, seems almost to court death through passive submission to the environment's harshness. In winter 1928, 5 years into her sentence, Sophia contracts pneumonia. The camp hospital, understaffed and undersupplied, can provide minimal treatment. She develops complications, her weakened body unable to fight the infection. On February 14, 1928, she dies. She is buried in the camp's unmarked cemetery, one of thousands who entered Siberia's vast silence and never returned. News of her death barely registers in Moscow. The Komarov case has faded from immediate public attention, replaced by new scandals and crises. Only a few people, Kizilev, some victims' families, note her passing. For them, it represents a final closing of that horrible chapter. Back in Moscow, Komarov's stable on Sadovaya Street becomes a strange attraction. Despite government efforts to suppress sensationalism, people visit the location, standing outside the weathered building, trying to imagine the horrors that occurred within. The stable's owner, a cooperative that purchased the property after Komarov's arrest, initially attempts to continue operations, but customers refuse to enter. The building's dark reputation proves impossible to overcome. Eventually, the stable is demolished. Workers report feeling uncomfortable during the demolition, though whether this reflects genuine unease or psychological projection remains unclear. Several workers claim to find additional human remains buried in the property. Bones, teeth, fragments the initial investigation missed. These reports are never officially confirmed, adding to the location's sinister mythology. A small apartment building is constructed on the site. Residents over the years report strange occurrences. Unexplained sounds, cold spots, feelings of being watched. Rationalists dismiss these as superstition, the power of suggestion operating on people who know the location's history. But the building acquires a reputation, and apartments there rent for below-market rates. Some things Moscow residents believe cannot be completely erased by new construction. The broader impact of the Komarov case extends beyond immediate reactions. Criminologists begin studying serial murder as a distinct phenomenon. Previously, most Russian murderers killed in moments of passion, drunken rage, or during robberies. Komarov represents something different, calculated, sustained, predatory killing driven by profit rather than sudden impulse. Dr. Leonid Voronov, the psychiatrist who examined Komarov, publishes a paper in 1925 titled The Predatory Personality: Psychological Analysis of Systematic Murder. The paper uses Komarov as its primary case study, exploring the psychological characteristics that enable sustained killing without remorse. Voronov identifies what he terms moral blindness, not insanity or irrationality, but fundamental inability to recognize other humans as beings deserving ethical consideration. The paper generates significant academic interest but also controversy. Some colleagues criticize Voronov for attempting to medicalize evil, suggesting that explaining Komarov's psychology excuses his actions. Voronov counters that explanation and excuse are separate. Understanding how predatory personalities function doesn't absolve them of responsibility, but might help identify such individuals before they begin killing. The debate continues for decades, touching on fundamental questions about human nature, moral development, and the relationship between psychology and criminality. Komarov, in death, becomes more than a specific historical criminal. He becomes a case study, a reference point, a symbol of humanity's darkest potentials. International criminologists also take interest, The case is compared to other serial murderers emerging into public awareness. Fritz Harman in Germany, Henri Desire Landru in France. Patterns emerge. Predatory murderers often target vulnerable populations during times of social chaos. They exploit institutional weaknesses, operating in jurisdictions with overwhelmed law enforcement or disrupted social structures. They present normal exteriors, making detection difficult. These comparative studies help establish serial murder as a recognized category distinct from other homicides. Police forces begin developing protocols for identifying and investigating such cases. The lessons learned from Komarov's 2-year murder spree contribute to gradual improvements in criminal investigation techniques. For victims' families, the aftermath brings no such academic distance. They must somehow rebuild lives shattered by sudden, senseless loss. Some find meaning through advocacy, pushing for improved police procedures and victim support services. Others retreat into private grief, unable to process the magnitude of what happened. Alexei Volkov, whose sister Sophia was among Komarov's victims, becomes a vocal advocate for victims' rights. He gives interviews, writes articles, lobbies government officials. He argues that the Soviet system failed to protect vulnerable citizens, that the bureaucratic obstacles Kizilev faced during the investigation cost additional lives. His activism makes him politically suspect, and he faces harassment from authorities who view his critique as subversive. In 1930, during Stalin's consolidation of power, Alexei is arrested on vague charges of anti-Soviet agitation. He is sent to the Gulag, never to return. His fate illustrates how the Komarov case's uncomfortable implications extend beyond the murders themselves. The social chaos that enabled Komarov was no accident. It resulted from revolutionary policies that disrupted traditional structures without effectively replacing them. Acknowledging this requires admitting governmental failure, something totalitarian systems cannot tolerate. As years pass, the Komarov case gradually fades from active memory. The generation that lived through it ages and dies. New crises overshadow old horrors: Stalin's purges, World War II, Cold War tensions. By the 1950s, few Russians under age 40 know about the Wolf of Moscow. The case becomes historical footnote, mentioned briefly in criminology texts but lacking popular recognition. This obscurity persists until the 1990s when Soviet archives open. Researchers discovering Kizilev's uncensored reports bring renewed attention to the case. Russian journalists write retrospective articles. Documentary filmmakers produce programs examining the murders in context of revolutionary-era social conditions. International true crime enthusiasts discover the story, comparing Komarov to more famous Western serial killers. Modern psychological analysis of Komarov's documented statements and behavior suggests he likely would be diagnosed today as having antisocial personality disorder with psychopathic features. His lack of empathy, manipulative nature, predatory behavior, and complete absence of remorse align with clinical definitions. However, retroactive diagnosis has limitations. We cannot truly know Komarov's internal experience, only his external behaviors and stated attitudes. What remains clear is that Vasily Komarov represents a particular type of human monster, one who emerges not despite civilization but because of its temporary absence. When social structures collapse, when institutions fail, when desperate people become vulnerable, predators find opportunities. Komarov exploited the revolution's chaos, the famine's desperation, the bureaucratic dysfunction. He recognized that in a city where thousands died daily from various causes, a few more deaths might pass unnoticed. His success, limited though it was, reveals uncomfortable truths about human nature and social organization. We depend on functional institutions, effective police, reliable courts, comprehensive record-keeping, to constrain those who lack internal moral constraints. When institutions fail, the wolves emerge. Contemporary criminologists studying the Komarov case note disturbing parallels in modern contexts. Failed states, refugee crises, areas of institutional collapse. These create conditions similar to 1920s Moscow. Predators operate in Syria's civil war zones, in collapsed states like Somalia or Libya, in refugee camps where desperate people disappear without record. The specific circumstances change, but the fundamental dynamic remains. Where chaos reigns, monsters thrive. This recognition doesn't excuse Komarov or minimize his individual evil. He made choices, acted deliberately, showed no compulsion or madness that might diminish culpability. But understanding the environmental factors that enabled his crimes helps explain how one unremarkable horse trader became Russia's most prolific serial killer. In modern Moscow, few physical traces of Komarov remain. The stable is long demolished. The execution wall at Lubyanka has been rebuilt. The locations where he distributed remains have been redeveloped repeatedly. Only in archives, Kiselev's meticulous reports, trial transcripts, faded photographs, does evidence persist. Yet the psychological impact lingers. Russians familiar with the case sometimes reference the Wolf of Moscow when discussing trust, vulnerability, or the dangers lurking beneath normal appearances. The phrase carries cultural weight, shorthand for betrayal by seemingly ordinary people, for horrors hiding in plain sight. This cultural memory serves important purpose. It reminds us that evil doesn't always announce itself dramatically. Monsters don't wear identifying marks. Vasily Komarov operated a legitimate business, interacted normally with most customers, appeared unremarkable to casual observers. Only his victims, in their final moments, saw his true nature, and they could tell no one. The lesson, if there is one, is vigilance. Not paranoia or constant fear, but recognition that social stability requires effort, that institutions matter, that protecting the vulnerable demands attention. Komarov succeeded because too many people were too desperate, too many institutions too overwhelmed, too many deaths too normalized. As this account concludes, one final detail merits mention. In 2004, a construction crew renovating an old building near the former stable location discovered a sealed metal box buried beneath the foundation. Inside were documents, jewelry, and money, another cache Komarov buried but never retrieved. Among the items was a small notebook containing cryptic entries, dates, initials, numbers. Researchers analyzing the notebook believe it might be a victim log, recording murders beyond the 33 Komarov confessed to. The dates extend earlier than March 1921, suggesting he may have begun killing before moving to Sadovaya Street. The initials don't match all known victims, implying others remain unidentified. If accurate, this suggests Komarov's confession, comprehensive as it seemed, was not complete. Even facing execution, he withheld information, maintaining control over his narrative. The true number of victims may never be known. This final revelation seems appropriate somehow. Monsters rarely tell the whole truth. They guard secrets, maintain mysteries, ensure that even in death they retain power over those who seek understanding. Vasily Komarov murdered dozens of people, showed no remorse, accepted execution calmly, and still managed to carry secrets to his grave. The Wolf of Moscow is dead, has been dead for over a century. But the questions he raised about human nature, social responsibility, institutional failure, evil's ordinary face, remain disturbingly relevant. His story serves not just as historical curiosity, but as warning, reminder, and challenge. We like to believe we would recognize monsters among us. We assume evil announces itself clearly. Komarov's legacy suggests otherwise. Evil can be patient, calculating, hidden beneath unremarkable exteriors. It waits for opportunities, exploits weaknesses, strikes when defenses fail. The only defense is eternal vigilance, not fear, but awareness. Functional institutions, effective law enforcement, social structures that protect the vulnerable, communities that notice when people disappear. These are not guarantees against evil, but necessary preconditions for constraining it. In this sense, the story of Vasily Komarov is not really about one killer in 1920s Moscow. It is about all of us, living in complex societies that require constant maintenance, eternal attention, shared commitment to protecting each other from predators. The wolf is dead, but forests remain dark, and other wolves, always, are watching and waiting. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.